This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning. The ECS is over, but the internationals here have just begun at the Master Sports Ground. We've got 4 teams, 2 genders, and it's all about to kick off here in Malta, and the action starts right here, right now. Good morning and welcome to the Master Sports Complex, where we've got another action-packed day of cricket here for you on the European Cricket Network. Later on, we've got the 2 men's sides of Malta and Estonia who are going to battle. But first, we have some women's cricket, and it's Malta versus Croatia. They're 2 relatively new sides, especially to this T10 format, but the good news is they've also got 5 games over today and tomorrow to really show us what they can do. And then after that, we go into the T20 action on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. Just have a quick look back at what happened yesterday. Of course, we had the ECS here in the Malta Spring Series, the second time we've come to Malta already this year, and in fact, the second time that Swiki United have picked up the trophy. So congratulations to them. I'm sure they partied last night and it was a well-deserved victory. They started the tournament relatively slowly, but they came good at just the right time, and it was a deserved victory in the end. But enough of the ECS. It's now our time to turn to the ECIs, and I'm really looking forward to this matchup between Malta and Croatia in the women's game. But before we talk about the 2 teams, let's go out into the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Croatia woman, is your call?
Head.
Head is call. It is head.
Okay, we're gonna bowl.
Croatia woman won the toss and decided to bowl first.
Thank you very much. So there you have it. Croatia have won the toss and they have decided to bowl. I think that's a good decision from the captain. They've come to this new country. I know they just arrived yesterday and they're getting all of their players out onto the pitch early on. And I know some of them are relatively new to the game and especially to international cricket, so it'll be really exciting to see how they fare. They do have 1 star player, Erin Vukasic, but she's not available this weekend, so that gives an opportunity for other players, some of the less experienced players, to really step up and show what they can do on the international stage. As for Malta, they have a bit more experience, and of course they're playing on home turf here, so they'll certainly want to get off to a good start, and they have the opportunity with the bat to get some runs on the board early on this beautiful sunny Saturday morning. One player to look out for Malta is Shamla. She's the leading run scorer on the network for Malta and the leading wicket taker, so I'm sure she'll certainly be a key wicket for Croatia. Another key person though is going to join me all day for the action, and that's Rico Full. So Rico, the news from the toss is that Croatia have won and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tina, and looking lovely today as well. I'm loving that colour. And well, I think it's time to bring out all of those bright summery outfits, because summer seems like it's here, definitely here in Malta. Beautiful sunny day, as you heard Tina say. And once again, it's so nice to be at a cricket venue, especially a venue like this, the Malta International Sports Ground, on a beautiful day. And it is the weekend, and we're going to bring you some international cricket. Yeah, I'm going to start with the women. The women of Malta taking on the women of Croatia. Croatia women elected to take the field first. So looking forward to this. I think, I've had a brief mingle in between the ladies. They're excited to be here. Just spoke to the women of Croatia, and all big smiles on their faces. And they're just looking forward to going out there on a lovely sunny day and playing some cricket. What could be better? And I'm pretty sure it's very much the same for the women of Malta. So it's going to be a good, exciting day of cricket today. Because don't forget, it's not just international women's action going to bring you. We're going to bring you some international action from the men as well. The men, though, from Malta will be taking on the men of Estonia. And I'm expecting to see 5 very closely contested matches between those two over, of course, the next 2 days. So it's going to be a nice start. I can see that the umpires are getting ready to start and make their way out there as well. We've certainly got an international feel about the umpires as well. So it's going to be a very good day. I'll give you some more updates about the men that we have out there in the middle once we know, but you can see the players just lining up to go out there. These are the teams that we're going to see. And I think one thing we definitely will see today, and I don't think it's just from the women of Malta and Croatia, I think we'll see the same from the men of Malta and from Estonia, is a lot of changes. I think this is an opportunity for the players early on in the season to get out there and to play, for the captain to have a good look at some of the senior players and some new players as well. Certainly know that Jessica Reimer will be looking to do that, and perhaps Lydia there from Croatia as well. And we will see a fair number of players with different abilities and different experiences. In this match, Malta 85% to 15% favourites to win. But of course, that's just based on performances that these teams have had in the past. So this is going to be a good day. I know that somebody who's really looking forward to it. And if you're liking those colours on the screen, well, how can you not like the colours that Tina Goff was wearing out there? Well, Tina, you're just carrying on the trend of Peacock Friday. Maybe you're turning this into a Peacock weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny.
Vinny, no! I'm out of here. I'm done.
I was going to say, Vinny's always on his suits. The next sentence would have been about Vinny, and I had it in my head. Sorry, Rico. I know you're Rico. I know Vinny's Vinny. I was inspired by Vinny's suits, and I thought, well, it's Saturday.
Maximo!
Yeah, it's almost like he's here in the tent. I was inspired.
I know
by
what
his
you
suits.
meant. I forgive you. I do.
I'll just
I forgive you.
Shall I? It's not gonna get any better.
I gave you such a lovely welcome, and then you had to go and ruin it. Oh dear. It's going to be one of those days, I feel.
Well, I feel like I'm already a little cursed, to be honest, because
could have been worse. You could have called me Corey, so it's fine.
It could always get worse. I think I'm inventing a new commentator's curse, and that's
what's that?
The big build-up of certain players in the intros, and then they don't play.
Yeah.
Priyan Pushparajan, we were like, he's the one to watch. He didn't turn up, and I thought that for Malta, well, Shamla, she is a great player, but it doesn't look like she's playing for Malta today. But I suppose it gives other opportunities for other players for Malta to step up and show what they can do.
Yeah, definitely. It's all right, Elsa. I didn't break the headsets. I didn't break, promise.
It would have been fair enough.
So says thank you. Right, we are ready to start here, and it's going to be Helen who's going to be bowling the first. Now, one thing I will say, folks, when we have, and myself and Tina both been witness to this, when we have had the ladies play, of course, we were in Bologna, so we see that first ball. It's a nice start, a good shot there as well, and we will see. Oh, my goodness me! I've never seen anything like it. I think, unless I'm seeing things, this ball has been thrown right onto the top. Was it the head or the shoulder of the non-striker who's running here, Swetha? I think it gets her all right on the back. Oh, what a way to start. Well, there's me thinking I had a bad start to the morning when I was called Vinny. Well, just have a word there with the batter. Well, Swetha, I hope you're okay. Well, she's okay. She's strong. But no, one thing I was going to say is we know that from the women, they do prefer us to call them by their first names. So we're going to try and do that. I know we often try to, that's going to be a wicket first up. And that's well bowled by Helen. Full and straight. And I suppose she's still dizzy from being hit on the back. Well, Swetha, your day could not have started any worse. First of all, she's hit on the back as she's taken the single, and then she unfortunately is going to go first ball. But it's a very good ball to remove her. I mean, that one actually, you can see it looks like it's going down the leg side, but does come back in. It's a good ball to get you out. Well, Sweta, they say your things can only get better. Unlucky, unfortunate, but sometimes it's just the way that it goes.
Yeah, it was actually very well bowled there from Helen. You could see that the ball drifted in the air. It looked like it might end up going down leg side, but by the time Sweta was trying to play it into the leg side, it was bang on middle stump. That's an early wicket for Croatia's Anupama Ramashan. She comes in for Malta, and she's certainly one of those players to watch. She's played a lot of games for Malta in the T20Is, but also scored runs on the network, 23 against Bulgaria last year, and also picks up wickets. She's got a job to do with the bat in hand here, though, as Helen just gets that lovely outswing, doesn't she?
Yeah.
She can get her line just a bit straighter so that it starts on middle stump and just threatens that off stump, but it's a great start here for the Croatians.
Yeah, that was such a good delivery. You can see why it got the wicket as well. She's just thinking, all right, it's a full delivery, it's going down leg side, I'll just help it along, but it came back in a long way. Good start from Helen.
That's that swing that's just a bit too far down the offside. How are you, Rico? Did you have a nice evening last night? Obviously, we got back slightly late after the trophy presentation and the high, of course, for Sweekie United of winning. Did you manage to get a walk in? I know you like going walking.
I did, actually, and there's maybe a little bit of bad on that, but that's better from Helen. A nice series. Yeah, I did. I got back, and because we do get back pretty late, actually, I thought, right, first thing, because once you get back in the room and settled, it gets dark pretty quick, and you just think, right, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, that ball's going somewhere. It's going to go to the 45. Will be cut off, though. Good field placement, actually. It's a hot spot, I think, in women's cricket when you've got time as a batter to step across and hit it to leg.
I think myself and a few other of the players around the ground, and of course even with yourself, we did say that that's going to be probably quite a key shot in this contest between these two teams. I think with this pitch, we've said before, if you were to bounce on it, I think you've got to be able to rock back and play the pull shot, and you can see that anything that's outside the off, different ball game play, if it's on the stumps, you've got to rock back and be looking to play the pull shot. But yeah, I got back and thought, right, go for a walk. It was very busy. I know it was Friday night, but it was so busy, and I noticed that a lot of the not just the bars, but a lot of the restaurants have live entertainment on as well. There was people that were singing, people who were dancing. We again had some more fireworks. Yeah, it was just a pleasant walk, and then I ended up having a bit of Chinese yesterday. I just happened to go past. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's a risky shot to play. Yeah. I did say that batters have to be prepared to play this shot because a lot of those balls are going to bounce fairly high. But Jessica almost plays that right off middle stump. But so went past the Chinese and thought, well, that's going to be pretty interesting. Oh, well, this is interesting as well. These are the runs that we've had here so far. Of course, things will change. I mean, understandably, between the matches that we see between the women and the men, I think there will be a notable difference. But what that does tell you, that graphic, the thing to take from that, I think, Tina, is that there's runs being scored, there's wickets being taken, there's maximums, there's forwards. In a nutshell, there's something in this wicket for everybody. Yeah,
we've been talking a lot about the wicket and the ball as well, with a lot of movement early on, as Helen proved in that first over. It went for 8, but she did pick up that wicket. And I'm certainly interested to see these two sides in action as we go into the second over. Of course, the boundaries have been brought in slightly for the women's side as well. So you can, if we have the wide shot of the ground, you can probably actually see the shadow of where the boundary was for the men. And it's been brought in just, I think it's the 5 metres they've brought it in for the women. So it's a 45-metre boundary. Work for the blue crew as well, because of course with the alternating games they're going to be bringing that rope in, out, I'm going to shake it all about.
They're going to be, well, like of course our end of day music for the highlights, they're going to be going back and forth a lot of times throughout the day.
Moving their bodies. Well, Lydia is moving herself into bowl this second over. That's a lovely delivery there from the Croatian captain. Of course, she won the toss, decided to field, and I said in the intros, I think that's a good move as well. Of course, Croatia have travelled here. They only got in yesterday. And I think it's always good as a captain to get your side out in the field, get everyone participating early. There might be a few nerves about. I know there's a few players that haven't played too much, certainly not on the network in front of the cameras, and just settle the nerves, getting them all on the field. And of course that early wicket will certainly settle some nerves as well. It's been a good start here though for Lydia. Just that wide first up, but since then has corrected her line nicely, and she's probing away on that middle stump. That one just chipped in the air by Jessica. And I think it's probably safe to say, Rico, that we're not going to see massively high scoring games, because maybe some of the batters out there haven't quite yet learned those big hits. But that's exactly why they're out there. And it also often shows the skill of the bowling as well. The bowling's going to be slower. And we were talking about this before we came on air as well, that you get this slow bounce, which is difficult to play on an AstroTurf pitch, because a lot of women players, they want to come forward, they want to play the correct shots. But actually, that has worked away nicely. It will be a 1. I might consider the 2, but the chase is on. And it's thrown back in there. You want to play straight, but I think actually on this bouncy AstroTurf, it's much easier to just kind of play baseball as we get to the end of the second 11 for 1.
Yeah, look, I think everybody, and I know that a lot of people actually, very good morning to everybody that's on the chat. A lot of people on the chat this morning. It's the weekend. I hope you're having a great start to your weekend. And look, our loyal members, or I should say family members, will understand that, you know, just as we've seen there in Czechia with the T20s that are being played there between Czechia and Cyprus, and the same here, that, you know, we've got a mixture of players that have got some experience, some that are very new. So, of course, that's going to be reflected in the matches, going to be reflected in some of the scores. Extras do tend to be a little bit more than normal, but you're going to expect all of that. But this is about where you start. This is a starting point. And what I like, and what I've seen as well, is watching these players grow, you know, watching them where they are now, or where, certainly with Croatia, where they were, say, 2 years ago when I first saw them, to where they are now. Just look at them. They're a team. Look at the way the field's been set. I mean, even the bowling here, you know, is pretty accurate. And that's what we've got to focus on. It's about a starting point and watching teams grow and watching players and the teams develop and get better all the time. And I love it. It really is good. And I'm sure we're going to see the same for Malta, who only started, I think, probably less than 18 months ago when we first saw their national team come together. So it's work in progress. But you know what? The one thing you can't take away from every one of those players is the commitment, the desire, and also the passion that they give. And that's what makes it, and going to make this such an exciting and entertaining contest between these two.
Absolutely. And I can sense from the opening exchanges as well, it's going to be a fairly balanced exchange between these two sides. I don't think there's too much in it. Of course, Croatia do have a star player, Vukusic, who's not available for this weekend, and especially at this level, you often have 1 or 2 players that can dominate, and I don't think that will be the case for either of these sides. So it does present this opportunity for new players to step up, to take on a bit of responsibility for their side. And well, Pavla Senjog is bowling the third, and she started off well here, just consistently outside that off stump. When she does bowl a wide, it tends to be outside off, and that was a brilliant delivery. That just swung a bit too much. Anupama Ramashan swings and misses on that occasion. But I think you're exactly right, Rico, for both of these sides, still very early on in their cricketing careers. And what a great experience it is for them to play out there. Beautiful weather, great surroundings, great setup on the network. They'll be able to watch the footage back as that hit pad. That hit pad overpeeled.
Yeah, I think it came off the bat. There's no signal there from the umpire, so that's definitely, it came off quickly off the bat. If you have a look at this, there's not too much pace on the ball, but once it gets by, look how it accelerates. And wicketkeeper actually has done really well. That's silly. Sebastian, it's done well to get gloves to that. Almost takes what would have been a great catch. Good bowling this from Pavla, I like it.
She's getting similar swing to what Helen got in that first over. It's just drifting in the air, and it looks every time when it comes out the hand that it's going to go down leg, but by the time it lands at the batter, it's threading that off peg, and that's a solid over from Pavla at the end of the power play. Malta women, they just lost that early wicket, but since then it's been good consolidation from Jessica and Anupama, so they get to 15 runs.
Yeah, it's a nice, steady bowling. Good field set as well. We've got plenty of pressure around the batters, which are not allowing them to take those easy singles. I like the 45. I like the short mid-wicket. And even on the offside, I often say that when I see the women setting a field, for me, it's far more attacking than what we see from the men. I know that the men tend not to put too many close fielders in this format because they're concentrating more on saving the boundaries. I suppose that's kind of understandable because in general you see a lot more boundaries in the men's game at the moment than the women, especially when you've got two teams that are developing into the game. So having those fielders in close, I like it. It reminds me of the way, I'm not going to say the way cricket was played, but the way I used to play cricket. If I'm bowling, I want people in close. I don't want to give them a single. I want to say to the batter, you want the runs? Work for them. And I think in the women's game, you certainly did see that.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, Mia, the bowler, is working hard here. And she's a perfect example, Rico, of what we were saying, that she's not got any express pace, but just that length that she bowls, that one's just a bit too wide, means that by the time it gets to the batter, who's not the tallest either, it's actually coming up to about Anupama's waist or even higher, which means playing on the front foot is really just not an option. Unless you come charging down the pitch, that one was just a bit fuller, so she can get forward to that one. Unless you really charge at the ball and make it almost a full toss or a Yorker, there's a chance of run out here if the bowler, Mia, was able to collect it. It was a good throw in from the deep, and Jessica was struggling here on the second run. You can see the ball came in. A direct hit would have certainly been out.
Yeah.
And I think Mia, the bowler there, was hoping actually that it would have been a direct hit. You can see that's a perfect example. It's smack down the ground. It will be the first for Anupama, and that's the right shot to play on that. She played on the front foot, but look at her bat. It's more or less a tennis shot as she swipes across it, and some might say, you know, it's not a correct cricket shot, but that's the exact shot you need to play for this ball.
Yeah, you got to play to the pitch that you're playing on, and we know. I mean, it's one of the things I said to you yesterday. I actually was very surprised that in the European Cricket Series we just saw, we didn't see any spinners, because I think the spinners, the slower bowlers, would use the bounce to their benefit, and it means the batters have to change the way they play, and that's exactly what we see there from Ramishan. Nice shot, first boundary of the day, hits it well. She's got power, hasn't she? She's a powerful hitter, and I think if she gets herself in, she could go on and score a very healthy score, maybe in 25 or 30, which could certainly help their team put a good score on the board. Just tries to feather this one away. Jessica just guided into that third. It's going to be the end of the over. 10 come off that one. Mia, first time we've seen her play for Croatia. Not a bad start at all. And Malta, they move to 25 for 1 after the 4 overs. I want to say very good morning to our umpires. Hey, we got some ICC umpires with us. Vinay Malhotra is out there with Sunil Gowda. Two men that I know very well. Actually, first time I saw both of them was actually in, Vinay was in Germany a long time ago in Krefeld. I think he was there with when we were doing some T20s. And nice to see him again. And also Sunil Gowda, I've seen him on my travels as well in Germany. I think I saw Sunil the last time. Probably was, I think, in Sweden. So nice to see him out there as well. And Uma is the third umpire. Another boundary. Good shot this time. It's Anupam. Just starting to open up. Just starting to get used to the bounce here, I feel.
Yep, absolutely. And Seema's come in to bowl. First one, just not quite the right line. And that's exactly right. Anupama, when she gets given a bit of width, it's a low-risk shot to just swing your hands through it. That's exactly what she does on that occasion. She might have another opportunity here. She does. There is a fielder out there. The chase is on. She will be able to cut it off out there. Will Pavla, who pulled a good first over herself. And it's good to see Croatia using, 5 bowlers in the first 5 overs just to, again, settle those nerves, gives everyone a chance. Also gives the captain, Lydia, a chance to see who can be relied upon, who maybe is still a bit nervous. But so far, I think all of the Croatia bowlers have performed well.
Yeah, just starting to now get a partnership going, just starting to get into their rhythm. You can see that both batters now are starting to get the legs moving. There's footwork now. They're getting themselves into a good position. Oh, that's probably going to be a little bit too high and will be called a no ball there by Vinay Malhotra. And just trying to get that a little bit fuller. You can see what the idea was from the bowler Seema, but just goes a little bit too full, too strong on that one. So free hit, and hit pretty well. That also is going to be 4 runs. It's a good shot with mid on being just a little bit wide there. Hits that nice and straight. That's going to be 4 more runs, and well, Nupam is going very well. Lovely shot, 4 runs.
I will say here, I think Croatia, we were enjoying their field placements earlier. I think they're maybe being a bit too aggressive here with the field, especially when someone like Anupama's on strike and she can hit it. I'd protect that boundary, and they have sent someone back to long on now. It's Mia out there, but I don't think you need to go super aggressive from the start.
Yeah, I'm with you there. They've now, I think you can see they've got like a field set in the V. It's actually a very nice looking field. I wonder if we maybe, oh, that's well struck. There'll be a chase on here. There's going to be a chase between the Grizzly and the fielder, but the fielder will win the battle. The batters will come back for a couple. Yeah, I wonder if we can see a quick look at the field, maybe before the start of the next over, before the bowler comes in, because it's a nice field set. But what we can do at the moment, because it is the end of the over, and at the 5 over point, we see that the score moves nicely to 37. They've lost that 1 wicket, that early loss, but a good partnership being put together here as we welcome you into our commentary position for the start of a weekend of international action.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, we've got the women out there at the moment, and then we're going to go over to the men's game. We've got Estonia visiting. I know we saw them just a couple of hours ago last night, wasn't it? And I'm looking forward to them getting into action as well. I think it's evenly matched teams, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. We see this one played away. They'll take a single. I was looking at the squads of the 2 teams, and I do know that with Malta, for example, Darshit Padanka, who's a very good player, and he's looking super fit at the moment. Lost a lot of weight. He's really put a lot of effort in his fitness. So he's in the squad, but he'll mainly play just the T20s, and I think 1 or 2 other players will be the same. But just looking at both the squads, some of the talents that are going to be on show for the men is going to be quite sensational. We've got guys that, of course, have made history on the network. I know that, for example, Stefan Gooch, he has the best bowling figures on the network. He's also a player that has scored over 150 runs in a match. He's right up there as one of our top scorers. You've got something like Arslan Amjad, who scored that thrilling, I think it was 172, was it, in Estonia, and he holds the records for the most number of 6s in an innings. So we really have got some talented players. Of course, that was a record that was almost broken by Zain Naqvi when, of course, myself and you were in Bologna. So we got some really good players, and I think we're going to have an outstanding series, not just a close one between the women and between Malta and Croatia, but also the men of Estonia and Malta. I think it's going to be a very good and exciting series. So look forward to that. And once again, a lot of other people joining in the chat. Hello. Nice to have you all with us on this weekend. This is going to be another one that's going to have to be chased down, and oh, unlucky. It's a good chase. Gave it everything. But in the end, the Grizzly, and most times the Grizzly will win the battle here because his outfield is very fast and gets a foot on it, but you can see that the rope was right there, and unfortunately it's going to be 4 more runs, but a good shot this time is Jessica, who brings up her first boundary.
It's a bit of a downslope there as well, so it's a good effort from Valentina, but the ball was always going to win that battle. It was a nice stroke, and just a couple of runs away from the 50 here are Malta, and given that they lost that very early wicket, going in the 2nd ball of the day, come back strongly, but that's a good delivery from Mia, beating the bat on that occasion. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the men's games and the women's games. I love these alternating formats as well. I know that the men who have to move the rope probably don't love it quite as much as that one goes through, but will be cut off. And a direct hit there would have been interesting. As I think it was the keeper that actually dislodged the bails in the end, but this direct hit, I think, certainly would have been out. Had she picked it up cleanly there, silly, she could have got the run out as well, but as it was, Anupama gets home safely. It's the end of the over as well. So after 6, Malta 49 for 1. But you were listing some of the players there for both the Estonia and Malta sides. So looking forward to that. See that the Estonian side have turned up as well. I know they're very keen to get as much cricket in as possible. They were using the nets yesterday. They were enjoying watching a bit of the final as well later in the day. And they're ready and raring to go. They've got the 2 games today. The women will play the 3, and then we'll reverse it tomorrow. So the men will have the early start tomorrow with 3 games. And the men will then have a day off on Monday as the 2 women's sides will play back-to-back 2020s. And then the men take to the stage on Tuesday, and a bonus 2020 for Malta and Estonia on the Wednesday as well. So just the 2 T20s for Malta and Croatia women. So their job will be done by Monday evening. And the men have to stick around just a while longer, and you'll have to stick around a while longer as well, because Wednesday I already have to hot-foot it over to Corfu. So you'll be flying solo for just that one.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, you're watching some women's cricket here, but you'll be playing some yourself. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to getting out there, and you spend so much time around cricket that you forget, oh, I can actually play this game as well. So I'm looking forward to meeting up with my German teammates, and should be a great little series against Greece as well. I know Greece will be looking forward to it as well.
Great bit of fielding there, Maya. Direct hit, knocks the stumps over, but the batter does get in. That brings the 50 up. That single for the women of Malta. I know that you do a lot of exercise when you're here. I mean, I know you were telling folks on your day off you went for like a 20k run. This one is going to be beautifully placed. It's going to be 4 more runs. So Anupama Ramishan is just starting to find her rhythm now. I like the way that she's watching the ball. Her position is good. She's got a lovely, stays nice and still until the last moment. And she does like to play that shot, doesn't she? Off the back foot, hitting it through the covers. Going to get 4 more runs there. Moves now to 26.
That's a high score on the network as well.
19, and she goes to the same area again, but this time it will be fielded nicely, just a single. But is that part of your, are you given, so bearing in mind that you're not having regular training sessions, but are you given by the coaches, right, you've got to try and do this in the week in preparation, or do you just do that for your own back?
We are given a fitness plan. Mine's a bit of a tailored one, because I spend a lot of time on the road. So sometimes there's a gym, sometimes there's no gym.
Of course,
sometimes you can run outside, sometimes you can't, depending on where you are. So they do give me a bit of grace, and they say, well, as long as you're moving, then that's good enough for us. That's why I go for the runs in the morning. I did the one longer run on my day off, but it was it was about 11 o'clock in the morning. It was quite hot, and I ended up weaving a lot of tourists. So I think I'll stick to my 6 a.m. runs. It's a bit more peaceful. You get it out of the way early on, and then your conscience is clear the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's. Malta. It is an island. If you did a 20k run, you probably ran around the whole island. 6 more kilometres, I think you would have done. But the thing with Malta is it's. Let's just say that the footpaths for the pedestrians are sort of not the best, but not because they're not well maintained, but because just the way that the city is very, very difficult to have regular footpaths all over the place. So the little promenade bit is nice, but once you get past that, you're literally running on the road. So it's not ideal for running unless you find an athletics track somewhere and go running around the track. Let's focus our attention a little bit on what's happening tonight. This is going to be match number 12 and 13, and we're going to see Beveren back in action, and those two playing back-to-back matches. Of course, yesterday we did see the 12 Stars in action, and well, they got it was a even Stevens yesterday there in Belgium. But yeah, today we'll see Beveren taking on the Brussels Warriors. And I just read that name, Tina, and I picture Brussels sprouts with armory. Maybe that should be their logo, the Brussels Warriors, and a team that all the vegetarians around the world are supporting. The Brussels sprouts is going to be taking on Beveren.
Yeah, but Brussels Warriors sounds like something like a vegan army.
Yeah, I like that's even better. Vegan army, yeah, like that. Last night it was the Royal Brussels. Now, what about Royal Brussels? What's it do? Oh, they got crowns? That's a Brussels sprout with a crown. The Royal Brussels took on the 12 Stars, and it was one apiece, with Royal Brussels actually scoring 112. This is a good hit. It's going, and wow. Has that gone all the way? It's going to be a boundary check here. I have a feeling this might have just cleared the rope. It's a full delivery. It's been absolutely cream cracking. I mean, they might be having a look at the height as well, actually. That's going to be pretty close. I'm going to give the bowler the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
I think it's coming down. But now let's have a look at the boundary. Where's his one? That's 6 runs. 6 carreras. Put them up in the air like you just don't care. Arriva, Ginna Sona, Shaka Maria. That's 6 runs.
Great kick and great hit by Anu Palmer as he's kicking on here. Moves to 34 and a chance here. Oh dear, and it should have been a run out, and Helen had about 2 or 3 opportunities to get the ball in hand there. Doesn't manage it, and Anu Palmer, it's a bit of a suicidal run, this one. She just doesn't get the ball, and then I think the ball actually does hit the wickets. In the end, though,
the balls don't come off.
It doesn't, and sometimes the trouble with these stumps with the base on, they're a bit solid. So that one gets flashed in the air, and it's almost a brilliant catch
great
there.
effort.
Throws her hands up in the air. Not the umpire. This time it was the fielder, and I thought she might be able to grab onto that. That was Lydia, the captain. Would have been a spectacular catch. She gets almost all of it with her right hand. It just pops out. But you can see here, Jessica and Anu Palmer, they're looking to accelerate. And that was a brilliant 6 down the ground. Can she repeat the trick here? She goes for the big swipe, misses it on this occasion. That will be the end of the 8th. Still a good over though for Malta, with a big 6 coming off it and a handful of singles as well. 10 runs coming off it at the end of the 8th. Malta 65 for 1. They'll be looking towards that expected score, certainly into the 80s.
Yeah, and let's also focus on this. I mean, if you like your women's cricket, well, we've got plenty of it for you. We've got the shorter format here, T10, and then in Czechia, we have 2 more matches where Vinny Sandu and Danny Hudacek will be talking you through the internationals between Czechia and the Cyprus women. That one will be starting pretty soon, I think. Match number 3, of course, yesterday it was Cyprus that got a good, comfortable win in the first match, but I like the way that Czechia came back in the second. So it was 201 to 134 in that match number 2. So where the first one was kind of a one-sided affair, 151 to 37 for 10, and we saw a 7-wicket haul in that as well.
Yeah, we did, and I think it's actually the 4th time that in women's cricket there's been a 7-wicket haul. Just the once that chap we were talking about in the Malaysia-China game in the men's side, but it's happened on a few occasions in the women's game. I think Frederica Overdijk from the Netherlands, she's got a 7-wicket haul to her name, but certainly one for the history books, and I'm sure Czechia will look to come back stronger. Again, they're a side that's still learning. We saw them in the Challenger division at the ECI-W in December last year. I know they'll be in the emerging division this year, and I'm sure sides like Croatia and Malta have aspirations to play in that as well. As we go into the 9th, Pavla, who's impressed with the ball, has come back to bowl her second. Will be able to scamper through 4 byes here. But what I've liked actually from the Croatia bowling is that when there has been wides, it's been more or less always down the offside. There haven't been too many down the leg sides. Even in the ECS over the last few days, we saw some of those big booming wides going down the leg side, which then went for 5 wides because the keeper just left really with no chance. But they're keeping it to one side of the wicket here, the Croatians. And that's a brilliant delivery, and that's that textbook ball from Pavla that starts just about on leg stump in the mid-air, and by the time it lands, it's right on that middle peg, and it's good enough to dismiss Jessica, who's put in a good shift. She opened the batting, saw her opening partner dismissed very early on in the piece, but she stuck around. But that delivery, it's a brilliant one from Pavla, gets the second wicket, and Malta women 69 for 2, middle of the 9th.
Yeah, great delivery. What a lovely moment that is for Pavla. Jaga there, Pate gets the breakthrough, gets the wicket, and just that extra effort of getting the ball just a little bit further and makes all the difference. Really well bowled. That's a sensational delivery, and I think if she gets that same sort of delivery in again, she's going to take a lot of wickets. That's a really, really well bowled by Pavla. And she comes again, now to the new batter, tries the same again. Now, that's gone. That is out. Yeah, I mean, it's a very polite inquiry, but it's definitely gone. And Pavla, who's adding now to the 5 wickets she's taken. Have a look at this. The only thing that could have saved the batter is a bit of bat on it. There's no bat on it. It goes onto foot. Now, watch this. If we can see this, maybe we can see it real time as well. So, I mean, there's no doubt about it. But look at it real time. Nobody else really appeals. So we see the delivery, and it's just a little, how's that? Yeah, it's out. And then look at the joy. Yeah, I've got another 2 in 2. And Pavla is on a hat-trick. Well, unfortunately, Tanuja is going to have to go without scoring. And, well, this is the way hat-tricks are looking at the moment. We saw one yesterday on Gulfras Masi. And we see another here. Oh, well bowled.
She does her best, doesn't she? It's this deceptive line from Pavla. It's an awful kind of line as a batter, as you think it's going to go down leg side. And Svetlana, the new batter, certainly thought that she could just hit that one away to leg. She does manage to in the end. But by the time it lands at her, it's pretty much on middle peg. As Pavla then doesn't manage to get the hat-trick. It's been a bit of a hat-trick fest at the start of May. We've had 4 already in the first 2 days of May. Pavla, 1 ball away. Still a brilliant 2 deliveries from her, and a nice fight back from Croatia as well. Anupama, though, still out there. I think she needs a single here, Rico. And indeed, she does get it as it's hit away to Sanya, which means that Anupama will retain the strike for the final over. Malta women 71 for 3, but a great over for Pavla, and brilliant figures from her, finishing 2 for 9 off her 2 overs. Both of those wickets coming in succession in that 9th over. It all happened in that one for Pavla. And going into the final over then, Anupama, it's her job really to boost that score for Malta. Certainly still looking 75 plus, maybe even 80. I'm assuming here the captain of Croatia, Lydia, will take on the responsibility to bowl the last, and she will indeed. She comes in, cap on, game face on, and that was almost a chance for a caught and bowled there. And there's some good foot fielding in the deep by Mia. And in fact, it looks like there that Anupama, she declined the single. So she knows that she's the key player there for Malta. And I think she's just trying to deal in boundaries. So they did switch in the end. So she's got trust in Svetlana that she can get herself to the other end. But it's been rolled onto the stubs there for 4th wicket to fall for Malta. It was unfortunate actually for Svetlana. She got bat on it, but only managed to roll back onto the stumps. And you can see the absolute delight for Croatia. I love the passion that they're playing this game with as Lydia, the captain, picks up her first wicket. It's a lovely delivery actually. Just a nice fuller ball, and Svetlana is kind of reaching for it outside off stump and only manages to knock it onto her own castle. And well, jumping in celebration. Their cock-a-hoop are Croatia, and why not, as they pick up another wicket. It's the 3rd wicket in just about 5 deliveries, as Stella Aruja is the new batter. She just needs to get Anupama on strike here. And she cuts that one away. She will get the 1. She might get more, actually. That's a good stop by Valentina. Anupama on this occasion says, okay, well, I'll keep the strike. See if she can find the boundary one more time. As there's now 3 balls left, 73 on the board.
Yeah, great bit of bowling actually from Croatia. All their bowlers just loving that over from Pavla, picking up her best figures on the network. 2 wickets, 2 for 9 I think she finished with, yeah. And Lydia, oh, that's a good looking shot. Gonna try and get down here, and oh, it's unlucky. I was worried for a moment that the 2 fielders might end up colliding into each other. I think that was Sanja who was there with Seema, but just couldn't stop it. Lovely shot. You can see why Remishan is quite keen to get back on strike. That's a nice shot. Right, 2 more balls to go. Can they get into the 80s, the Grady 80s as we like to call them?
Lovely timing from Anupama on that occasion. This time tries to come down the pitch, and they're going to take every run they can here, as it's good backing up from Stella Aruja as they get the single. So Anupama in all likelihood will finish unbeaten. It's an excellent knock from her, as she certainly gets her high score on the network. Previously it was 23 against Bulgaria last year. She's moved on here to 42, and she's got it in quick time as well. 29 deliveries And the 5-4s in there as well. And of course that big Maximo. Final ball coming up for Malta. That'll be another one. And Anu Palmer, I think she might have been tempted to run there actually.
Yeah.
As soon as it doesn't go cleanly into the keeper's hands, why not? It's the final delivery.
Yeah, I think you're right. Just take it. Right, so definitely going to have a chase in the 80s, that's for sure. But what will it be, 80 or 80 something? Lydia down the leg side again, but this time it gets played at by the batter, so they will get a single here, be given a leg bite, but that will also conclude the innings, and they finish exactly on 80. And I think they'll be pretty satisfied, Malta, with that score, the first outing. I think it's definitely defendable if they bowl very well, but at the same time, if Croatia get off to a good start, there's definitely a chase that could be on. And who knows, well, we are used to the women giving us a sort of golden start to the day. Maybe this one has a bit of the golden ball feel about it. But well done from both sets of players. I think Croatia, they bowled with a lot of discipline, bowled some very good lines. I think they fielded well, they attacked the ball, and they made Malta work hard for their run. But at the same time, a very good knock there from Romishan, who finishes on 42 of 29.
It was a very good start for Croatia as Helen picked up that earlier wicket. It was a brilliant delivery. But Anu Palmer, she then came in, and it was the partnership between her and Jessica that was worth 68 in the end. So almost all of the runs coming from those two out in the middle. And Anu Palmer in particular, she was the chief destructor for Malta as she scored 42. 6 boundaries along the way as well, 5-4s, and you can see just how quick this outfield is. She does manage to get one all the way over the rope for a Maximo. Certainly a highlight that she'll be looking back on, but Croatia just kept on firing it in at those stumps. That was first of 2 wickets and 2 deliveries for Pavla Senjug, including the second one with the world's most polite LBW appeal. There was just a little turn and a little question, and the umpire duly obliged. And for Croatia, they just kept on going and going. Lydia, then the captain, she picked up a wicket as well. And look at the delight on their faces. They're playing cricket in Malta. The sun is shining, and why wouldn't you love to be out there? But there was still a flourish there from Malta in the end as Anu Palmer, certainly the star of the show with the bat. She finishes unbeaten and certainly has put her side to a total that they'll be happy to try to defend. As we take a look at the scorecard, and despite Sweta going early in the first over, it was a nice comeback from Anu Palmer and captain Jessica as they notched a partnership worth 68 of the 80 runs in total. Stella Arucha came in towards the end and just did her part by getting Anu Palmer back on strike so that she could finish with another boundary as well in that final over. Looking at the bowlers, just the 5 bowlers used, but I like the fact that Croatia allowed every bowler to bowl within the first 5, and Pavla Senjug in particular, she was mighty impressive, giving away just 9 runs in her 2 overs and picking up 2 wickets in 2 deliveries. So it was a nice start from Croatia. I'm sure every game they'll play, they'll look to bring that extras total down and down, but certainly it was discipline from them. Even those wides that did happen were mostly down the offside, so certainly something that they can take a lot of heart from. So we're already deep into match 1 here of this ECI series between Malta and Croatia, and at the halfway stage Malta have 80 runs on the board, so Croatia, they need 1 more, 81 for the victory in this very first ECI, 1 of 3 for the women today. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico for the run chase here on the European Cricket Network in just over 5 minutes time.
get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning and welcome back to the first of 5 ECI-Ws between Malta and Croatia. And at the halfway stage of this very first one, Malta, they put on 80 runs on the board. Of course, the bonus point is back in play. So Croatia want to pick up 4 points from their first game. They'll have to chase down 81 runs in 7 overs or less. As for Malta, if they want to get their tournament off to the perfect start, they will have to keep Croatia to 56 runs or less. I think it's quite delicately poised at the halfway stage. Of course, so early on in the series, it's difficult to say what a pass score might be, but gut feeling for both me and Rico is something around 70-80 is probably actually in that golden ball zone. Of course, that first ECI between Portugal and Norway, the 2 women's sides, just a few weeks ago, we all remember that epic game. That one finished in a golden ball. Could we have lightning striking twice here between these 2 sides out in the middle? And it was a good bowling performance, actually, I thought, from Croatia. Given their lack of experience in their lineup, they performed well. They bowled a few extras, but those wides were mostly down the offside. And when they got the deliveries right, boy, they were difficult to face. Swinging it mostly away from the right-hander, and a few times saw the stumps of the Malta batters being upended. But it was Anupama Ramashan who stood tall for the Malta side, scoring 42 runs, remaining not out as well, scoring the first maximo of the series as well as 5 fours. She was ably supported by her captain Jessica Reimer as well. As Lakita will have the ball in hand for Malta, and Helen, she opened the bowling, she'll be opening the batting as well. She's joined out in the middle by her captain Lydia. And I'm joined in the commentary cage by Rico Fall, who is always just out there perusing the pitch, also, of course, getting ready for that men's game in just a few moments' time after this one. So it's all action today here at the Master Sports Ground, isn't it?
All action today. Action, entertainment. We often say that we bring you the best cricket from around the planet, and we bring you a frenzy of it, really. Action, entertainment, drama, a little bit of comedy as well, cricketainment. And, you know, that's no wonder that more and more people are joining our family all the time. We're getting bigger and better. And, of course, big thank you to everybody on the chat as well for being with us this weekend and enjoying the action. And I think it's going to be, you know, we're going to, oh, that's well backed up by the bowler. We're going to see, of course, different kind of matches, aren't we, between when we see the women playing from when we see the men. I think when we see the women playing, we're going to see maybe the tactics deployed perhaps in the field going to be quite key. That one might just be too high. I think it's been called straight away by the on-field umpires, in fact, and it will also go to the boundary. So that's a minimo. He'll take that as Lydia crunches this to the boundary. And I like this. You know, quite often you see when you get a beamer coming your way, you just want to get out of the way. Not Lydia. She says, you know what, I don't mind. I'm going to crunch it to the boundary. And I'm also going to take the free hit. So she's ready for the free hit. As unfortunately, Lakita just got that a little bit wrong. Just checking her field here now. And let's see if she can get it right. And a little bit too wide this time. But yeah, I think it's going to be, you're going to see the tactical battle between the women. They're going to be very even Stevens. I think the men will also be the same. I think when you look at both teams on paper, they're going to be very even. But I think there it will be whoever's got the more muscle power might go on and win the match. The team that can hit the most sixes. And I think that's going to be very interesting. I'm going to love the way that we transition from one to the other. It's pretty well hit. Just be a single.
Oh, I absolutely agree with that. And it's 2 different types of cricket. Both have a lot of merit to them. I feel like sometimes in the men's game, the fielders are just bystanders. You can move them around, but if the ball keeps on sailing over your head, it doesn't really matter where they are. Whereas in the women's game, actually getting your field right can be so important, especially in the power play. And then coming out of the power play, for example, Croatia in that first innings, we were saying maybe they just didn't get the field quite right, especially for Anupama, who was hitting around the field, and you need to protect those boundaries. especially in these women's games where there's not as many of them. So there was 7 boundaries in all in that first innings, but getting your field right to prevent any freebies is certainly a key part of this game. And well, of course, there was the one freebie, that big no ball that Lydia cashed in on, but otherwise it's been a decent start here from Nikita. She's another bowler where she gets a lot of movement in the air, and she just needs to find that right line, and if she gets it on the stumps like Helen did, who's facing up to her now, then she can be a dangerous bowler. Just needs to be able to control that swing a bit. Again, Helen goes after that one. Probably would have been a wide had she left it. It's interesting to see how many away swing bowlers both sides have, and it's a tough action to get right, especially going away from the right-hander, because you almost need to set the ball outside leg stump. That's a nicer delivery. It's knocked away though by the captain of the Croatians. That will also mark the end of the first over. 12 runs coming off it, so an excellent start for the chasing side here. That run rate is below 8, but I'm sure Malta have some more bowlers in their armoury as well. 18 matches since a golden ball. I can just sense these two sides are evenly matched, Rico, and I feel like they could throw up a golden ball in the next 5 games.
Yeah, and my feeling is the same with the men as well. So maybe, you know, we've had a flurry of hat-tricks. We've had well, even a little flurry of 5 bigger hauls and a couple of centuries. I think that's certainly on the cards as well today. Maybe a century or 2 with some more hat-tricks, but maybe a couple of golden balls would be nice to finish off our time here in Malta. Of course, it doesn't come to an end after this weekend as well, because the men continue to do battle, but in the T20 format as well. So plenty of action still to come from Malta. And I wonder if we can have, after this delivery, it's well bowled and well struck as well. I just feel perhaps here that Malta in the field a little bit deeper than what Croatia were. I wonder if they're just allowing some of these singles. I can see that already Croatia probably had a fielder in pretty close in the offside, whereas you can see here that the Croatian batters, if they get bat on ball there, they've got quite an easy single on the offside all the time. But yeah, I wonder if we can see Diana Oroz, and there's a question for you this morning in the chat. So Diana Oroz is wearing a team kit. Can anybody name me the kit? I know that Elsa will get onto Diana maybe after this delivery. So can that's the early morning question of the day.
Yeah.
What kit? I mean, it might be a giveaway if we get too close to it. So
yeah, we've got to keep our distance, just
keep
so
our distance.
We don't get the spoiler alert, but she's looking absolutely resplendent. The bucket hat to match as well. And well, Peacock Friday was yesterday, but certainly Diana and I are keeping up the summery vibes, as we're just looking forward to cricket all weekend, and of course over in Belgium and in Czechia as well. There's not too many occasions we have 3 live streams going at once. I know, of course, the Belgium game doesn't happen, or the series doesn't happen till this evening, but they've already got the live streams locked and loaded.
Oh, there we go. There is a little clue there, but what kit? And there's Diana, the ECM photographer, and looking, well, she's a bit like yourself. Oh, this one just goes, how about that? Well, it's a little bit of kung fu cricket. There's the wicket keeper. That's a proper kung fu style flying, sliding kick here to try and stop the ball, but that one just tries to put a bit more effort into that one. Does the bowler, Tanuja, and that just comes out wrong. It doesn't get on the pit, so you can see the umpire, Sunil, signalling the free hit. So there's a couple of opportunities for the batters to get the free hits away.
That's Tanuja who's bowling the second over, and another one blows a bit hot and cold, and that's the exact delivery she was trying on that previous delivery, so she gets away with the free hit. It's just a case for Malta, I believe, of keeping down those extras. But Croatia, the 2 batters out there, the openers, they're just chipping away. They'll also be aware of the fact that they will get a few freebies here and there, as is the case there. Tanuja just again gets that one wrong. It will be another free hit. So Helen and Lydia out there in the middle for Croatia know that they don't have to do anything wild. If they just stick around, knock the ball into the gaps, and there are gaps, as you said, Rico. Malta sitting quite firmly on that ring. then Croatia can just knock it around, take the singles, and wait for the extra deliveries and a free hit coming up here for Helen. And again, it's a brilliant comeback delivery from Tanuja, who's another one who just has this lovely action, and the ball comes out slightly from the side, which means when she gets it wrong, it's going to go very wrong because it's going to go off the pitch to the left. When she gets it right, it's going to be a tough delivery for the Croatians to keep out. Helen on that occasion just stabs the bat down on it, gets a single.
Yeah, it doesn't feel right about that. Yeah, when she gets it wrong, the other thing I see is that she's kind of, her body kind of falls over, and that's what ends up being really short and doesn't even hit the pitch. But if she holds her shape, if she keeps herself upright, see with that one, I wonder if we can see this one again, also please. If you see Tanuja, just watch the way she follows through. Just look at the way she sort of collapses on herself. So she goes down here pretty low, whereas when she gets it right, she holds her position upright a lot more, and that helps the ball to go straighter and a bit fuller. And when she does get it right, you're right, Tina, she bowls a really good delivery. Once down the leg side, but the batter kind of helps out by getting a bat onto it. One thing that I noticed, especially when the teams first start out, they're playing their earlier games, and I think I've seen that when I was actually in Cyprus and I watched Cyprus play for the first time. I think the first time I saw Malta play, is that in every over, there's probably 3 very good deliveries, and there's 3 that go a little bit wrong. But the more you play, then those percentages start changing. You get more consistency, you get into a pattern, you get the ball full all the time. So one thing I think we will see over the course of even this series is that the number of extras will start to go down, and the number of balls in an over that, I mean, at the moment it's 50-50. We'll start to see it more sort of a 75 to 25, much better percentages of good balls, and that's just playing the game. And that's why another thing I love the fact that we're doing a lot of these series around Europe, that it gives the opportunity to the players to play, because you know, you can bowl indoors, you can have a net, you can do all of those things, but nothing beats being out there and playing in the open air, in the sunshine. You get everything right. You get the team dynamics, because it is a team game. Team dynamics are there. You get the feel of being outdoors. You're bowling on a proper pitch. You're not bowling on a gym floor. There's so much more to it. So play more cricket and they'll get better and better and better.
Absolutely, and it's a bit of a baptism of fire for both of these sides as well. As I was speaking to Criselda Brits, the former South African Test captain in Portugal, about the fact that when she started playing cricket, she didn't have the cameras on her. She was just playing in parks and having a nice time, whereas here, a lot of these players, of course, they're internationals, but they're still learning their game, and they're having to do it on the big stage with the cameras, with people making comments on the chat, and they're out there and they're putting themselves out there. They're being brave, something that a lot of people can learn a lot from. And the fact that you're saying, for example, that they're bowling 2 or 3 good deliveries every over means that there's potential there.
Big time.
You'd be concerned if they weren't bowling those good deliveries, but you can see in every single bowler, same with Tanuja, who bowled that previous over, and now Susan George, who's come on for this one. When they get it right, you see the potential bowler in them.
Yeah.
And there's always going to be wides, because when all of us started playing cricket, there was wides, there was ones that come out wrong, because when you start off doing anything, you're not very expert at it from the very first ball. So this is just people at the very start of their cricketing careers and doing it immediately in a pressure environment, really. They are representing their countries and they're putting their bodies on the line. Excellent dive and stop there from the fielder. Svetlana, again, got a smile on her face. They're absolutely enjoying their time out there, and why wouldn't they be?
That's a really good stop. That ball was hit out the middle, and Svetlana gets down, makes a stop. Brilliantly done. And yeah, good standards. Good standards, and standards that will improve all the time. That's lofted over the top of the infield, but there is a sweeper that's been well positioned out there. Once again, just be a single. Probably would have been a wide ball, this one, actually, but I don't mind the batter deciding going to go for the shot, and plays a nice shot and gets it elevated over the infield, but there is a sweeper that stops the ball going to the boundary. You can see that's Priyan who's hovering on the boundary as well. I know that Priyan is a big part of the setup and the coaching staff of the the women's game. That's another thing, is that one, unfortunately, is going to be another no ball. But I'd like to see, and I know you see it with some coaches more than others, because there's nothing stopping the coaches doing that. I like to see the coaches walking around the boundary, talking to the players, passing on maybe little tips about the field, etc. I think that's also important, because don't forget, not only are the players very new to it, so are the captains, and the captains, they're normally good leaders, but they might need some advice on some of the tactics about changing the field depending on who's batting, you know, because that sometimes becomes quite key. You get a batter that's pretty strong on the onside, a batter that's good on the offside, getting the field a little bit closer, who's going to bowl next. So all of those things. So it's always nice to see the coach going around, and that also gives the team just a little bit more support, and gives them that feeling of some comfort as well, that knowing that the coach is there guiding them as well. So I like to see more of that.
Yeah, I agree, and it's just an opportunity for the players to learn, and of course the coaches will have a lot of insight once the game is over, but just as the game's going on as well, as that one's hit away nicely, fielding done out there by Sweater. It's a learning opportunity, and if they can just get a few tips from either the more experienced players out there or from the coaches, then that just makes them better and better players. And as you said previously, Rico, as well, there's absolutely no replacement for being out there in the middle and playing a game against an opposition. You can play against your own teammates, you can bowl against nobody, you can bowl with your brother and sister, but it's not the same as being out there and being in a competitive environment. And we do get to the end of the power play, and Croatia very much just ticking along nicely here, 10 and over, so they're certainly on the run rate. Helen and Lydia out there in the middle are doing a good job of just eating into this target. It's now 51 runs needed in 42, and Malta certainly need a wicket soon.
Yeah, they pick up a wicket. I mean, that's one thing that Croatia were able to do. They picked a wicket pretty early on, but then of course did come that good partnership between Anupa and Jessica, and once that partnership was broken, then there was a little bit of success there towards the end of the innings from Croatia, and that's exactly what Malta need to do. So can they pick up a wicket here? So at the moment you can see that it's 15 to 30, so well ahead of the rate. Croatia, and again Malta pick up that wicket. It's going to be another one. You know, one thing I like, I have often, depending on match circumstances, I have sort of different views about it, but I like the fact that Croatia, even when the balls are going to be wide, whether it's outside the off stump or leg stump, they're hitting the ball. Yeah, I like that. And I know that some people say, but Rico, you're often saying, well, you could have left that, take the wide. Well, again, it depends on the game's circumstances. So if you're in a run chase and it's pretty close, and you need to go like kind of 1 and over or something, or 1 a ball, then if it is a wide ball, yeah, you can just leave it alone. That's a good appeal, but the ball, because of the bounce on this pitch, probably always going over the stumps. But a good start, and that's well hit. Needs to be stopped, and well, this is going to be really interesting. Get inside the field of play, yeah. Now let's have a look at this. This could be one of the most dramatic bit of fieldings that you've seen. First the two fielders collide, but does she save this? I think she does. That is an incredible save. Unbelievable. And then knocks over her colleague in the process.
Well, it wouldn't be ECN without a bit of comedy as well.
The Nuja gets wiped out, and I think they might want to see it. I want to see it again. The umpires say carry on. What a save. Can we save that for later, Elsa? That was brilliant. It was superb. Not only does the fielder, maybe now, go run it again now. Not only does she save and stop the Grizzly going out of the play by keeping the Grizzly in play, she then wipes out Thanuja. Poor Thanuja goes flying. Sensational bit of fielding.
And that's exactly what we were saying, Rico, that these players, they're seizing every single opportunity out there. They're putting their bodies on the line. And it means a lot to them being out there representing their country, and they're not going to let a single run go past them if they can help it. And it was an outstanding piece of fielding there. It looks like they're just still catching up on the scoring. Definitely didn't go for the 4, just the 1 coming off it.
Well bowled, yeah, that's the ball. Full straight, on the money, gets the wicket. They needed that one. It's going to be the end of Helen. Helen will go 7 of 16 deliveries. Really good delivery It's full, it's straight, and once again is Anupam Rameeshan that gets a breakthrough. Look at that ball. We've seen this one take wicket so much today, haven't we? Just that ball starting on around about leg, then swinging in. One thing that Rameeshan does have to do, and I'm sure the umpires will have a word with her as well, in a nice way, is just make sure she doesn't end up right in front of them, because if that hit the pad, it would be plumb LBW, but the umpire Sunil, would not be able to give it because she's standing right in his way. But a really good delivery and a good gutsy innings from Helen comes to an end.
It's a nice innings, and she's got her side more than a third of the way there. But she's undone by a brilliant delivery, and it's Anupama who delivered with the bat, and she's doing it again with the ball. Just the 2 runs coming off her over so far. Still 1 ball left. Of course, the all-important wicket as well, as Pavla comes in to the attack and hits that one to mid-off. It'll be stopped there by the fielder, Susan George. They will still come through for the 1. Pavla was someone else who impressed with the ball. She's got the opportunity now out there in the middle with her captain. She's taken the strike with that 1 on the final ball of the over as well. So Croatia 33 for 1 after 4. That was a good over from Anupama. Just the 3 runs coming off it and that all-important wicket. This game is very much delicately poised. 38 runs needed in 36 balls. And I feel like we're going to go all the way to the wire here. You can see that Croatia very much started above the run rate. They were going at 10s in the first couple of overs, but it's been dragged back by that 1 big over from Anupama. And an outstanding piece of fielding, we have to say. How good was that fielding on the boundary to make sure that what would have otherwise been a 4 was only a single. That's certainly one we'll be putting on our social media because it's worth another look.
Well, I know Elsa is a star. She'll have it ready for us whenever here we go. And I think it's Swetha.
Through the legs.
And then look at this. She stops the ball, wipes out Thanuja, but saves 4 runs. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Thanks, Elsa. In the air, and it's a good effort. But it's one of those which, if you don't catch it, is going to get through you. There's going to be 4 runs to the screams of the women of Croatia. They're celebrating, but that one, I like in the way that Stella Aruja does go for the catch rather than shy away from it. But unfortunately, she doesn't get down quick enough. It gets through her and will end up going for 4.
Big boundary for the Croatians because they just need 7 odd per over. So if they get a 4 early on, that was actually the first legal delivery from Tambi, then they've got their over off to a perfect start and they can just content themselves with a few singles here and there now. So it was Pavla on just her 2nd delivery, hitting that one to the rope, and that'll be followed up with a wide. So I think this is pretty much the tactics for Croatia here. If they can get an early boundary or even just an early 1 or 2, the rest of the over, if they can get given a few extras from Malta, then that's a big tick in the box for that over, and they'll just keep chipping away at the total. Can Tambi correct? Get it straight. She does. That's the ball she was after. Gets hit hard though, and it's a great piece of fielding from Anupama. Can she reel the ball in? Yes, she can on the 2nd attempt. That one got hit right off the middle of the bat from Pavla, and it spat up at Anupama here. Does well to get her face out of the way and her hands in front of it. Just palms it. Manages to stop it before it goes to the rope. But Pavla is someone who can hit it hard.
Yeah, that was a really good stop because not only did it have some power in it, but it came off the pitch hard as well. And this one is off the pitch. It's going to be another no ball. So a few issues for some of the bowlers, but like I say, you know, and we've touched on this before. All right, there's the odd ones, and a lot of that is the swing.
Yep.
You know, a lot of it is the swing taking the ball away, but there's a good percentage of good deliveries per over as well. So just playing more cricket will get that better. Again, that one as well. So to get a bit of swing, so one thing that Tambi can do here, just try and get a little bit closer to the umpire, to the stumps next to the umpire. She goes pretty wide and the ball tends to follow her projection off it. So if she goes a little bit straighter, close to the umpire, and she'll get that ball to go a little bit straighter. But she does get swing, so if she gets it in the right area, she's more than likely to pick up a wicket. Let's see if she can get a bit closer this time. That's better delivery, and she'll get a dot ball. Well bowled.
I think Lydia, that was the wrong shot there from her. She plays it well in the offside. I know she favours that leg side and she's trying to step across, but when the ball's swinging away from you, that ball just keeps tailing away. It's difficult to then reel it from the offside into the leg side. Look, she's giving herself a bit of room on the leg stump here This time though, she can step across it, and she's hit that one away nicely. There's a fielder out there, and Sweater, well, she's already proved what kind of a fielder she is on the rope. It doesn't get past her on that occasion, but still, it's already an over that can be called a win for Croatia, as there's 10 runs that have come off it, and there's still a ball to come, even 2 balls to come. That's the better delivery, and it's been chipped over the bowler's head, and it's going to go all the way for 4. There's the part of the field where no one is, and that's straight back down the ground. And Pavla, well, she's an early contender for play of the game as well. Of course, she picked up those 2 wickets in 2 balls, and she's scoring boundaries with abandon here. That's her second boundary of the over. There is still 1 ball left of it. This over now worth 14. It's a big one for Croatia, but can Tambi respond and maybe even pick up a wicket on this final delivery? She seems to have found her line now. Can she get another one attacking those stumps? That late swing again. It's dead ball though, called by the umpire for some reason. Maybe there was someone still talking out there in the middle. It would have been a dot ball.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was to do with, but it was a good ball. It would have been a dot as well. Great shot though, by the way, that from Pavla down the ground. And yeah, I'm liking the look of her. Bowled very well. Picked up the best bowling figure she's had so far. Okay, in the air. Can anybody get there? Oh, it's in and out of the hands of the fielder, unfortunately. A good opportunity. I think that's probably Tambi. No, it's not Tambi, is it? Susan George gets there, but it just doesn't stick. And that's unfortunate for Tambi, the bowler. And had the chance to pick up a wicket. Susan George not able to hold on to it. Catch goes down. It's 48 for 1 at the halfway point. This, of course, is what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. So, of course, Belgium, the night series, and Czechia happening at the moment. We're here until, of course, Wednesday with those T20s coming to an end. But then, of course, Jersey, the Liberation Series, has very much talked about this series. And there'll be some action from Greece and then also Sweden, Landskrona. Well, once you play a little bit of cricket, you'll be talking some more cricket there at the beautiful city of Landskrona. You're going to love Landskrona. It's got so much character, charm and appeal about it. Hopefully we're staying pretty close to the city centre. And then, of course, the cricket ground there in Malmo. Well, a couple of years since I've been there, but it was a blue pitch. And, you know, when you're so used to the norm,
yeah,
and then all of a sudden you go somewhere and you think, hang on a minute, that's blue. But watching the game on that is great. White ball on the blue pitch, yeah. It's fantastic. So, yeah, you're going to have a field day. And good teams there, and very well looked after by the locals as well. So, yeah, I think you're going to have a fantastic time there in Landskrona.
Very much looking forward to it. And being back on the mic with Vinny, or is it Rico? I'm not too sure. That one's hit away into the offside. Lakita is back for her second over. Pavla, she's ticking along nicely here. 12 off just 6 deliveries for her. And Lydia, the captain, she's holding up an end very well as well. She knows exactly what that equation is, and it's inching ever closer to more or less a runner ball. And Croatia probably banking on the fact that Malta will give them 1 or 2 extras as well. They don't need to do anything stupid here, as that one's going down leg side, despite the appeal there from the captain of Malta, Jessica.
Yeah, Lakita, this time, look, it's an interesting one, isn't it? It starts to look like it's going to shape in, and then it just holds its line. If that does come back in, it's a no-brainer. It's out.
That one's hit into the leg side, and it's a sensible run, because it's always a single down the ground, because they have both out, do Malta, so it's a long on and a long off. And this is maybe something I would work on for the home side, that they have no one really stopping that single.
Yeah.
It's not going to fly at you on the ring, I don't think. And if it flies at you, it's probably going to go for 4 anyway. They need to be much closer. For example, that one, of course, she's on the long off boundary there, and it's actually going to go through Ridmi here on the boundary, and it's 4 runs. And again, showing Pavla, she's finding the middle of the bat. That one should have certainly been stopped. Just a bit of a bobble there, and Ridmi gets in the wrong position. Goes down into the long barrier, but it's a bit of a front on long barrier.
Yeah.
Goes through the legs, 4 runs.
Yeah, that was the issue, went front on, and that means if the ball does bobble a little bit, it gets through you. I don't really like this, what we're seeing here, actually. It's the second time we've seen it. We saw on 2 occasions when there's been a bit of a misfield. There was a drop catch and the fielder got moved in this. I don't think this does the confidence of the player any good. That's one thing I would say I'm not a fan of. It's an error. It happens. But I don't think you have to move the fielder. I think the fielder knows she's made a mistake. Next time round, she'll know how. It's far better just to encourage the fielder and say, hey, next time, remember, side on like we practiced. Yeah, okay, I got it. I don't like when you're moving fielders around.
I'd agree. If it's systematic, this one goes up in the air. It's going to go over the point fielder, Stella, and it's going to go all the way to the rope. So it's back-to-back boundaries for Pavla. She moves to 20. If it's a position where it's, 5 or 6 times in a game, you think, okay, well, clearly that's not the position for them. Round of applause there from the coach. But if it's just the one occasion, you say, okay, tough luck, it can happen.
Yeah, he couldn't. We just saw Zedran there, Zenko. I don't know if we can get him again, Elsa, maybe at some point. But, I mean, what a guy he is. Of course, we've seen him playing and representing Croatia. And I remember when the ladies started, and I was in Croatia, actually, and I did get involved in some of the coaching sessions. He ran that session so well. And the girls, some of these girls were the first time they ever played, and a lot of the girls had played a little bit of softball before. But the way he coaches them, the way he nurtures them, he's just... he's a fantastic human being, fantastic coach, and we're trying to. There he is. So Zedran Zenko encouraging the players, and what he's done for the women's team in a very short period of time. Not just him. I'm sure he's had help and support from others as well. It's been quite amazing. It's good to see him here, and looking forward to having a chat with him a little bit later. But yeah, big respect for him. And he's really turning this team into a pretty good unit. Good start from the over for Rumishan. You feel that if Malta are going to get back into this, then this has to be the over, right?
I think so. Anu Palmer, she's certainly a star with both bat and ball, and she's picked up the only wicket so far. Needs to try and break this partnership, which is certainly threatening to take the game away from Malta. That one will just drift down the leg side, though. 32 for 1 was the score when these two came together, so they've added another 27, and when the total's only 81, then any small partnership can be enough to see you over the line. Just a little eye on the time here, as it's ticking down to under 6.5 minutes. And one thing to be said for Croatia's fielding is that they absolutely zoomed round. I know poor Elsa was sometimes trying to show us the graphics, and then boom, another ball was bowled. Malta have taken things a bit more of a pedestrian pace. There have, of course, been a few extras, but they still need to bowl up to the 9th over before the clock runs out. Of course, Croatia could get the runs before the time even becomes an issue. I'm sure they wouldn't mind getting the winning runs. So they're just ticking along here with a couple of singles.
That's a good example, that last bit of play, actually, where runs are being freely gifted to the Croatian batting side, where Croatia never gave them. No short mid-wicket, and as a result of that, every time the ball is hit into that leg side area, there's always a run. And here's another example. You touched on this one the previous over. I think one thing that Malta can learn from this, and I'm pretty sure the coaches are watching, is just say to them, hey, have a look at this. But again, it goes back to what I was saying before. I would like to see the coaches there on the side, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I know that we encourage that for them, just to say, right, okay, this has happened a few times, make a change in the field, help the captain and help the fielders get that field right, because they're giving away easy runs there. When you're needing a run of ball, you've got to be stopping the single. So if the ball's hit like that, it's 4 runs. That's 4 runs whether you're on the boundary or not, as you can see here. But you can at least make an attempt to stop the singles.
Absolutely, and that one, that's all just about the batting. It's a lovely hit off the bat of the Croatian captain, Lydia. She's clearly been inspired by the boundary hitting of Pavla. Lydia contributes her second boundary, in Croatia certainly look like they will take home this first ECI 15 for the golden ball, 16 to win now, as that one's lofted in the air. It's a chance for a catch. It goes in and out of the fielder there at point. Another opportunity, missed one there from Stella Aruja. It's a tough one. It skews off the bat of the Croatian batter and just doesn't get her hands in the right position. That does take us to the end of the 7th over. Croatia 66 for 1, so 15 runs needed in the final 3 overs as we look ahead to the first match between the men of Malta and the men of Estonia. And we already touched upon some of the big names we'll see for both sides. Priyan Pushparajan, he showed us a flash of brilliance in the ECSs, then disappeared again. And he's back. And Mahbub Ali, of course, the Centurion from the ECSs. Jagath Purna, the MVP. So there's a lot of players there who have played themselves into a bit of form. But of course, Estonia, they've got Stefan Guc, the captain, who I'm sure want to come and upset the Malta party here, as it has been a bit of a festival atmosphere over the last few days with, of course, finals day of the ECS yesterday. But Estonia aren't here to make up the numbers. They certainly want to get a win on the board in that first game, which is coming up in just about 35 minutes time.
Yeah, and both teams loaded with very good batters, and it makes me think straight away that the bowling and fielding could be the key. We know that that Malta, certainly when we saw them during that European Cricket Series, a lot of bowlers performed well. We've talked about it already, the 5 firsts, the hat-tricks, but can they also perform well at international level? See David Marksy comes into the side. We didn't see him play in the European Cricket Series. He'll be pretty fresh, and he's certainly been bowling well the last few times we've been here, and developed a nice slower ball to add to the ammunition that he has. And that's probably too high as well, so this over is not helping their cause. Not only are runs coming off them, that's another good hit from Lydia. She has played so well. She's hit shots on the offside. Now this one again doesn't shy away from it. It's very similar to the way we saw in that very first over. She gets a full toss. She's practiced that shot. You can see it, and all the girls have. They've had those balls thrown at them. You know what it's like, a bucket of balls thrown at your chest high and say, come on, hit it. And you just practice, practice and practice. And then it becomes perfection, and she's perfected it. And they're almost home here now, and you get the feeling as that's going to be another no ball. The batters will turn that into a couple. And almost home, but I think if this was going to be a close match, Tina, I don't think it would have gone into the last, because I think the 5 runs certainly will and would get applied here, because they're well behind the rate here now.
They are well behind, and that's, I mean, they've bowled a few extras, but as did Croatia. It's just been a fact that they've been a bit too slow in between. Well, that one might be out. She stepped right across. In fact, the umpire says no. I'd like to see that one again.
I think it's probably because it was a free hit.
Was it
I don't
free
think
hit?
it was hit a knee. Yeah, I think if it's not free, does it pitch outside the leg,
Might have pitched
maybe?
outside leg. There's nothing much going for it in that. It was a free hit, as it was a no ball in the previous delivery.
Great comeback though.
Yep.
Well done. And Danuja, we know if she gets it right, she can be dangerous. That's hit pretty well. It's going to take some stopping. Well done from the fielder. Nicely done by Anupama.
I think Malta just haven't quite been at the races in this first game. The batting was, well, it was well marshalled by Anupama, but it was only really Jessica otherwise that contributed to the runs, and we know they can be a good bowling outfit, just haven't quite performed. They've shown excellent commitment in the field, just didn't quite have enough runs on the board. And we have to say fair play to Croatia as well, as Lydia, the captain, she'll certainly want to carry her bat through this innings. Looks like she might well do that, as she's been joined by Pavla, who's been a revelation as well with both bat and ball, hitting 4 boundaries on her way to 22. And now they are just 1 boundary away, Croatia, 4 to win. In theory, they could just stay there, because I think the timer is very much against Malta as well. They certainly won't be able to bowl the remaining 9 deliveries in the just over 2 minutes available. But of course, Croatia, they want to finish with a bang, and just the 3 runs needed now after that wide delivery. And just the wrong side of the wickets. And it's interesting that Malta have only used the 5 bowlers as well, so maybe just lacking a bit of depth in their bowling. Croatia used the 5 bowlers also, but they had a few consistent performers. And if you've only got a few bowlers to choose from, Tanuja, she did bowl the second over. She's just struggling now with her lines and lengths. It does mean that you don't really have too many other options to turn to. possibly a 6th or 7th bowler, and that's going to be called a no ball. And if they run through, then that will in fact be the game, as it's a bit of an unfortunate ending there for Tanuja. I'm sure as well for Croatia, they would have liked to win with the bat, but they do win nonetheless, and you can hear the roar from Croatia, and they're going to storm the field as well, and that shows how much it means to them as Malta women go down in the first contest. And it's Croatia, absolute delight on their faces as they take the first ECI in pretty comfortable fashion in the end. The winning margin is 9 wickets, and those are lovely scenes, Rico.
This is what it's all about, isn't it? I mean, it's only the first match, of course. They've still got 4 to play, but you've got to celebrate those victories, and they do celebrate in style. Well done to Croatia. I think in this first match, I think they always seem to have the upper hand over the home side. Malta will come back better. They know where they can improve. I think little tweaks in their play, for example, in the field positioning. And of course the bowlers, we've said already that the more time they spend out there, the more they bowl, they will get better. So well done to Croatia, a good win for them. It's a nice start of their tour. They go 1 up, and of course the ladies now can take some time to have a bit of a break, but we will see them in action again. But first up, of course, as you saw on your screens there, it will be the men in action. They certainly didn't give up, Malta. There was some great fielding for them. How about this? I mean, that was an incredible save. It's probably the best bit of fielding that we've seen on a tour of Malta so far from Sueta. Really good save. But in between that, there were some that went through the fielders. The other thing about Malta is, it's fair to say they lose this match, but I think in terms of chances, they probably created more than what Croatia did, but unfortunately, they couldn't hold on to them.
They couldn't hold on to the chances, but the chances are there, Rico, and they can certainly take heart from that. Certainly someone else who will take heart from this performance is Pavla Senjug. I think that's a player of the match performance right there. Not only did she pick up 2 wickets in 2 balls, only gave away 9 runs in her 2 overs. She then did it with the bat as well, scoring 22 not out off just 13 deliveries. And of course, Lydia, the captain of Croatia, jubilant out there in the middle. She finishes on 24. As we take a look at the scorecard, and it's a nice one if you are Croatian. Heleniko, she got off to a good start actually with Lydia. They put on 32 before she fell towards the end of the 4th over, so they were always on the run rate, and it was just a case of whether Malta could chip in with a few more wickets and at least make it a wobbly end for Croatia. But again, the extras, when you give 28 extras away and you're only defending 81, it's always going to be a tough task for Malta. They did only use the 5 bowlers as well, but there'll certainly be lessons there for them. And a shout out to Anupama Ramashan as well. Doesn't really deserve to be on the losing side. Bowled well, only gave away 11 runs, picked up that 1 wicket, and also registered the highest score of the game, 42. She scored off 29 deliveries and that big Maximo as well. So she's certainly one to look out for Malta. She just needs a bit of support from the rest of her teammates. So that's match 1 in the bag, and it's a win in the bag for Croatia women. They pick up the 3 points. Malta, they'll still go home with 1. Actually, we didn't talk about that too much, Rico, but in the end, Croatia only 3 balls shy of actually picking up a 4-0 victory. But they'll come back, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy with just the win, and you saw that by the celebrations out there in the middle. So Croatia do beat Malta women by 9 wickets in the first game. They have a bit of a rest now, as it's the turn of the men. It's Malta hosting Estonia in that game, which is sure to be another cracker. We've had a bit of an early finish here, so you've got about half an hour before that first ball will be bowled. So Rico and I might go and grab ourselves a coffee, and please come back and join us for what's going to be an exciting game between Malta and Estonia and the men's side. In about half an hour's time, it'll be the first ECI, and we're looking forward to talking you through that one here on the European Cricket Network, so join us back for that.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, viewers. Well, we've had a chance to see the Maltese women host Croatia in a very entertaining first match here between the women. But now it's time for the men of Malta to play host to Estonia. Match one coming up, and we've got two characters that we know very well on the network here for the coin toss. Stefan Gooch is the captain of Estonia, and Varun Prasad, of course, the captain of Malta. And Nilkesh Patel will be doing the coin toss. Let's see what the result is.
Estonia is your call.
Heads.
Head is the call. It is tail.
We're going to bowl first.
Malta want to toss and decide to bowl first.
Thank you very much, Nilkesh. So the coin toss being won there by the Maltese captain, Varun Prasad, who says that he is going to have a bowl first. I think that's what we're going to see early on from both sets of teams here, from the women and from the men. It's all about seeing what the opposition have to offer, though I do feel later on the day, because it's going to be such a scorcher, that teams would probably want to have a bat first. I think at the moment it's all about eyeing one other up and just seeing what they've got. Well, we know what Estonia have. They're a very strong side. Stefan Gooch, of course, captaining this time. He's a man who has all kinds of records on the network with the ball and with the bat. So looking forward to seeing him in action. And also he's got some great players in his lineup. Sahil Chauhan is in that side as well. What a great player he is. Remember, holds the record of the fastest T20 international century. I think he's going to like his time out here on a nice sunny hot day with a nice hard deck. So look forward to him scoring some runs. And maybe someone like Ali Masood for them is going to be a key player. Let's turn our attention to the home side, Malta. Varun Prasad, who didn't quite find his form in the European Cricket Series that we saw earlier, but he's looking to come good. But he does have players in very good form. The MVP of that European Cricket Series, Jagat Puna, he is in the lineup. What a talented player he is with bat and with ball. Remember, he scored 3 centuries, 3 half centuries, beg your pardon, in that European Cricket Series. But a man who did score a century was Priyan Pushpajan. We didn't see a lot of him, but when we did see him, he scored big runs. And another centurion in the side from that European Cricket Series, and I think he's everybody's favourite. We're going to see a little bit of la-la time as Mahbub Ali also in the side. Thing with Mahbub is, I wonder just how fit he is, because I've got to say that yesterday in his last 2 knocks, he did look a little bit rugged and a little bit tired. So it's going to be a real test of his fitness and his agility in this one. Going to be a cracking match to start off with. I'm expecting over the next 2 days, 5 highly contested close matches between these two teams, and this is the first of them. Let's go straight over to Tina Goff. Tina, the news in the middle here is that Malta for match number 1 will be in the field.
Thanks very much, Rico. I too am very much looking forward to this matchup between Malta and Estonia. Of course, we've seen a lot of some of these Malta players over the last few days, and certainly some of them have battered themselves into some form. Priyan Pushpajan and Mahbub Ali, both centurions in the ECS over the last week. And of course, Mebubali on the winning side for Swiki United. But let's not forget Jagath Porna as well. He was a star of the show, picking up half century after half century for the Malta side. So they'll be looking to tap into those players who are certainly coming off a hot streak. As for Estonia, though, captain Stefan Guc, he lost the first little battle, didn't get the right side of the coin toss, so they will be going into bat. And look at that. Rico said he's looking forward to 5 tight games, and the win predictor seems to agree. Malta just edging it, but before that first game between the women of Malta and Croatia, Malta edged that on the win predictor. In fact, they were romping home according to the predictor, so that shows just how much we know, just how much the cricket gods can serve up some absolute treats. And we're looking forward to another one here. It does look like that's the form of the captain, Stefan Guc, who's out there in the middle. And he will be joined by Sahil Chauhan. So Estonia certainly looking to get off to a good start here, getting runs on the board early on, showing Malta that although they haven't been playing on the network over the last few days, they certainly are ready and raring to go for this summer of cricket. I know both of these sides have a lot of cricket to come, both on the international stage in T20s, but also, of course, on the network. They'll both be taking part in that ECC in the Challenger division coming up towards the end of September. But before that, they'll be looking forward to an action-packed summer of cricket. It is the captain, Stefan Guc, who will be opening up. The tall left-hander will have to come up against the bowling of Sanjay Siddharthan, who, of course, we also saw in the ECS. And he's always a tricky customer first up. It'd be interesting to see actually how much swing he gets with this ball. We saw already in that women's game that you can get a lot of movement in the air. And that's what Sanjay will be looking to tap into here as we go into the first delivery. He's coming right arm around. Certainly a lot of movement early on there into the left-handed Guc, but he gets himself off the mark by just working that one into the offside. So I think that'll be an interesting matchup between Sanjay and Stefan, especially going right arm around. That angle to the left-hander will just be accentuated with any form of movement through the air. We have been speaking, though, throughout the week, and certainly in the ECSs, Rico and I, about the fact we actually do like seeing right-handers go over the wicket to the left-handers, just to have that ball cut across the left-hander before hooping in again. It's never easy to face, but he will go back over to the right-handed Sahil, who swings hard straight away. There's a fielder out there, but he can only watch as the ball sails over David Marks' head, and that's the first Maximo of the innings for Estonia. Comes off the bat of Sahil Chauhan. He swung hard, planted his front foot, certainly not where he hoped or expected it to go. But David Marks, the marksman, he could do nothing about that. So it flew over the third boundary. There's 2 fielders out, David Marks being one of them, the others out on the cover boundary for Malta. Sahil Chauhan certainly not looking to stick around for too long here without trying to get the ball on the middle of the bat. As that one where he just stayed exactly where he was, but the ball from Sanjay is always going to shape away from him. So I think he does need to get his feet moving here. Just planting that front foot somewhere outside leg stump isn't going to be the best tactic for someone who's swinging the ball as prodigiously as Sanjay does. Just see in front of us here, Mahbub Ali also doing a few early warm-ups. Maybe he wants to get involved with the ball. Little footwork to speak of there from Sahil Chauhan, but it's a good delivery from Sanjay. I think he's seen early on that Sahil, he's not going to be moving outside of off stump too often, so Sanjay just says, I'll keep the ball right there, see what you can do with it. And the captain, Stefan Guc, has just walked down to Sahil, probably to tell him, you've got 2 feet, you might want to consider moving them, because Sanjay probably won't think about doing anything differently but keeping it outside the off stump here. That's what he does on this occasion. Sahil does get a hold of it. It goes a long way up in the air and over the boundary. Again, not quite off the middle of the bat, not the most convincing Maximo you'll see here on the network, but that one from Sanjay just a little too straight. And Sahil Chauhan says, thank you very much. That's the second Maximo of this over. Well, I think there's still some hope there for Sanjay that he can get one back here against Sahil. Final ball of the first. And this one is hit away into the covers. It's gone high. Does it go all the way? It stops, it bounces. It's a brilliant piece of fielding on the boundary there. It's Srijay Patel running around. He was on the boundary, but he was far squarer, and he just sticks out his right hand. We'll just have to double check that he stays in, but it's all clear there. The fielding is done, and final boundary is at least prevented on that occasion. So they just run through for the one, actually. So 3 runs saved there for Malta at the end of the first. Estonia 14 for no loss. And as a reminder, it's all action here. We've gone international, but there's also international action over in Czechia as Czechia women face Cyprus in the first of 3. Well, it's actually the final day, I think. Or maybe it's the final day tomorrow. I think that's coming up tomorrow. They're currently playing in 2 T20s today, and I know Czechia, they were skittled, and Cyprus are on the hunt for their 3rd win in succession. But of course, that one will be coming up for you tomorrow. In any case, there's international action all across the network, as it is Mehboob Ali who comes in for the second over. And I know he's feeling a little stiff, a little rugged after the celebrations last night, and of course lifting the trophy for the second time in just a few months for Swiki United. He's been doing his stretches. Rico, for you, you've been doing your stretches as well, ready for another action-packed weekend.
I've done my stretching and I'm back. And yeah, I mean, look, 3 matches on the spin here to play yesterday to win it for Swiki. And you'd feel that he is feeling a little bit sore, but he starts well. And Sahil Chauhan, you can see that he wanted to start aggressively. He's been swinging hard, but one thing that Estonia will need to do is just get used to this pitch and the bounce of it. I think well, the umpire always throws me here when he stands there like that. I'm just about to think he's not signaling a no ball, is he? No, he's not. And that's one thing that can throw you a little bit by umpire Uma. And it's going to be another dot. So good start this from Mehboob, but he's just bowling that heavy ball. And at the moment, Sahil Chauhan is not getting anything pitched up what he wants. And I think Steph is probably just saying to him, hey, buddy, you're going to have to go on the back foot. Chauhan wants to come forward and attack these Mehboob. A good start from him. We know he bowls a pretty good Yorker as well when he angles that ball into the pads. And just play down the ground, and will be just a single. Stefan Gooch. Now, Steph, when we've seen him out there in the middle, we know that sometimes, I wouldn't say he's a slow starter, he's a cautious starter. He's sort of old school, classical play. He'll push the ball around to start off with a few singles, but once he gets in, and once he gets his feet moving, he can be pretty dangerous. And Steph is just, I could see him asking Sahil, what's he doing? Is he moving it a bit? And Sahil then comes up to him and sort of quietly has a word in his ear. So Steph takes his time, gets himself in and gets ready to face his first from Mehboob Ali. Good start from Mehboob.
It's very much a clash of the two styles, isn't it, between Steph and Sahil. Sahil is more of a classic T10 player, just see the ball and try and hit it, whereas Steph maybe a bit more classically trained in the art of batting.
Plays that away nicely for his first boundary. Yeah, you can see a different approach from Stefan Gooch. He doesn't want to be coming forward and attack. He knows this ball is going to be pretty short. And it's straight at the body, but Steph gets back quite nicely and plays a lovely little pull shot to open his boundary account. 4 runs to him. Yeah, of course, Steph is used to playing, especially in his earlier days, a lot of the longer format of the game. Has had to adjust. But of course, when he got his first century there in Tallinn, I think that's when he realised that, you know what, he can play this form of the game. He struggled, I think, when he played it for Hungary. Of course, we have seen Steph, the first move to Hungary, he played for the Hungarian national side, and I think he struggled there. I think that's when he was finding it hard to grasp with the different pace required with the bat in this format. But he just clicked in Estonia, And once he scored that big score, he's never looked back. And of course, we've seen him score some fantastic scores, not just there in Estonia, but at the Karma Oval, we scored that brilliant century. So he's a good player to have out there. But at the moment, it's a good start, I think, from Malta as well. Just a 19 off the first two.
It was a good start, and especially that second over from Mehboob Ali, just the 5 runs coming off at the boundary and the 1, but otherwise 4 singles. But yeah, going back to Steph, he's actually inching closer to a landmark, 40 runs away from 2,000 on the network.
All right, charts. Mehboob Ali takes the catch. He's got buckets for fingers. He has, or buckets for hands is the correct terminology. And he doesn't drop them, not that often anyway. Holds on to the catch. And Sahil Chauhan has just not looked comfortable out there this morning. He's wanted to be the attacker. It's the right way to be when you've got plenty of batters to come, I suppose. But that ball, just short of a length, has not been his liking as he hoiks out. And Sanjay Siddharthan picks up the wicket. And thanks to a good catch from Mehboob Ali.
It's a good wicket, and I did think even in that first over, even when Sahil Chauhan managed to hit 2 maximos, Sanjay was still well in the game. It seemed like Sahil was there for a good time, not a long time, and that's what it proved to be. Just 2 big sixes and a couple of singles in his contribution of 14 runs. But he never looked comfortable, always looked like he was just going to swing and hope for the best, and wasn't the best outcome on that occasion, as Mehboob Ali is not going to drop a catch like that, especially one where he doesn't have to move at all.
Yeah, didn't have to move. And, well, I shook his hand. Well, I've shaken his hand a number of times, but shook his hand yesterday, of course, after they won the Springs series here at Swihi United. And yeah, I can tell you his hands are massive. That's a great delivery. Sanjay Siddharthan is certainly putting in the effort for the national team. He wasn't running in like this yesterday, was he? He is running in fast. He's got a beautiful rhythm to him, and he's looking like a fast bowler.
He's looking like a fast bowler, and he's not the tallest, so when Mehboob Ali comes up to him and gives him his ball, it's like a father giving the son a baseball, but he just zips it off the surface. And again, another one. It's just a length ball, but still the keeper there, Chanjal, is having to take that at his shoulder height.
This boy, I'm just having a look at their squad here, just the team here. They're spoiled for keepers. You got a player who played very well in that series. They certainly missed him yesterday, the Royal Strikers. This is Chanjal Sudasanan. Then you've got Rocky Dinesh in the side, who can also keep. And you've also got Surajay Patel. So you've got 3 genuine keepers in the side. But yeah, a bit of pace there. Play, oh, great bit of fielding. Beautifully done by the captain. Varun Pratap gets down and makes a really good stop. Nicely done.
Excellent replay, excellent recovery there from the fielder. And you see that they're really up and about, aren't they, Malta? They want to get into Estonia early on. They've sensed a bit of blood with that early wicket. I think they also want this big wicket of the Estonian captain, Stefan Gooch, who's been a bit starved of the strike so far, but he's got a chance here.
Wide ball signalled here by the umpire. The bowler has a look back. I think this is a close call. Yeah, not a wide at all. And Stefan Gooch will probably be the one who would normally say, not a wide that, you know. But, of course, Stefan, we've seen him umpire and being the tournament referee for a lot of our tournaments. And, in fact, I think when he was out there for the coin toss, he was ready to toss the coin. It was only he had to be reminded he's actually playing and the captain, not the tournament referee. That one is a wide, no doubt about that one.
It was a harsh call from the umpire, and then poor Sanjay, he got his perfect line and then gets a bit spooked and then does bowl the wide in the end. Just got to get it swinging a bit. It's interesting that it was swinging a lot in that first over, but just a few big hits off the bat and the ball just loses its shine a little, and Sanjay has to adjust his line to get that ball coming in to the Estonian captain.
It's hit well, and it's going to be 4 runs. Hits it nice and straight. One of the shots that Steph placed really well, actually, on this occasion. There's really no footwork. He just backs himself to hit it straight back over the bowler for 4. But when he gets his feet going, he hits the ball beautifully down the ground. So it's something that Malta need to think about going forward here. Maybe a bit of a change in the field. I think Steph definitely is a candidate to have that something we call the Southern Cross field, where you have quite a wide mid-on and mid-off on the boundary, and then you have one straight behind the bowler as well. They are making a little change in the field. They just looks like the one more going out there onto the offside, quite a short cover. And gets this one through. Steph's a little bit disgusted with himself, and you can always tell when Steph is at his best because he gets the feet moving as well. On that occasion, he stands a little bit rooted to his crease, plays and misses, and a pretty good power play, I think, here for Malta as they contain Estonia 26 for 1 after 3.
The important thing in that power play as well is they were managing to pick up a lot of dot balls. There was 6 dot balls in the first 2 overs, and then another 3 in that over. So that's already, of the 3 overs, exactly half have been dot balls. And that's when you know you're just not quite in your rhythm yet as batters, because you want to hit boundaries short, but you want to convert those dots into singles, and a few too many swipes so far from the Estonian batters. But of course, it's game 1 of 5. We'll give them a bit of time to warm up.
Yeah, we will. Charles Matthew going to bowl the next over, the 4th. The field can now change as we celebrate International Wild Koala Day today. It's observed in honour of koalas. Koalas, the majestic representative of the wombat family, are mainly, of course, found in remote parts of Australia, recognisable by their large heads and fluffy ears and tail-less bodies. But of course, their numbers are in decline big time. And that's going to race away, I think, from the fielder. Just slices away at this. Does Ali Masood. It's going to be 4 runs as Judge Matthew, who we really felt struggled with the ball yesterday, offers a little bit too much width, and that's a nice shot played away. But yeah, going back to the koalas, unfortunately, estimated more than 10 million koalas have disappeared in a decade, and mainly down to things like wildfires and rampant deforestation. And it's a shame, so it's all about awareness of the koala here today. That's played out to Mahbub, who agonisingly, it would seem, gets down to make the stop. So let's do a bit to raise awareness of the fight of the koala and their survival on International Wild Koala Day.
Have you seen a koala in the wild?
No, I've never been to that part of the world, unfortunately. I'd love to go. Vinny keeps always threatening to invite me, but it's not happened yet. I reckon when I do go, we'll go, because we're doing a cricketing event. I really do. I think that's when we'll go. I can see it coming, you know.
European Cricket Network's already gone a bit global, hasn't it? We saw Diana earlier with her World 11 shirt on. We had the Asian 11 as well.
That's a nice shot. That's a beautiful looking shot, but unfortunately it doesn't get past the infielder. I can see the 2 fielders on the boundary thinking, we're not going to get there. It's down to the infield, and he does. It's lovely played. Unfortunately, deserved more than just a single. Right, Masood. Masood seems to be quite a nervy looking batter. Doesn't stand. He's not like the sort of batter that stands really still. He always seems to be moving around in his crease. Asking the question, Josh Matthew, big appeal, and look at him there. He's got the Terminator shades on, Josh Matthew, and he's hoping that in Terminator style he can get rid of the batter. The umpire says not out, but a little bit of movement from Josh. That's good. He wasn't able to get that movement yesterday.
You don't often see a seam bowler with shades on, but I'm loving the vibe from Chase Matthew here.
It's played away, but straight to the fielder, who has put it down. Would you believe it? And that's a big moment. Catch gets dropped, and that's Nias Muhammad. And at this level, you've got to take those. And Jais Matthew, you can see he's looking around for some support from his players to say, come on, what's this about? So Ali Masood gets lucky.
He just dragged that from the offside to the leg side. You can see him practicing the right shot there. Still should have been taken though from Nias. Went straight in, straight out. And that one, again, it's always the way. You drop a chance, and then the next one, the bowler looks for something, tries to get that perfect ball, and that one just pushed too wide. But he got in the right position there, Nias Mohammed. It looked like he's just comfortably taking the ball about waist height, and somehow it just popped out.
Yeah, he did. Well, the thing is, he did everything right. Got into position, ball goes in, but it just popped straight out. And because he's quite low down to the ground, he wasn't able to recover in time before the ball drops in front of him. So, big opportunity. Doesn't get taken. Well, you can see what Giles Matthews is trying to do. Stefan Gooch also knows. He goes swooshing at this one. Now, we've seen this before, changing the field there. So it looks like Nias Mohammed has been sort of moved from that part of the field. That's something that Malta, when we saw them do it in the women's match, so the men seem to be doing the same. Toe end of the bat this time from Stefan Gooch. Just going to be a single. So Gucci showing probably signs of the fact that he hasn't played too much cricket lately. Of course he hasn't. He's been working for us as Giles Matthews gets through in the end. A good over, but he could have been better. He certainly should have had the wicket of Ali Masood to his name. And I want to say hello to Shauna, who's in the chat. Of course, Steph's mum is saying hello to me. And she said she'll invite me. Really, you will? Thank you very much, Shauna. And great to hear from you as well. And hopefully we'll see you this year as well. Probably, you never know, at the Cardham Oval. But nice to hear from you, Shauna.
Well, actually, I met up with Steph when I was in Australia earlier in the year. Steph and me were over there just after Christmas. And we went to a T10. It was a big bash game in Melbourne. And it was at the Marvel Stadium. And the roof was on. It's the first time I've watched a T20 match in, well, I suppose, indoors. The roof was on. And they had, I think, a few showers around. It was dry during the day, but they didn't want to take any chances. I think the roof isn't one that can close very quickly, so it's either a roof on or a roof off situation.
So what was it? Where's the stadium? Which one is this?
It's Marvel Stadium. It's in Melbourne. And it's not the MCG. I think it would take a big old roof to cover the MCG.
Well, they're asking the question. The umpire is unmoved, but we will go upstairs and have a look. As Varun Prasad, Stefan Gooch, he does come out and he does get back quite comfortably, though. You can see Steffi doesn't look too bothered about the appeal, but it's going to be bothered a little bit about the score at the moment. 4 overs, 36 on the board, and 8 balls faced, 11 on the board. So they're bowling well to him at the moment. They're keeping that ball a little bit wide outside the off to him, getting him playing and missing, and they're just strengthening that offside a little bit. So see Varun, he's quite confident that he can keep the ball in that area. It's down the ground. Mahbub has taken an incredible catch. Oh, Mahbub Ali is probably the only man that could have done this. What a catch. It is outstanding. He had to follow the ball, keep an eye on it, also keep an eye on the boundary rope, and he just plucks this out of the sky. Well, there was me thinking that maybe Mahbub is going to be a little bit tired. No tiredness about that. What a great catch.
Yeah, he was dancing the tightrope there, but very much stayed the right side of the line, and he just threw up those 2 buckets. And he managed to hold on to it, and well, he's certainly limber now as he put in a big old stretch. It's a big wicket as well, worth taking another look. As Steph, he probably thought he got enough of that. Wasn't the cleanest of hits, but Mahbub Ali, he had other ideas. And when he gets going at full speed, there's some stopping him. As Mahbub took full flight and gets the wicket. Estonia now still not even halfway through, 36 for 2.
Yeah, I think Mahbub Ali or possibly Varun Prasad, who's actually bowling, were the only guys that would have got to this because it was high and those 2 are pretty tall. It's a really good catch from Mahbub. 2 catches he's taken already. The first one was pretty easy. That one was not easy. Great grab, it really is. And Mahbub, I think most of his good work we probably have to be waiting to see with the bat, but in the field he's been pretty good. Varun now to Stuart Hook. That's okay delivery. It's going to be a dot ball. Stuart Hook, you think he'd be pretty good at the hook shot, but actually he plays very well outside the off. Just having a look at that back foot there. I think that might be called a no ball. It will be called a no ball because great work by Two Circles. And yeah, this is going to be a free hit. So yeah, he touches the sideline. Varun now just checking. The umpire says, yep, that's what you did. Free hit to come. Was going to be a dot. Ends up being a free hit. And it's still not going to. Yeah, Stewie, come on, behave. Stewie wants a wide. They're not wides. I mean, you can see here, I mean, there's no chance of the stumping, but that ball is not a wide. It's inside that line. I think there's a bit of bat on there. Well, he goes. Where's the wicketkeeper? Well, if Varun wanted to just lob this back to the keeper, he couldn't do, because Chanjal to the Sanan had also come racing down the track. I suppose he didn't realise that Varun was there as well. Good over this from Varun, captain. Oh, that's swept away. Fielder's got work to do and does it magnificently. That's the sort of standards that we want to see from the man over the weekend. That's brilliantly done. Lovely slide. Gets across and then gets the throw in as well. Beautiful work.
Malta aren't short of commitment in the field here. Mehboob Ali also leading from the front.
Oh, straight in, straight out. That's a chance. It was hit hard, but it should have been taken, really. And that's Sanjay Sirathan, who has the opportunity to take one. I mean, it's a spicy one, but he's not able to hold on to it. So a little bit of luck there for the batter.
Just as I was saying, they were working well in the field. They're certainly not lacking commitment, but they've just had a few chances come and go here as you come into the commentary cage to join us. And it's looking like it might be a little tense game as well. Estonia looking a bit nervy with the bat, but Malta have dropped a few chances as well.
Yeah, they have, and some of them have been pretty straightforward. Of course, we saw one on the boundary, then we just see that one, though that was struck pretty hard. But yeah, I think Estonia maybe just getting used to the pitch, a little bit of extra bounce in there for them maybe. Not quite expecting that. Malta executing the bowlers very well. So at the moment, it's not quite the high-scoring one that I was expecting first up. But it could be, like you said, if Malta keep them down to maybe 90 to 100, that could be that sort of score at the moment. It could be Malta that probably favourites to go and win this one. But the run fest could come here, but he's done it once, he'll do it again. This is almost a replay of what we saw already. And that's Marksy. That's not a replay, by the way. It is the same kind of action again. And I bet you, if you watch both of them back to back, you wouldn't notice the difference. Well done to Marksy out there. And, oh, big swing and a miss. And, of course, Mr. MVP. Good time for Jagat Buna to come on and bowl. Who's the MVP for the European Cricket Spring Series here that came to an end yesterday, and took 9 wickets in the series, and also was the top scorer as this one is going to probably go for 4 byes. Yep, it will. It's not picked up by the keeper, Chanjal Siddhasanan. He doesn't move across, and I think, in fairness, he's probably thinking that ball's going to take the top of the bails, so he doesn't move across. And 4 valuable runs. Just have a look at that win predictor at the moment, and not giving Estonia too much of a chance here at the moment.
Well, they know as well that we do that Malta have some big hitters in their lineup, but this one's gone straight up in the air. I think it's probably going to fall short despite 3 fielders converging underneath it, and David Marks on this occasion can't put in the 3rd slide to stop that one. And it's a lucky escape there from Ali Masood as it went up, but not very far. I'll tell you what, David Marks, I'm impressed with him being able to slide on this outfield at all. I'd come up with all cut and bruised, I think. So he's maybe got some oil on his legs.
And that's that quicker one from Puna. And in comes the throw, and they will get home. Scratching around for runs here at the moment, Estonia. Their 2 sixes were hit by Sahil Chauhan, no other. 2 fours from Stefan Gooch, and 1 from Ali Masood, who is still there. He's hit that pretty well, and this one is going to get past the fielder. Can't stop it. It was a tricky one to try and negotiate. I think this is one, Tina, where you either put your body on the line, but if you do, you're going to get hurt.
Yeah, he kind of half-heartedly put his hand out. I think they did swap the fielders out there, so it's now Srijay Patel out there. I think Nias Mohammed could be grumbling from wherever he is in the field, saying, well, you moved me out, and Srijay didn't stop the ball either. But we do get to the end of the 6th, 49 for 2. I think Stuart Hook, he just needs to be a bit careful with the spinners. He likes shuffling across his stumps, and he's a bit of an LBW candidate. He's a bit lucky here that he's coming across the left-handed Prasath, which means it's always going to be pitching there or thereabouts on leg stump. This time, though, he just swipe it across to the leg side, but he likes that shuffle and then the little paddle around to square leg.
Yeah, Priyan bowling very well at the moment. He's using his height well. He's darting in Yorker kind of length delivery, and he's getting it wide off the batters as well. It doesn't allow them to play in that square leg mid-wicket area. There you go again, but you can play it there, and that is a biggie. Shaba, Shaba, bole, 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 ginna sona, shaka, lucky Adi Masood. Does go big.
Goes big. He might have even hit the roof on the Marvel Stadium if he was playing there. I'll tell you what, they also brought in a rule on that Big Bash. We have, of course, our special ECN rules, but in the Big Bash, if it hits the roof, it's considered a 6. And it's also then called a dead ball, so you can't catch it off the roof. They have, on occasion, hit the roof. It's 38 metres high, so it'd be quite a big hit.
Big hit. That one is going to be 6 more. So Masood starting to find his range. That was a little bit, last 2 deliveries actually from Varun, just been a little bit short. You can see this one, it's short, gives himself a little bit of room and hits it straight down the ground. 6 more, Mahboob can't do anything about that.
Interesting, we haven't seen David Marks bowl yet. He's been slipping and sliding around the outfield, but they've just used the 5 bowlers so far, have Malta. I'm sure Mahboob will come back for his second. He went for just the 5. Jais Matthew, again, he's not been his impressive self quite yet.
Goes for another. Now this is a catching chance. And it will be held. Well done. Well, you can see the reaction of the fielder. He says, I had my heart in my mouth there, but he does hold on to the catch. And that's Srijay Patel. He's a very good fielder. I mentioned before, we've seen him behind the stumps many a time. A good fielder. And you know what? Be interesting to see where he bats. I think it's probably the first time, if I'm right, that I see him playing for Malta. But he's a very entertaining player. He's got all the shots. But another player who's pretty entertaining has to depart. Ali Masood will go for 24 or 15, trying to get them going. And he does the right thing. You can see a number of the players congratulating him because they understand that they needed just a little bit of firepower, because otherwise this score was going nowhere.
Yeah, he got out doing the right thing, didn't he? As he looked like he was just about hitting his stride, hit 2 6s, 2 4s, but he does fall for 24. And Rupam Barua is the new batter. He goes hard down the ground straight away. Mahboob Ali's there, and it's a bit of a casual attempt there from the Centurion as he just sticks out a left hand. He's angry with himself, and I'm sure the bowler Varun Prasath is not too impressed either. A bit of a lazy effort there from Mahboob. It looks great if you pull it off, but you make yourself look a bit silly if it rolls over the rope, as it did on that occasion.
This sort of takes me to a debate, I think, that sort of you always have, as he now should stop this quite comfortably. But Mahboob, we know he's outstanding batter, we know that. And when there's scores like what this one could be, he could almost single-handedly win you the match. And he also is a good bowler, and when it comes to the catching, he doesn't normally make too many mistakes. But in the field, he can be a bit of a hindrance, and it then opens up that debate where you say, do you chance having somebody like him in an international setup where he can cost you sometimes valuable runs in the field, as we have a look at a 2025 calendar, and we'll continue that debate. Tina, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, Varun Prasath, the captain, has just come up and had a little word with him. And Mahboob, he looks like he's holding his hand as if to say, yeah, that one hurt. It's a tough one because you don't want to be fielding with 10, do you? And that's not quite what you were doing with Mahboob, because he does catch well. as we saw earlier with that brilliant catch to dismiss Stefan Gooch. But he's not very mobile, and I don't think he's that bothered to try and be mobile. It's not like one of these guys where you think, okay, well, he's not blessed with athletic ability, but he throws himself around. He's just very languid, and it's often the body language is a big factor, and he's just a laid-back guy, so I don't think that should be held against him necessarily. As we take a look at this stumping, I think he's comfortably home though. So I think he's a match winner, and that's why Malta have put him in the side. That's why Sweeky United have won 2 ECSs now. But he does need to work a bit on those shortcomings that he does have.
Yeah, you're right. He is a match winner. You can't take that away from him. But I mean, sometimes in tight matches, you know, a little mistake like that could also cost you a match. And of course, you've got to also remember that the other issue with Mahbub is he's not quick running between the wickets as well. So he could also cause you some problems running between the wickets. Straight at the fielder, no run, good throw, good cricket. That's the standard that should be set here from both these players, both these teams. It's a nice looking shot, and we know that Stuart Hook does like the cut shot, but good fielding, and he's under a bit of pressure here. 9 deliveries faced, just the 4 runs. Now plays that one away, should be fielded, it will be. And bowling well to him at the moment. This is Bruna bowling his second. I like the way that Malta have taken the pace of the ball. It's something that we said we didn't see a lot of during that European cricket series here. And we were both saying that we're surprised we haven't seen more spin. That's going to be a close one. Is it hitting the stumps? The umpire, not so wide. He's looking at the square leg umpire here, but he's got to make the call. I think maybe, I mean, he is backing away. Is it hitting the stumps or not? I think it's probably going to go on to miss. That's what I'm thinking. It's got a little bit still to do. Not a lot still to do, but it probably just misses the leg stick. But umpire's call.
Yeah, I think at the very most it would be umpire's call. Probably the right decision there. Sliding down, benefit of the doubt to the batter.
That's hit well and not going to be stopped. There's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. That's Priyana Pushparajan, who can't get there. He definitely is going to be one to watch when it comes to the batting. They have got so many dangerous hitters there, haven't they, Malta? We've mentioned Priyan there. We've been talking about Mahbub Ali. He's still got the likes of Rocky Dinesh in the side, and Varun Prasad. So many hard hitters off the ball. Shivajay Patel, as I've mentioned already. So, and also, don't forget the wicketkeeper, who's also impressed us. That's Chanjal Sudasanan. So, end of the over, and 74 for 3 at the end of 8.
I think it'll be very interesting to see how Malta line up with the batting. Chanjal is carded at 10. We don't know if that will end up being the final lineup, because he really impressed in the ECS. And if they have someone like him coming out at 10, it shows you the quality of the top 9 with Jagath Purna as well. He's very much an all-rounder. And, well, dreams have been answered as it is. David Marks with the ball in hand here.
And wicket with his first ball. Well, I'm not going to say it was the best ball that you've ever seen, but when you have batters out there that have got to attack here now, because it's not a score that is going to probably win you too many matches. He's gone for it. He gets a big, thick inside edge. You can see that he goes for the Yorker, but I always say you're better off bowling full than short, and that's the proof right there. Proof of the pudding, as I like to say. David Marks gets a wicket with his first ball in this international series. Well done to him. And it's going to be curtains for Rupam.
The marksman is right on target. First ball with a little help from the batter there. It was a bit of an ugly swipe outside off stump, wasn't it? But Rupert, he has to depart, and that brings Marko Vake, the wicketkeeper for Estonia, to the crease, batting number 6 here. Still a job on their hands here, Estonia. 74 for 4. Still got the best part of 2 overs to get some runs. Expected score at 94. I think 90s at a minimum here.
There's Marks again, and good areas this time. It was a good delivery, and it had to be dug out pretty well by Marko, and he does well. Okay, Stuart Hook. What's your feeling here? 9 off 11. I suppose when they have lost 4 wickets, you're probably thinking, well, can anybody really come in and get going straight away and do a better job? You probably think not, so you're going to stick with him for a moment. Goes straight to the fielder, no run. Varun holds on to it as it takes a little bobble just before it gets to him, but the captain is quick enough to react and stop it getting past him.
Stewart's getting back on ball. He's not swiping at too many and missing. He just is picking out the fielders a bit too regularly here. Just swipe at that one.
This is one thing that David Marks, I mean, you could say he's like a bit like a red wine. He's matured well with age, and he's picked up a very good slow ball, which a bit like Wasim Abbas, who showed that and demonstrated that over the European Cricket Series. He bowls it well, and it does get him wickets. That's nicely played. It will be just a single. There's a sweeper up there, so you are right about Stuart Hook. He is getting back onto ball. He's playing sometimes some nice looking shots. For example, the one he played earlier, which went to Varun along the deck, but he's just not been able to pierce the field.
Yeah, the trouble is just the one boundary in his 10 runs so far, so he's had to run 6 singles, also faced 4 dot balls. He's off strike here.
Well, that's what comes to mind when you see the replay of this, and then it gets thrown back in. It's that slower ball. I should have been able to tell you this was coming, but he's been hit here. No problem with that. What do we get? This is the angle I want to see. He goes down so early. Gets over him. It's going to be just a single, though. Good over there from Marcy. The reason why I said I should have actually been able to tell you that, when we did see him playing for the Humram Stallions here in February, ball number 3 and ball number 6 tended to be the slower delivery. So we'll just keep an eye on that. It's walking stick 77 for 4 at the end of 9.
David didn't know whether to kind of protect himself, catch it, or fall to the floor. Did all 3. And he seemed to be bamboozled by his own slower ball there, as was the batter.
They will go to Mahbub here. I wonder if they didn't have to, really. And if you want to keep him fit, you probably say, hey, Mahbub, don't bowl this, we give it to somebody else. And just like that, the first one goes to the boundary anyway. Well done to Marco Vake, who gets a good round of applause and cheers from his teammates as he gets his first boundary. Yeah, you got other bowlers. Yeah, you're probably thinking, look, what's the worst that can happen in this over? Even if we use somebody else and it goes for 15 or 16, we've still done well. Let's just try and keep Mahbub fresh. If we don't have to use him, we don't use him. Gets played out for the single. Good throw, he'd be in trouble. Unfortunately, not a good throw. I think that's one where you should be aiming to get it back to on the bounce to Mahbub, who then has a play on the run out. They go for the hard, fast throw for the direct hit. And yeah, I think even with that, though, the batter probably would have made it back. Okay, Stuart Hook might fancy the pace more than the slow stuff. Digs this one out. And the third watches the spin on it and keeps it just to a single. That's Jais Matthew who's back there.
Yeah, Jais Matthew, he bowled 1 over, so he might have been another option to bowl the last. He went for 10, though. And David Marks, he'll certainly be asking the question for the next game. Why did he only get the 1 over? Only 3 runs coming off it and the 1 wicket. It was that all-important 9th over as well.
That's good bowling. Good bowling. I think this is Mahbub seeing what Marco Vake's stance is. Look at Marco Vake, his stance. You can see what he wants to do. He wants something to try and hit on the leg side, and that is perfectly bowled right over the line. And good comeback this from Mahbub. 2 more balls in the innings. Short one. That's well bowled. Nah, no way. I don't think this is a wide. I don't think this goes over the head. I could be wrong here. He's arched down. And look, even the arch down, that's not going over his head. That's not a good call. It's not a good call. That is not a wide ball. And you could see he was even not even standing straight, and that's not gone over his head. They've got that one wrong, the umpires. It gets played out straight to the field. A good throw. He's in trouble. Gone. That's the way to do it. Well, they had a dress rehearsal of this a bit earlier, And they didn't quite execute it right, but this time it's done perfectly well. It is Purna with the throw straight into the hands of Mahbub. Here we go, one-hand pickup. Good throw. Mahbub is in the right place. Good cricket. And that is how to do it. That's how. Maybe that could be your HCL play of the day.
Great teamwork there from Jagath and Mahbub. They saw that the runner there, Marco Vake, was not only short but well short, enough time to just throw it in gently, and Mahbub Ali did the rest. You don't blame Marco there. He had to go for the run. And he was showing flashes of trying to get going. Stuart Hook, though, still out there, and he's been joined now by Pranay Giwala. Face up the final delivery.
Hits this well, could finish with 4. And how important could that be? It keeps them, though, in the 80s. It'll be 88 for 5 at the end of the 10 overs. So not quite the high score that we were expecting, or a high scoring game here. So it's going to be a low scoring one. But you would expect here that Malta go on and knock these off. They've got so many powerful batters. But I suppose that Estonia, they'll be saying to themselves, well, look, if we bowl well like that and take our chances, who knows? We could probably do the same. But I think what we're going to see here is some good bowling, some good catching as well when they were called upon to do so. Nobody could do anything about that one, though. And Sahil Chauhan, he looked like a man in a hurry. He did hit 2 sixes, but then he would disappear. Stefan Gooch also played a nice shot there on the swivel for 4. But the 2 openers didn't really get going. There was a catch from Mahbub, but that was the easy one. We saw him take a much harder one a little bit later on. Stefan Gooch also, he hit that one down the ground quite nicely. But he would be caught by this absolute humdinger of a catch from Mahbub Ali.
Yeah, we've said that Mahbub Ali is a match winner, and he showed a flash of brilliance there. But I think it was the story of the game for the Estonia batters. They just got going, but no one really kicked on and got that big score. Ali Masood, he contributed a few before he was then caught out from the man in the deep there, Sri Jay Patel. And Mahbub Ali, it was from the sublime to the ridiculous for him. He managed to somehow contrive the boundary there for Estonia, but Malta just kept on coming. They've got a lot of talented bowlers, both slower and quicker. Estonia at least kept on plugging away. They got 1 or 2 boundaries, but there was this excellent piece of fielding. Jagath Purna and Mahbub Ali both starring in the ECSs, putting on the show there and running out Marco Vake. Little flourish at the end there as Estonia do inch up towards the 90, finish on 88 for 5, but you'd say, again, well short of a par score here.
Yeah, well short. You'll see 24, the highest score there from Ali Masood. And Malta, I don't think that was quite their plan with the bowlers, actually. But I think Varun Prasad, the captain, I think he adapted really well. I think he noticed that when he bowled that over number 5, that Estonia struggled to get the slower ball away. He only went for 2 runs, picked up a wicket. So he decided straight away that between over number 5 and 8 that he will keep the slow bowlers on, and him and Purna bowled really well. And then they do go to Marks, and Marks, what a start from him. He picks up a wicket of his very first ball, only concedes 3 runs. And then I just think if there was a call I wouldn't have made, I probably don't go to Mahbub Ali for that last over. And the only reason I say that, I think you can see that he's probably could do with a little bit of a rest here. He's bowled 1 over, he's done his job, give him a rest, give it to someone like Giles Matthews, or maybe somebody else he could have given the ball to. And, it still went for 11. And the wicket that came from it wasn't really that important. 4 runs off the very last ball. Well, that could prove to be important, but Estonia, you just get the feeling that this time round that is not going to be enough runs on the board. But there's only one way to find out, and that's to join us back in about 10 minutes time when we return. Myself, Rico Full and Tina Goff, ready to talk you through the reply from Malta.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back to a very sunny Malta. This of course Marsa International Cricket Ground, of course. As we've said before, it's a lovely setup here. The Marsa Club was inaugurated in 1902 by the British Armed Forces and still remains Malta's premium sports club. And of course, all kinds of sports being played here. You know that just to the right of us, we've got the archery, we've got the golf behind us as well, the tennis courts around us, some paddle courts here as well. And of course, you have the squash courts indoors and the swimming pool here as well, which is having a bit of a makeover at the moment. And plenty to do around here. And they're certainly enjoying our time here. And I'm pretty sure that the two touring sides, the women of Croatia and the men of Estonia, are going to enjoy their time, not just here at the sports centre, but also around Malta. But at the moment, they've got some work to do. Women, well, it was Croatia that was too strong for Malta in the first. Well, it might be the Maltese men that are about to fight back for Malta and get a victory. They're needing 89 for victory. As Estonia, well, they just never really clicked in the first match. And maybe we can put that down to just not getting used to the pitch. But they're not going to give this fight up. They're going to fight. And they're going to give it all they've got. And trying to pick up as many wickets they can and to cause a little bit of pressure. Rocky Dinesh is going to be the opening batter. He's going to be out there with Varun Prasad. Dinesh will face the first. I'm a little bit surprised about that. I think if you've got someone like Mahbub Lala in the side, he's there to do one thing, and that's to score runs early and quickly and in the power play. So, surprise choice. No surprise, though, in Pranay Giwala. He's going to bowl the first over. And he gets the ball. I've never known Giwala to bowl and not get the ball to move. So this is going to be swing bowling. There he goes, a little bit. Well, not only is he moving the ball, he's moving himself as well. He's obviously wearing the wrong footwear here because it's dry as a bone out there now. And Giwala, well, maybe Giwala na hai. Pera the gi lagi honi hai. Ta punj dig paya. Giwala needs to take the gi off his trainers. And Stefan Gooch now just having a chat with him. Steph, of course, Steph's been the tournament referee out here so many times. He will know all of the Maltese players. He goes pretty straight on the boundary. So he's almost like right straight on the boundary. Varun Prasad, surprised they haven't put anybody out there on the leg side to him as yet. Oh, it's a bit of a full toss, but not really sure what Varun's tried to play here. It's no issue with the height, but it's a wide full toss, which he should have been just trying to clobber to the boundary, especially with mid-on inside, but he's played and missed that completely. Varun bowled brilliantly and gets a good Yorker. Varun got out to that full delivery the last two innings that he had. That ball pitched right up to him, the Yorker length delivery where he tended to play across the line rather than dig it out. Liking this from Chauhan. He's talking to his bowler. Say, good start, keep it tight. That's what they're believing here. Get a good start. Oh, just strays down the leg side. That would be a wide. Yeah, get a good start. Don't let them get off to a flyer, and then we stay in the game. If Malta get off to a flyer, it can change pretty quickly. That's why I've got to say, I maintain the fact that I'm very surprised that Mahbub doesn't open. I think they're the sort of side, especially when you're chasing a score like this, where even if Mahbub goes a little bit early, you think, okay, he's there to do the job. This time it doesn't work. We've still got plenty of batting. That's pretty close. That's the delivery that has caused Varun Prasad so many issues. He's just not playing that well. Giwala round the wicket. Varun Prasad feeding a bit of pressure here. Gets a wide one. Doesn't really get too much of the bat on this. Stefan Gooch will feel that quite comfortably. Just will be another single. So 3 on the board with the 1 ball still to go. It's the extra ball that has to be bowled. Let's see if the extra ball brings Estonia a little bit of luck, or will it be a bit of pain if it goes to the boundary? Rocky Dinesh just checking the fielders on the leg side. And he's going to be called a wide. Let's have a look at this. The umpire gives the signal there to the scorers. It's going to be close enough, but once again, I can still think that ball perhaps catching a bit of the line, but maybe it looks different from our angle then if you're standing out there. It's going to be worked away, but to the fielder, they're taking the run on. Ooh, well, I think they went on the hit here, did the batters. Rocky did anyway, and I think Varun then had to oblige. They do get home, they will get a single, but it's a good start for Estonia, only conceding 5 of the first, as Tina joins me back in the cage.
Hey Rico, I've got a question. What do you think about Mehboob Ali not opening? Would you have opened him?
Definitely.
Yeah.
He's in. We've talked about it already. That's what he's in the side for, and it's a power play. And you know what? I was just saying actually to the viewers, if he doesn't click and score any runs, you say, okay, fine, he don't work. We've got loads of batters. He's got to ban in the power play. I think that's it's an amazing call from a very experienced person like Varun Prasad not to have him, because just think if he opens in the power play, he hits 2 sixes in that over. They take a couple of singles. You win the over big, and there's no pressure. Now there's a little bit of pressure. Stefan Gooch, the captain, looking to create some more pressure. Oh, that's so close. Oh, that is so close. It's a wild swing from Rocky Dinesh. And this ball, look at the movement on that. Oh, you're kidding me, says Steph. Or worse to that effect.
Yeah, it's a strange call, and with all due respect to Varun Prasad, we know how many runs he has on the network. He's not been in the best of form, and Mehboob, he didn't start great in the ECS, but boy did he finish great.
Yeah.
And if you've got someone who's hit a century just a few days ago, why would you not tap into that?
That doesn't look very comfortable out there. Yeah. Also, you got Priyam Pushpajan there as well. A couple of things always come to mind here. We've already said that these two teams are going to give us, we feel, a very closely contested match. That's in the air. There is a fielder out there. Adios to Rocky Dinesh. There's the wicket. Stefan Gooch picks it up. Good catch taken there on the boundary. And that is just the way to do it. Nice plan. You can see they set the trap. And well held there by Ali Masood. So Stefan Gooch picks up the wicket. And Rocky Dinesh is going to have to depart. No runs off the over so far. Well, we're bound to see a change here now. But, yeah, going back to what I'm saying, the other thing is it's going to be close. It's going to be closely contested. So you've got a chance to take 4 points here if you go well. Take the 4 points, and then that extra point could be all the difference between winning this tournament or not. I know it's 5 matches, so you would feel that it probably doesn't come down to a bonus point, but you never know. But that's the end of Rocky, and I think Priyam Pushpajan, who comes out at number 3. Well, this guy is so dangerous. He's a great player. We saw him score a century, but we didn't see him play too much cricket. We didn't see him take part in finals day yesterday. Well, Stefan Gooch, good start from him. No runs off the over so far, and the wicket.
It was a good catch on the rope. They had Rocky there on the ropes, and the catch was taken by Ali Masood. But yeah, without labouring the point, someone like Mehboob Ali, if you had to stake your life on someone scoring a 20-run over, a magical over, or a supersonic over, you'd go Mehboob Ali. And a big over, you get 20, call it 22 in the first over, that's a quarter of the score. Yeah. Job done. And well, he's not come out here either. There's a half appeal there. He's now run through for a single. So I just think maybe Varun Prasad, of course, he's got the benefit of being left-handed. They maybe want to toy with the lines of the Estonia bowlers. But I think there's ways to overthink these things. And it seems like a no-brainer, really, to put in Mehboob Ali. He's now not coming in at 3. I don't know if he's... I can't see if he's padded up.
Yeah,
maybe they see him as a finisher.
It's a very strange decision, it has to be said. As Right, Varun, who himself hasn't looked good. That's hit pretty well, and that's going to be the first runs off the over. And Steph goes for the Yorker, pitches it right up, and we have said that Varun, he has been suspect to this one, but this time he just backs himself to go for it. Hits it pretty well, hits it nice and straight, and that will go to the boundary. 4 runs. I think Varun definitely needed that boundary. I think Malta needed that boundary, because otherwise it would have been another low over. And still, at the moment, they've only got 10 on the board with a ball to go in the second. So they now do put the fielder much straighter on the boundary. And plays that into his own foot. And that's going to be the end of the over. Only 4 from it. Good one from Steph. 4 and that wicket. And with that one leg by that came off it as well, the score was 10 for 1.
The good news for Malta is that they do then have Mehboob Ali still in the shed. They also have the MVP, Jagath Purna. They have Sri Jay Patel. And they certainly have options for the batting ranks. It's just a case of someone having to score the runs, and they don't want to have a situation where suddenly these batters are coming in and they're under big pressure. And that's sort of what's playing out here. Only the 10 runs coming off the first 2 overs, also the wicket. Each batter that comes out, if wickets do start to tumble, will go under more and more pressure. And you know what pressure does to people. Strange things start to happen. And that's what Estonia have to bank on. Just a few brain fades from the Malta batters here. They could be in this game.
Chipped up in the air. I think this is an opportunity, you know. And, I wonder if he just loses this at the last moment. He's running across to take the catch. Not able to take it. That's a big moment. That's Sahil Chauhan. You would back him to take it, and right at the last moment, he ends up getting it on the chest. The opportunity dropped, and it's Priyam Pushpajan. Hits this one firmly. Will take the single on as Chauhan, who had the chance to remove it, does the fielding.
I reckon that Estonia need to take these chances, don't they? Players of the quality of Prasath and Pushparajan don't often give too many chances, and as chances go, that was a relatively straightforward one. It would have been the first wicket for Pranay. Still bowled well. Opening 2 balls here. They're just making sure, Estonia, that they get their field exactly right. Of course, still in the power play, so only 2 allowed outside the circle.
That's a little bit too wide. You can see what Giwal is trying to do. Trying to see if he can get Varun just to throw his bat at a wide one, get a little snick, or maybe guide it to the wide third. He's in a catching position. And that also is too wide, so just got to get this ball just a tad in a little bit more. You can see the plan, and don't give anything to him. That's too straight. Don't give him anything where he's able to work it over the very short mid-wicket. I have to say, mid-wicket is very short. I mean, he's about 3 meters off the boundary. Well, that's the shot. It's high in the air. Well, let's just move to our left here, because we knew that was coming in here. And it's on the roof. Well, Tina, that's the closest that we've got so far. And that is right on the top of the roof. We did. Oh, there, Tina. Well, the roof saves us. At least that we know that the roof is strong enough to handle the Grizzly. That was a biggie. You all right there?
Yeah, I will say the first thing I did was knock my screen down. I've already broken 1 screen. I'm certainly not adding a second to the collection.
And that is another biggie. That's going in and over the clubhouse. That's a lovely shot. He gets a swivel on this. Varun Prasath, a little bit of the as that one goes a long way. So you can see that Pranay Giwala just needs to go a little bit straighter because of the first 2 that were too wide. But as soon as he does, Varun Prasath shows the power that he possesses.
The captain certainly taking the ball by the horns here. We thought maybe it's a strange move to open up, but he's showing exactly why. Not only skippering this side, but going right at the top of the order, especially after that early wicket as Rocky fell. Varun just ticking along nicely here, back-to-back 6s, and both as big as each other.
Well, let's see what the reply is. He's going to come back over the wicket. And he's too short, and that's going to be 4 more runs. There's Priyan. Goes over to Varun and gives him a fist pump. Yeah, not the best delivery, slightly slower I think, but it just worked away. 4 more runs, thank you very much. You can hear Stefan Gooch, the captain's trying to gee up the boys. Come on boys, let's not give it up yet. Yeah, you just got to stay with it. Don't forget they've got started with 2 good overs. That one's well bowled. That's where you got to be. We've said already, that area is the one that works pretty well to the left-handers. Gets that one through, finishes with a dot. And we'll go for 26 of his 2 overs. That one, though, 21 coming from it, which is what Malta needed to get them kick-started. 31 for 1 at the end of the 3 overs.
Magical over and magical batting there from Varun Prasad. Still got Priyan Pushparajan out there. He's on a runner ball 3, but that was certainly the over that Malta needed. Ahead now on the power plays as well. And really for Estonia, their batting innings didn't really accelerate after that. Just that one over, the 6th that went for 18. Otherwise, slim pickings for them. So certainly Malta here looking like they're on target. But again, a couple of wickets could be all the difference in. It looks like maybe Stefan Gooch is taking the responsibility here and bowling his 2nd over. He, of course, picked up the 1 and only wicket so far. He could dearly love to take a 2nd wicket here.
Yeah, just trying to get the field right here, Steph. I just saw him remark his run-up. Looks like he's going for a slightly shorter run-up as well, but he's got the 3rd back on the boundary, got extra cover back as well. 2 men straight and a square leg. It's hit nicely down the ground. That's going to be 6 runs. Lovely shot from Priyan. So Steph does get that ball to loop back into the batter. And there's the field, you see it there. And a nice shot that, liking that. It gives an idea where the fielders are when that shot's played. You can see now Stuart Hook along with Steph making a quick change to the field. So 3rd comes up and Steph wants to put Sahil Chauhan more or less right back behind him. So they have now gone with the Southern Cross field. And you can see Steph now saying to Sahil, you can't move, until I've bowled. And let's see if this works for him. So Steph the plan is to go with the same kind of delivery again. Or maybe it's a bluff. Maybe he goes shorter. Into the pad. The batters will take the leg by. It's got to be pretty interesting also, you would imagine, for the likes of these 2 batters, Varun Prasad and Priyan. They're probably in their head. They're trying to get out of their head and their thoughts. Why is the tournament referee coming in and bowling at me? Why is he doing this?
I recognise him. Why has he got an Estonia shirt on?
Yeah. What's going on here?
This isn't very diplomatic. It's not very neutral of the tournament referee.
That's well bowled. Good Yorker delivery. And well played there by Varun. Steph knows, of course. He's watched Varun plenty of times. He knows where Varun has some of those weaknesses. So he does go for that Yorker, but Varun's quite happy just to dig it out. All right, what about Priyan? Where does he put it, Priyan? Does he set the trap again for the straight one? No, go short, and that's an error. That is a biggie. That ends up in the tennis court. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es 6 carreras. Well, there's Dian Oros. And, well, I did put a question to the chat a bit earlier saying, well, name the kit. And, of course, it is the World 11 kit that we saw on the Western Shield. Well, while that ball gets either fetched from the tennis courts or another one comes out, it's a chance for Steph to have a chat with Stuart Hook, his vice captain, about who's going to bowl next. And I can see that it looks like Rupam is warming up, so we're going to see him next. 45 for 1. And that's a great shot. That's going to go into the fence. In fact, no, it's not. It goes over the top. That one is not coming back. This reminds me of my school days when if you hit the ball over the fence, it went into the caretaker's garden and nobody goes in there because the big Rottweiler chews on the tennis ball. And the person who hits it over there has to be brave enough to knock on the caretaker's door and ask for the ball back. Okay, up in the air now. It should be taken. Sahil Chauhan holds on to the catch. So Stefan Gooch gets the wicket. The Southern Cross field works a treat. Though having said that, I think the Orthodox long on probably would have got there anyway. But it is a wicket. They do get the wicket of Priyan Pushpajan. Gucci picks up the second, 2 for 23 for him. But Malta in a good position, 51 for 2 after 4.
Certainly in a good position, needing pretty much a runner ball, but it was probably more relief than anything for Sahil Chauhan that he did pick up that wicket after he dropped that earlier attempt, probably the harder of the two that he does manage to hold on to on that occasion. But Priyan Pushparajan, just in this over alone, probably done the damage that he needed to do as he goes for 21, importantly just off 8 deliveries. And well, we are now finding ourselves in La La Land as Mehboob Ali comes out to the crease. He will be at the non-striker's end. That was the end of the 4th, 51 for 2. But we've got him out there now. Interesting to see what kind of Mehboob Ali is out there in the middle. Of course, in the ECS, he didn't fire all the time. There was a couple of occasions where he played a few curious shots. He got out early, but on that 100 that he did score, boy, was that explosive. It was a sight to see. And hopefully for Malta, he'll be that form of Mehboob Ali and not the one that on occasion just throws away his wicket. Pretty much hot and cold like his fielding. He can take brilliant catches and then he can palm one over the boundary as well.
Throws away his wicket or throws away his bat? Which one is it? Because we saw a wonderful bat throw from him yesterday. Of course, he's probably been told to be on his best behaviour after that. But yeah, he's at the non-strikers end here. Varun Prasad. I think here, just thinking here, Malta, we know they bat pretty deep. They've still got other good batters to come, but I don't think you want to be losing too many more wickets here. You want to do it fairly comfortably. 38 required. It's not the best of deliveries, but Varun doesn't really get hold of that as he would like to. So here he is, Mehboob Ali. We know what he can do if he gets going, but remember the last 2 knocks that he had, he wasn't at his best. I think it was he got 6 and out in one of them, and the other one he just offered a nice easy catch to the cover fielder. But we know what he's like. They know, Stefan Gooch will know about his reputation. And just trying to see where Steph is guiding the field. He's actually there in the covers. Normally Steph's one of the straight fielders because he's a great catcher of the ball in the deep. Right, here we go. Here comes Rupam. And it's a good start. Good full length delivery. Gets blocked out. They'll take the single.
That's where you have to bowl to Mehboob Ali, isn't it? He's not the best with the footwork. If anything is outside either side of the stumps, offside or leg side, he's just going to swing that bat. But get it right on his toes, that's probably where he's the least comfortable. So it was a nice delivery there from Rupam. Still, though, well dug out from Lala for the single.
Shot. 6 runs. Now, just as I have a quick look at the score now, so 30 required. I suppose a few more big hits like that, and you've got 2 big hitters out there, then the 4 points is definitely now back on the table.
Absolutely. And as you said, it might not be the decider, but certainly it lays down a marker, doesn't it, that Malta, they welcome Estonia into their home and they say thank you very much for the 4 points.
Yeah, and then they'll, of course, fly the flag for Malta as well. Remember, the Maltese women, they did go down to Croatia, so Malta would want a victory in the day, and this looks like it's going to be the first 30 runs required here. And Varun Prasad, you cannot give him the chance to play on the leg side. You've got to go a lot wider outside the off. Not there. You can't bowl there to him. He is too good. He is too good for you to be angling the ball in. And this comes back to what you talked a bit about the last couple of days. Actually, we talked about this. Right armers bowling around the wicket, beg your pardon, to a left-hander. Varun Prasad knows where this ball is going. I think he can play this shot with his eyes shut, and they're falling into a trap. And Varun, the captain, he's punishing them for it.
We saw what difficulty he got into when you keep it outside off stump. That's the opposite of what the Estonians are doing here. And even that one, it's a bit too straight. He gets away with it probably on the length more than anything else. But Prasad, after doing the damage, is happy to just hit that one down the ground for a single, but it's just not been the right bowling at the right time for Estonia. They've bowled too many freebies, and with batters like the quality of Varun Prasath, Priyan Pushparajan as well, they're not going to miss out on those opportunities.
It's hit firmly, but to the fielder, it does well, and Mahbub has to run quickly, but he's got big legs, so he takes some big strides and he gets home. Single at the end of the over. 16 will come off that one from Rupam Baru, and it just means that with 5 overs done, the score 67 for 2. They're needing to try and get to 22 runs in 2 overs, so this is going to be a nice, interesting little contest here. 22 will give them the 4 points and a win if they can do it in 2 overs, and that's what Stefan Gooch is trying to stop here. This is our tour of Malta. Of course, we are now into the weekend, and of course, and today and tomorrow we're going to bring you the ECI actions, men and women. The Maltese men taking on Estonia and the women taking on Croatia. And then on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, of course, we've got those T20 international matches again, featuring the men and the women. So plenty of cricket still to come. As we're going to see Kalle Vislapu. Vislapu's the kind of bowler that when he bowls well, he can get anybody. But we've also seen him have sometimes problems with getting the length right. And he's going to start with a good area. Just gets, I think Mahbub was in 2 minds here. I could almost see the light go on to say attack, and then all of a sudden he switches it off quickly and says no, not yet. And he hands the strike back to Varun, and maybe he feels that Varun is the man to be on strike because he's clicking well at the moment. Leave him on strike, let him keep going and see if he can get that win inside the 7 overs. Fetches this from outside off, doesn't get the middle but still gets plenty of it. It's going to be 6 more. Seis Guridas Mas as Varun Prasath is looking dangerous here. Didn't start that comfortably, did he, with the first few deliveries he struggled with, but now he's in a zone and the captain is bringing this home for the Maltese.
He's so still at the crease, isn't he, as well? We were talking about the Estonian batter. I think it was Rupam who came out and was looking like he had some frogs down his pants, but Varun Prasath just stands and delivers. Does it again here.
6 more, Tina. Good shot, that, as good as any. It's a slower ball from Vislapu. And Varun Prasath this time, again, that's the key. You're right, you named it. You hit the nail on the head. He stands still and waits, and then puts it away at the last moment.
No, he's just too short of that half century, and 9 short of the victory as well. He can do it probably in this over, and I think that's what he'll be eyeing up. It'll be a thumping victory for Malta.
It's that slower ball again, but this time it's fuller. So Varun takes the single. Now I think you just have to, if Mahbub Ali does anything else but not go for the big shots here, I'll be very surprised. You don't want to leave it really to the last. You can finish it with two big hits here, can't you? So you got to go for it. No, he doesn't go for it. He's going to just play this one away. They'll only take a single.
Maybe Malta Mahbub is a completely different character to Sweeky Mahbub. The Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah, he's gone into defensive mode, has Mahbub. All right, Varun, he'll be looking to get a boundary away here. 7 required then in 7 deliveries for all the points. The win is guaranteed, but can they finish with or start with a 4-pointer? Cuts that away to the fielder. They won't get a run. In comes the throw, overthrows. Oh dear, I've got to say that's not good backing up, but that's going to be 50 to Varun Prasath, the captain. 50 on the first match, on the first day of this international series between them and Estonia. Well done to the captain, well batted. Now Varun Prasath, he needed that 50, didn't he? Especially after his last couple of knocks that we saw in that European cricket series. So well done to Varun, as Malta needing just 6 runs for victory and needing 6 runs to do it in this over will mean that they take all the points.
The captain has really been the star of the show for Malta. Not only did he pick up 2 wickets, he was the only one to pick up more than 1 wicket. He's also led the charge with the bat, doing it in pretty speedy time as well. 19 balls required for his half-century. Not the best way to go to a half-century on overthrows, but I don't think he's too fussy at this stage. The most important thing for him and his side is that they will take home the 3 points, and well, they just need a runner ball in this 7th over to make it all 4 points.
Yeah, so looks like we're going to go to Parkin to have a bowl. He wants to start around the wicket. So here we go. In fact, I think is Parkin, is he a left-hander? I seem to remember him being a left-hander, so of course he won't be. He'll be over the wicket. And that will be it. It will be done and dusted with just 1 ball. Parkin, park it. That's it. It's done. What's going on? He says, what's going on? Look at him. He's doing the double teapot and said, what do you mean that's it?
It wasn't that bad a ball. Surely I can bowl another one.
He's like walking back to his mark, and then he's thinking, what do you mean? Hang on a minute. What do you mean? Well, yeah, it's done. 6 was required. It's done off that ball. Varun Prasad is the star of the show. No doubt that he will be the player of the match in that one. And it will be Malta that not just win, but they give Estonia a bit of a thumping here, winning quite emphatically. And they do it with plenty of balls to go and pick up all the points. The women in action next, Tina.
Yeah, 4 changes for Croatia as well. Interesting to see them bringing the changes, but of course they'll want the exact same result as that first game, which was not quite a bonus point victory for the Croatians, just 3 runs or 3 balls over that 7 over mark, but a big win nonetheless. Speaking of big wins, this was a massive one for Malta, and we were saying, why is Mehboob opening the batting? Well, Varun Prasad says, sorry guys, this is my time, and boy did he deliver 56 off 20, including 7 big sixes, but it started a bit rocky there for Rocky Danish. He went for just 2. Then Priyan Pushparajan, the Centurion from the ECS, he came in, and we were ducking for cover. Thank you very much for that one, Priyan. As well, the equipment was safe, but no one was safe here at the Master Sports Complex as Varun Prasad was raining sixes down on us.
Yeah, well, that was the start, wasn't it? When he hit that big 6, that was it. He never stopped. Stefan Gooch, he does take 2 wickets, the captain, but I think he knew even when he took that second wicket out of Priyan, that was a good one to have. Taking the wicket of a powerful batter like Priyan. He knows that the match was already done by then. And Mehboob, well, it was an interesting Mehboob Ali, not the one that we expected to see, but Varun Prasad, he was the man who was doing all the hitting. He gets to his 50 and hits the winning runs as well. As Estonia get well beaten in that one, I'm pretty sure they will bounce back. Remember, they'll take a bit of a break and they will come back playing just the one more in the day, because of course it's the women that will play 3 matches, the men just 2, and then tomorrow we'll change it around. It's the men that will play the 3, but of course Estonia will want to bounce back. They wouldn't want to go back to base and come back here tomorrow knowing that they've got to win all 3 matches to win that this international T10 series. Let's have a look quickly then at the bowlers there. We know that Priyan did the job with the bat. Any bowlers that impress? I mean, Steph picks up 2 wickets, but didn't really get too much support from some of the others.
Yeah, I suppose they didn't bowl too many wides, did they? Just the 4 wides in total, but that doesn't really tell the whole story, because what they did do was bowl a lot of balls into that hitting arc for Varun Prasad, and that's a big reason why he finished unbeaten. And well, vast majority of the runs do go to him, 56 of the 89 that they scored. So for Estonia, it's less about cutting down those extras and more about bowling in the right areas to the right batters. They'll have to rely on the likes of Stefan Gooch, who will have seen this Malta side a lot, and they just need to know who is weak in what areas. And Varun Prasad, you just can't bowl on his legs, can you? No, you can't. You're absolutely right with that observation. I think they did bowl it generally pretty well to the right-handers, but to Varun, they didn't get it right. I think you're far better off coming right arm over and trying to get the ball in between his pad and bat. That Yorker length delivery, you can't be coming around the wicket. He's too good and too quick on his feet to whip you away, and whip you away big over the leg side boundary. So a good win there for Malta. That means that we also have a bit of a longer break here. Of course, we'll be back in, I think for this match, about 45 minutes time. So 1/2 the hour, and it will be the women that we'll see in action. But of course, don't forget, you're seeing plenty of cricket here on the network here today. We saw a quick match also
there in Czechia, where the Czechia women were once again fairly comfortably beaten by Cyprus after setting just 45. Cyprus knocked them off inside the 10 overs, so they've taken a commanding 3-0 lead there. Of course, another match will be coming up there, and then we have 2 tonight in Belgium as well. So not only will you be hearing the sounds of myself and Tina Goff here, you'll have Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sandu in Czechia, and of course Phil G in Belgium. So enjoy your break. Maybe it's your time on this Saturday to perhaps get yourself a spot of lunch ready, something to drink. But do join us back in about 45 minutes when it will be the women of Malta who will be looking to level the series against the women of Croatia. Join us back in about 45 minutes time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Master Sports Ground, where it's a glorious Saturday afternoon here, and we're looking forward to the second match of the day between Malta women and Croatia women. The first one was already quite an intriguing contest. It was Croatia who took the win in the end. They managed it comfortably, but it didn't tell the whole story. As Malta, they certainly bowled well in parts. They just bowled a few too many extras and didn't manage to get enough runs on the board. And you could see at the end how much that win meant to Croatia as well. So they'll surely want to go 2 for 2 here. As for Malta though, the hosts, they want to put on a slightly better performance and get their first win on the board. Before we talk about the teams, let's go out into the middle for the all-important coin toss.
Malta is a home team, Croatia is a away team. As Malta is your call.
Tails.
Tails is a call. It is head.
We are bowling.
Croatia women won the toss and decide to bowl first.
So there you have it. Croatia have won the toss and they will have a bowl. Well, chasing for them worked in the first game, didn't it? And they're going to try and repeat the trick on this occasion. For Malta, Anupama, she really impressed with both bat and ball, but unfortunately with the bat, she didn't really have any partners to work with. Jessica, the captain, she was out there for a while, just didn't quite push on. So Anupama will certainly want to repeat the trick and also have a few teammates to drag along into that batting innings as well. As for Croatia, well, it was one player that really impressed. She was player of the game, and that was Pavla. She hit some great boundaries and she really hit the middle of the bat every single time. And when she was bowling, she picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls with one of the most polite LBW appeals you'll ever see. And I really like her as a player. I'm sure she's one to look out for as well. Someone else to look out for is up in the commentary box. Rico Fall will talk you through this one. And Rico, news from the toss is that Croatia have won the toss and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tina Goff, looking absolutely dashing today on this Saturday. Happy weekend to all of our viewers around the world, and welcome back. I see that Monica Ramos is with us. John Hisham, of course, at the ground. Also in the chat, hello to John Higginbottom, Idion in the chat as well, and Helix. Lovely that you can all join us on what promises to be, I think, another entertaining match between the women. The host, Malta, they take on Croatia for the second time in the day. They are 1 behind. They'll be looking to level the series with 1 to play in the day today. And of course, they play 2 tomorrow, best of 5. Same with the men. The men, of course, up next to play their second and final game of this match day 1. So with a lot of enthusiasm and a buzz about them, the Croatians take the field of play. And hoping to maybe get another good performance in here today. International Drone Day celebrated today, by the way. 62% to 38% is what you can see the win predicted there. But in favour of Malta. That's quite strange, actually. I wonder if we got that the right way around. Anyway, I'm sure the statisticians know what they're doing. Maybe they know something about this match that we don't. So International Drone Day celebrated today. The holiday raises awareness of drones and their various applications in the civilian sector, from search and rescue operations to package delivery and dropping off medical supplies. And of course, I know that when we're allowed to, we use drones as well, but I know that we're not quite allowed to use them out here where we are at the Marseille International Ground. Of course, a lot of laws do apply. As we see a look at the field as we're ready to go. So here we go, we're ready to start. And it is going to be Lydia, the captain of Croatia, to bowl the first. And it's going to be down the leg side. It's going to get past. And that's an example of something. Oh, well, Bargy. Well, this is, well, when you see a rhino charging, get out of the way. Have a look at this. It's the non-striker running hard. This Litika, and goes right into silly Sebastian. And, well, just a little friendly bit of argy-bargy. That's a better delivery. And that's well played as well, nice and straight from Likita, who, having got on strike, gets a good first one from Lydia. Lydia did bowl well in that last match. Actually had a good game. Bit of width, that's played away. They will take the run. Yeah, I was going to say that first ball sort of showed a big difference between what we saw between the two batting styles, actually, from Croatia and Malta. Whereas Croatia was still going for those wide deliveries. They wanted to get ban and ball on anything. Malta, they're quite happy to leave the wides, take the extra ball and try and capitalise. Gone, full straight. That's another one. And Lydia likes it. She's celebrating. I tell you who doesn't like it is Jessica Rimo, who's going to go for a golden duck. And that's not a good one for the captain of Malta. It's just full and straight, and Jessica doesn't really move her feet here. If you ever look at that, the feet stay planted, doesn't get that front foot forward, so it doesn't take us out to the ball. And that's a big wicket to get. Remember, Jessica, she batted a long time in the middle there earlier, and was able to keep the innings going. But with her going early, I get a feeling that we're going to, well, at least it's a good thing. We get a chance to see some more of the batting now from Malta. So a golden duck for Jessica. Oh, that's a Gandhi ball. That's going to be a no ball. That one comes out a little bit wrong from Lydia. We'll go back to the drawing board. So a new batter that comes out is Anupama Ramishan now. She did bat well in the last match, scored 42 of 29. Free hit, and it still will be a free hit as allow this one. It goes through the wicketkeeper. Silly Sebastian can't stop it, but the backstop can. Hello to Paul Kempion saying good afternoon to me and Tina. Tina will be here for the second innings. He's having some lunch at the moment. I know that she's in there with some of the teams as well, the men. Probably will have a story to tell. Now that is going to be hit away up in the air. It will be stopped, but it's still going to be another free hit. That's also too high. Now that's 2 in the over. Now it'll be interesting to see how the umpires work here, because of course it should be, normally that's like a final warning for the bowler. So Lydia doesn't really want to bowl another one of these. Umpire Umer is out there with Vinay. Sunny the third this time. That's up in the air. Remember, it's a free hit. And oh, it gets past the fielder. They are coming back for 2. This could be time. Oh, it's going to be a run out. Oh, that's just, oh, so unfortunate. There's a big misunderstanding, and unfortunately, it's going to be Lahita that's going to have to go. I mean, let's watch this again. So it's definitely only 1, I think. And you can see, yeah, oh, she runs halfway and then starts to run the other way. Now, I don't think they cross, so that's why it's going to unfortunately be Lakita that's going to have to go. She'll go for 1. Oh, dear. Well, you got to say that Nupama Ramishan is got to take responsibility for that run out. She really does barbecue her partner there, Lakita. She'll now get run out with just the 1. And yeah, you can see that she charges down with a sprint and gets Lakita going, and then afterwards says, no, I'm running back the other way. And she beats, or she doesn't allow Lakita to get past her. So, no dear, that's not good. So another wicket does go. And the thing is, it is still actually a free hit. So remember, because it was a no ball that got hit away, where they went for one and then decided on two. So free hit, we're still on here. Let's hit away. They will run again. That's, well, interesting bit of fielding this. And that's one way to do it by Anita. She just throws her body. It's a good old-fashioned trap. Look at this. It just throws the body at it first and says, you're not getting past me. And then gets the hands to it and throws it in. Played away. And just be a single. Need a bit of a partnership here now to Malta. And the other thing is, partnership's one thing, but they've got to keep that scoreboard ticking as well. They do lose 2 wickets, but they get 10 off the over. And if they can keep getting 10 off the over and keep the wickets in hand, they'll be quite happy with that score. As we take a look at the Challenger Division of the Euros of Cricket. And the reason that this is interesting, of course, that Challenger Division happening there, or the Euros of Cricket happening between the 25th and the 18th of October. But Malta, we're seeing them in action, and Estonia, they're both in different groups. But it's interesting to see the other teams that will be there with them. So see Czechia, Cyprus, Bulgaria, Croatia and Slovenia in there with Malta. And the likes of Guernsey, Isle of Man, Luxembourg, Serbia and Turkey in with Estonia. So this is good practice for the 2 men's side. That's another one that's too high. It's going to be a no ball, that's called. And a good throw. It is well backed up as well. Good work there from the Croatian fielders, backing up the throw. This is Mia, who's bowling, looking to pick up what would be her first wicket on the network. It's always good to see new players coming into start, and of course both teams have new players listed. It's up in the air. It's gonna just go in a bit of space. They will take a single. Yeah, Ramachan is going to be, you would feel, key. She's probably got to be wanting to keep most of the strike, and I think that's got to be the plan here. We know that if she can bat all the way through, she could certainly finish with maybe 40 to 50 to her name. That's going to be another one that's close to being a no ball, just off the pitch. It's a signal there by the umpire. Up in the air, and oh, she had it and dropped it. Well, that's silly Sebastian. Goes up in the air. She does really well to find it, because when you've got the helmet on, it's quite difficult, but she has it, and then you can see it sort of comes in the gloves and then out again, and that's out. well, we heard that Tina did say that there was the LBW that Pavla got earlier, and she said it was just the strangest of appeals, the quietest. Well, I think we have another one here. This one takes the number now. It's full, it's straight, it's absolutely plumb. Just a little polite inquiry, and then the celebrations start. And that is Mia, who has picked up her first wicket on the European Cricket Network, and maybe it's her first international wicket as well. Well done to her. And she's going to get plenty of congratulations for that one. And that's the end of Swetha. Gets caught plumb in front. Well done, well bowled there by Mia. Swetha will go for 2 or 4. And it's now being played out pretty well. I think you now just got to be happy to get the single and hope that Anupa can get going at the other end. And Stella Aruja is the new batter that comes out. We're only in, of course, in the second over. Malta have lost 3 wickets already down the leg side, and Wide ball it was. This one will probably be a wide outside the off, so Mia just a few issues with the radar, but when she does get it right, very useful and very handy. And that one's gone through, and they decide not to run. I think that's the ones, if you're not hitting those, then step inside them and take the wide. That's another wide. Oh, that's a little spicy one for the keeper. Misan waiting for one she can get away, and yeah, this time after spawning a wide earlier, she's quite happy just to let one go by. I suppose a number of things, the reasons for that is obviously you keep getting runs on the board, maybe you get the board a good ball that you like to put away, and that's a better delivery, and she had to play that well. That's the one that got Jessica. Now this one is going to test the fielder. It will go all the way. It's a tremendous effort for Lada. Well, Lada goes diving to make the stop. Well, there was nothing Lada about this. It's more of a Ferrari effort, but unfortunately couldn't get there. And that's going to be 4 runs, and that just shows you this outfield. It was almost just a gentle push down the ground, really, digging out that good ball from Mia. But it does go to the boundary. Now, look, they have lost 3 wickets, but they're scoring at a much healthier rate than the earlier match, so you don't mind that. That over goes for 14, 24 for 3. But it's all about keeping those wickets in hand. You can see from the earlier match that Croatia 3-1 at the moment on the points with that win. So the Maltese women did get a point. It will be a wide. It's a little swing and a miss there from Stella Ruja. I think this is where probably Anupam will probably be trying to say to her, look, don't worry about those. If they're wide, leave those alone. Let's just keep taking the extras. The other point, of course, I'm making is not just taking the extras, but it puts pressure on time for Croatia. That's nicely played. Worked away quite nicely. I like that shot. She watches that really nicely onto the bat. So just have a look at this shot. So see, it is onto the pads, but I like the way she keeps her head nice and still and just watches it all the way onto the bat. Look, that's nicely done. Good shot. And, I know that you take the wides if you can, but if you get a chance to get bat onto ball, especially when you haven't played a lot of cricket and you're learning all the time, well, every time you get bat on ball, you get a run to your name. And I think that's important. And Ruja gets another one. Moves to 2. And that's hit firmly. And there's that stop again. I'm liking the fielding technique here of Anita. It works for her. Look, it works for her. She knows what she's got to do. Body on it. Makes the trap. It's a 2-legged trap. And then says, okay, now I tidy it up. That ball is not getting through me. That's the way Anita likes to field. And bat on ball. Nicely played. Another single. Liking this from Stella. Just very carefully watching the ball onto the bat and taking a single. So even though they do lose Jessica early, which of course was not the plan, and of course we've seen Sweta follow and Lakita unfortunately run out, it means other batters get a chance, and you never know, there could be a star in the making. Somebody scores a quick fire 15-20 runs and you get a good score on the board, and that's okay. I like the look around there from the bowler Pavla, just making sure that okay, yeah, that's fine. Pavla had, of course, a very good match last time. Was the player of the match. Took 2 for 9, her best bowling figures. And also recorded her best score on the network as well. That's hit well. And that's going to be 4 runs. Nobody is stopping that. Ramishan shows the power that she does possess. If she gets that shorter ball outside the off, this is where she likes it. That's her shot. You saw her play that a couple of times in the first match. And, well, there's Tina. Tina Goth in the action. Well, from one good player, Ramishan, to another. Tina getting the throw in. They'll have to brush her hair again now. And that's played nicely. Will be a single There's that stop again. So going along nicely. There's the end of the over. The scores are coming along. 33 then. All the threes. 33 for 3 after 3. There's Pavla does get a good over in, but not able to take a wicket this time. And for those of you who are interested, it is the weekend. And, well, it's worth putting out there. It is World Naked Gardening Day. It's an event celebrated on the first Saturday of May of every year. And this year it takes place on the 3rd of May, which is today. Gardeners from all over the world they get together to attend to their plants and flowers wearing no clothes or shoes. This way, they're able to connect with origins of gardening and our natural relationship with Mother Nature. Well, if you're not careful, you could connect to 1 or 2 other things. Stinging nettles, for once. That could go badly, couldn't it? You're minding your business, doing a little bit of weeding and, yeah, sort that one out. That's chipped over the top. It's going to be just a single. And what about the creepy crawly? I mean, I like gardening, as I think you folks know. And I know when I was in the UK, gardening in the UK is very different to gardening in Spain. That struck pretty well. Straight to the fielder. Good throw. Could be trouble. And I think this is going to be out. I really think this is going to be out. This is a big moment. This is excellent. Well, they're celebrating already. It's a good shot, but here's the throw. And keep an eye on the bat. I think the bat's on the air. That's gone. That is gone, and I do believe it is. Just check one more time here. I do believe that is the ball that breaks the bails. Let's see. Yeah, I think that is the ball that breaks the bails here. Let's have a look at it one more time. Yeah, that's the ball. You can see the middle stump gets rocked back by the ball. Excellent work there. Great bit of work from Croatia and Stella. Well, it was looking like a stellar performance for her for a moment. She was batting well, but she's going to be another run out this time. She'll go for 3 or 3. Excellent work from the fielders once again. Good throw and great work from Helen, the bowler. So another wicket does go down. But as long as they keep the scoreboard ticking, you know, you could lose 8 wickets, could lose 9 wickets, but still end up with a better score than what you did last time, as Danuja will also get off the mark. Yeah, one thing they want to do, though, is not... You don't want to lose wickets unnecessarily. So just got to... I know that when you're learning the game early on, I think there seems to be a lot of... That's a full toss that gets played away. Is a fielder out there? It does very well. A good bit of fielding, just a single. Yeah, there always seems to be this thought about, you know, look, if you hit the ball, run. But there then has to get to a point where we say, yeah, if you hit it, but, you know, don't get run out. Don't get too excited. End of the over. 4 overs gone. Probably a lot of people wondering, what were you talking about there, Rico? Well, I was talking about, look, I don't make these things up. It is World Naked Gardening Day. It's a day that you know, you do your gardening with no clothes and no shoes on. It's all to do with the gardeners getting in touch with their natural relationship with Mother Nature. And all I was saying is, being a keen gardener myself, not that I would never do it. I would never do it naked. No, thank you. But in Spain, it's not so bad because most of the stuff is like in pots. But in the UK, you had to get into the turf and do all the weeding and stuff. And of course, there's worms, there's spiders, there's ants, amongst other creepy crawlies. I don't think I'd be wanting to be doing that with no clothes on. You know, just think about where your dangly bits could end up and what could end up in your other crevices. Anyway, if that's what some gardeners want to do, that's fair enough. Who am I to judge? Taking this one on. It's a good strong arm, but this time the batters will get it. Just one saying, hope the ground staff aren't observing this day. Yeah, I don't think we'd allow them to, not with the cameras around, but oh, that's going to be probably a no ball. Let's see where, probably want to see where this also lands. Maybe we can see this one more time. So it's definitely, yeah, it could be a no ball for, yeah, that's, I think, no ball for not getting on the pitch. So people do weird things. Do you think that should come with some warnings? If you do want to do gardening naked, you have to be aware of certain things. And that's hit out well, but well fielded. Excellent bit of fielding. That's Helen again. Gets down, gets dirty, stops the ball getting through her, keeps it to just a single. Two lovely pigeons in front of me right now. And you can tell that it's spring because they're pretty frisky with each other. And one doesn't want to know, flies away. That's played well, but again to the fielder. They played some nice shots. This could be another issue. As the non-strikers not paying any attention there to Tanuja. Tanuja is absolutely right. And Anupa Ramishan, look, she's a good player, but she's already ran out. Definitely one batter, maybe two. Could have been a third. That's definitely a run there. This is going to be a wide ball. So, Dora with the ball. It's up in the air. Probably would have been close to another wide, but they'll get a single. And 5 overs complete. Not a bad one there from Dora at all. We'll go for 7. And it moves the score at the halfway point to 44. 4 wickets down. And they're going to be okay with that. I think they're going kind of at the same sort of pace as they were for the last match. But you've still got Remy-san there. If she can get going, can make a difference. We had a look at the Challenger Division a little bit earlier on. How about we look at what the Premier Division is going to look like in the Euros of cricket. And this gives a good breakdown of this. So it actually shows us how the whole thing will work. So as I said, Premier Division first, you've got 3 groups in there, 25th to the 6th of October. Then the winners of those groups will, of course, join the winner and the runners-up in the Premier Division Championship group, which starts on the 16th of October. But before that, from the 7th to the 15th, we'll have the Challenge Division. So they'll play, they'll have their own finals day, and then straight after that, we'll have the Premier Division Championship group. So I like the format of that. And, of course, that's all happening in Spain, Andalusia, the Caramo Oval, and where all the fun would start. And, yeah, well run. Well backed up as well. A few people, and look, we often get this, and, you know, I'm grateful for all the chatters that we have, especially I know we've got a lot of the moderators in there, but you know, sometimes people come along and they watch the cricket you're seeing here. That's a great shot. 4 runs. That's the power that can be wielded by Anupama Ramishan, and that's what you need to see a little bit more of now here, coming up to the final 5 overs as Helen bowling a second. But yeah, I mean, as a lot of the chatters are reminding you, so if you are new, what you're watching here is, you know, women's cricket, teams that haven't played a lot, they're just coming together, these national sides, as this is going to be another 4. Desperate lunge from the fielder to try and stop it, can't do so. As Helen just goes a little bit too full, and that will bring the 50 up. So some good shots here. Back-to-back boundaries. Ramishan, beautifully played. Well, she might have run out a few batters, but now she's hopefully going to make it count. And I don't always think she was ready there, and you can see she's standing there saying not ready, but in fairness to the bowler, the umpire wasn't quick enough to stop her coming through. But look, players that haven't played before, many of them, they're learning their trade. First time that some of them are playing for the country. Another one hit down the ground, and there's that stop. Nothing gets past me, says Anita. So, you know, come on, support them. Support what you're seeing. What you're seeing here is players getting into the game, building a team, building morale, building skills, knowledge, and strength. So they're getting, it's a start of something, and they need your support. They don't need negative comments. And I will say this, you don't have to watch who's forcing you to watch. And go do whatever else you want to do, but please don't make negative comments. If you don't like what you're watching, switch off, go away, just leave it at that, because we don't need you. Our family is all about growing the game of cricket around Europe, and we have so many wonderful, positive people that help us to do that. If you can't be that, don't be here. It's as simple as that. Here's the Premier Division. So we mentioned that there would be 3 groups, and there's a snapshot of what those groups are. Of course, England and the Netherlands are already in the championship group, being the winners and the runners-up. That's well bowled. Good delivery. A little bit of flight. There's Dora also bowls the next over. That last over went for 11. So it's a good over. A couple of boundaries in there as well. Right, how does Dora go here? And, that's a really good delivery. Really good delivery. Tanuja, she's played a part so far, but I suppose she knows what she's got to do. She's got to try and find a way to get Anupama back on strike. Not going to do it with that one. That's well bowled as well. They've got that short mid-wicket in, which is the captain Lydia. They've also got short cover in. And we were saying before that Malta themselves could probably learn from this field. And so it's a wide ball, but that's where I think Anupama Ramashan has to improve her game, her running. Let's see if she backs up actually here. This would be a good example. But that last one, with the ball going past the keeper, if you're backing up, you get there, you get on strike. So if you look at her now, she does start to, but she's not really backing up. She takes a little step, and then she stays where she is. She's got to walk and back up with the bowler. Right, she does get on strike here now, so well done to Tanuja. To be fair, she received some good deliveries there. She couldn't get anything away. And well bowled as Anupama practices that shot again. And a few people just coming on and say, yeah, well said. But I think I'm saying what a lot of people are saying. It's all about promoting the game. All I want to say to those of you that maybe have played the game, think of the first time you played. And if you are a parent and your kids play, think of the first time your kids played. Not just cricket, but any sport. You've got to start somewhere, and you're not going to be magnificent as soon as you start. You've got to work at it. Tomorrow, of course, not that the cricket is over in Czechia today, but tomorrow, of course, is day 3 of 3 in that Czechia series where the Czechia women are playing the women from Cyprus. And, of course, Cyprus have already wrapped that up. They've won 3 already. There's another one to play today, and that will be a little bit later on this afternoon. And I don't think they've quite started there yet. I will check in front of me, but the last one of that is tomorrow. Haven't quite started yet, but I can tell you that the Czechia women will be batting first again. They'll be hoping to get a few more runs on the board this time. But yeah, just think of where you started, think of where your own kids started, and think of how you got them to be better. Think of the process. Think of the process. So first of all, being supportive to them, and even if they haven't played well, then you're encouraging them, and then you spend the time to take them to training, take them to the matches, give them positive encouragement and feedback, and then you encourage them to play more, and then you enjoy watching them play and grow. And that's exactly what we're doing with the women's game here now. I mean, we take for granted where men's cricket is. I can remember back in 2019 and 20, a lot of the places we were going to and watching men's cricket, and it wasn't like it is today. And here in Malta is a good example. But the more you play, the better you get, the better and stronger you get as a team. And that's why our motto on European cricket is stronger together, because you will get stronger together. These players, these teams will get stronger together. That one comes out wrong from Mia. who's bowling her second. So all we ask you to do is be supportive. And if you can't be, if you don't like what you see, bye-bye. It's simple. You don't have to watch. Who's forcing you to watch? Do something else. Go do some naked gardening. I don't know. Whatever you want to do. And I think they're just checking here. I hope it's... Yeah, I hope it's not. I wouldn't like to see that. I think they might be saying Dora bowled 2 of these in the first over, so she can't continue. But don't worry about it. It weren't dangerous. I think this is probably just the umpire saying to the captain here, Lydia, look, we're going to give her another chance, but no more of those. And swing and a miss. As Anupama. This is one she should get away. It's her shot, really, but she gets herself in the right position to play the shot, but doesn't get it away. So Mia, well done. That's hit pretty well, but they have got a sweeper out there who attacks well. The ground fielding has been really good. I've been really, really impressed by it. They've attacked everything. They've stopped everything. Sometimes it's been in an unorthodox way by Anita Skokrovic, who's been absolutely brilliant the way she's fielded, by the way. Talk about throwing yourself at the ball. That's what she does. But they're just being clean and clinical. It's been really good to see 60 on the board, then 60 for 4. So once again, looks like it's going to be around that 80 score, doesn't it? I've mentioned already, of course, today is International Drone Day. We've mentioned that it is International Wild Koala Day, which is, of course, all about making everybody aware of the koalas' fight for survival. And that's going to be okay. Dot ball. Look at it. A look back from the bowler, saying that's all right, isn't it? And I love the way she just keeps looking at the umpire, saying it's all right, right? It's all right. Yeah, it's okay. You're fine. You're good. Pavla bowled very well in the last match. Was the player of the match, of course, because of her bowling and her batting. Tosses this up. Oh, very close to taking the top of the stumps. Yeah, one thing about the koalas is that yearly wildfires and rampant deforestation has exterminated more than 10 million koalas within a decade. I mean, that's a horrible statistic, isn't it? So let's do whatever we can to save them. World Naked Gardening Day. And, well, it'll take you back in time. Some will say good, some will say bad. On this day in 1979, Margaret Thatcher of the Conservative Party was elected British Prime Minister, becoming the first woman in Europe to hold that post. She later became the longest continuously serving British Prime Minister since 1827. That's hit well, but they've set the field well for Rami-san. It should go again, but Rami-san is just... Yeah, definitely. I think Rami-san, they know where they need to work on her. It's her awareness of running. That's 2 there. She should be back on strike. There should be another run on the board. Let's see how... That's well bowled, but nicely played as well. That's the one that gets the wickets for Pavla. And Tanuja plays that really well. Good over this from Pavla. And if you like your music, then of course you're going to like that. The next bit of trivia for you. Gets a bit of bat on this. No runs, balls are wide really. And today in 1903, American singer, actor, songwriter Bing Crosby, whose casual stage manner and mellow, relaxed singing style mode made him the most successful entertainer of his day, was born in America, there in Washington. Very good over and very good spell again. May not have any wickets, Pavla, but only gives the 1 run in the over. So I said they were on course maybe for a score in the 80s. Well, unless they get a big over here, that ain't going to happen. And just notice here that the last probably 3 overs that Anupama Rameeshan has, in my opinion, maybe tried a little bit too hard to hit the ball. I think she's felt the pressure, she's felt the need to hit the ball, and she just keeps on missing it, and it's a frustrating innings now. 29 of 30 balls. This is up in the air, but again, not the clean contact she wants. And I like the way that the Croatian side have dealt with her. I like the way that the field keeps changing. When she's on strike, they push back. And look at Helen now. She comes into the circle and close. So does Lydia at the other end. But when it's Remission who's on strike, they all push back. They've done their work, you know. They know what they're doing. They're well drilled. And I can't quite believe, and I know I had a chat with Zenko Zidran in the break, and you know, he said work in progress, and I said to him, yeah, but a lot of progress. And I just remember a lot of these players, first time I saw them playing, first time they held a bat, first time they held a cricket ball, and their reactions. And just look at them here now. They're fielding with no fear. They're throwing themselves at the ball. They're making some great stops, bowling well. I remember myself teaching them to try and bowl without bending the arm and without throwing the ball. And Vedran as well, working hard with them. And he's got them doing it. I mean, look at this. And what a remarkable turnaround. And this team, just the way they read the game. Like again here, everybody goes back. So Helena, who was, it's going to be a single, who was in close to Tanuja, has dropped back, and because she has, she makes a stop, gets the throw in early, and they only just make it back as well. So great performance with the ball to go in the innings. And looks like it will once again just be a single. So well done in the field here by Croatia. They really did put the squeeze on. There was just that one over, wasn't there, that went for 11. It was Helen's first over when there was back-to-back boundaries, and that over number 6. And we thought then, when it finished with 55 for 4 at the end of it, we thought then that might have been the start of a bit more pressure from the batters, but it never turned out to be. Remember the last 3 overs there, just going for 8 runs. Really solid bowling and fielding performance. Well, there's the wicket, there's the joy. And then we're going to get this, another very polite LBW appeal from Mia coming up. This one was just sort of, this is it. Mia said, how's that? Yeah, it's out. This was the one that was just chipped over the top. But the running, I mean, look at this. And yeah, Remission has to be responsible for that. She comes charging down, and then she decides I could be in danger, and then goes running the other way. Great effort in the field there as well. And that was Lada trying to make the stop. Just very, very, I think the right word to use is probably polished in the field. There was that run out as well. Great stop, great throw. Good work by Helen, the bowler, as well. They just they seem to be doing most things right. As we'll take a look at the scorecard. A rather abrupt end to the highlights there. The music just stopped and everything stopped. And so once again, Anupama Rameeshan, she makes 31, but uses 33 deliveries, hits 4 boundaries. But as I say, I think the second part of the innings there, I think maybe it was the 2 run-outs she was involved in, sort of got to her a little bit, and then she tried to hit the ball too hard, and too many dot balls appeared in there, so she wasn't able to really accelerate the way you'd expect her to do. But I like the innings there from Tanuja. She didn't do too much wrong. She played a good, solid supporting role, scoring 9, and in a good partnership there with Anupam. Let's have a look at the bowlers here. Once again, very tidy. You can't say any more than that. A wicket there from Lydia. There was one there from Mia as well. Her first wicket on the network, and maybe first international wicket as well, with that very polite, excuse me umpire, how's that appeal? And it was given out, quite rightly so. It was absolutely plumb, and a good bowling spell there against from Pavla. I do like the way that she bowls, so well done. And Croatian women will be looking now to go out there and knock these off, needing just 66 for victory this time around. And who knows, maybe they're sniffing a win here inside the 7 overs. If they can do that, they'll take 4 points away. Malta, though, I think they'll come out fighting. And the main thing for them is try not to give too many extras away. If they can do that, then anything is possible in this one. I'm going to take a 10-minute break here now, but remember, we will be back, or I won't be back. I'm going to have a spot of lunch. Tina will be back to talk you through the reply from Croatia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the sunny Master Sports Club, where we're halfway through the second women's match of the day, which sees Malta up against Croatia. And at the halfway stage, well, it was a pretty similar effort to the first game. Malta batting first, putting 65 runs on the board for the loss of 4 wickets. And just like in that first game where they did manage 15 more, it was 80 on that occasion, also for the loss of 4 wickets. It was again Anupama Ramashan who was the star with the bat. Following up from her 42 not out this morning, she chipped in with 31 without losing her wicket. A bit of a slower effort on this occasion. She took the 33 runs to get there, so just over half the balls in the innings, and that's probably why they have landed at that total in the mid-60s rather than pushing up towards 80 or 90. So that's the equation for Croatia for the bonus point. If they can chase this down in 7 overs or less, it will be a big 4-point victory for them. For Malta, meanwhile, they've got a tough task on their hands, trying to reduce the guests to 45 or less if they want to pocket the 4 points. It was actually only the 3 extra balls beyond the 7th over that Croatia needed to chase down Malta's total in that first game. They managed to do it for the loss of just the 1 wicket. And on that occasion, it was Helen Nico and Lydia Kravaric who were out there in the middle, the openers, and it looks like it's the familiar pairing of those two. And as with game 1, it also seems like Malta are sticking with their familiar opening bowler in the form of Likita. It was a curious innings for Malta, wasn't it? They found the boundary actually with enough regularity, but also found their running a bit tough going. Just a matter of communication, quite often the problem between the two out in the middle. But again, it's important to reiterate that these players out there for both sides, they're still relatively early on in their cricket careers, and every single opportunity they get out there in the middle, they will learn from. As that one gets chipped up in the air, it's a half chance for the wicketkeeper, Jessica Reimer, but can't get her gloves out there quickly enough. There's Helen Nico on strike. And she didn't quite manage to fire in that first game. She was bowled out by Anupama, a bit of a star for Malta. After notching 7 runs, did take her 16 deliveries to get there though. That's well bowled and well dug out. As Likita on this occasion gets her line right from the very beginning. And speaking of Anupama, it seems like at the moment she's off the field, probably just maybe suffering a bit of the effects of that innings. She was out there almost the whole innings, and it's a hot day today in Malta, playing of course in the middle of the day as well. There's a confusion here, and it's going to be it should have been a run out, but Jessica Reimer behind the stumps. There's a bit of panic there from first the batters. Take a look at this. It goes straight to the fielder. It's a good throw in from Tambi. All Jessica has to do is get a hold of the ball, and well, one of the Croatian batters would have been out. By the time the ball actually rolled past the stumps, they were pretty much both marooned in the middle of the pitch. So it seems like Croatia here catching a bit of the Malta disease. The run-outs just troubling them. And this occasion, though, they do get away with one. That brings Lydia, the captain, on strike. I think they did manage to run through a single there. After all that, it should have been a wicket though. Tambi did all she had to do at point, got the ball in, and Jessica, I think just in her haste, she knew that the batter was struggling, just tried to get the bails off before she had the ball in hand. And there's again another yes, no, maybe here, a direct hit, and she would have been struggling. And in fact, they might go for overthrows here. But Likita, having missed the stumps at the front, as it could have been a run out at the wicketkeeper's end. The throw came in from Tanuja, went to the wrong end, and then Nikita didn't hit the stumps. Almost affected another overthrow. That's a better delivery though. That one just cuts in off the seam. It's well played though. There is a fielder out there, and Vidmi gets it in. To end the first over, a chaotic one is probably the best way of describing that. After all that, I think the Croatian women ran about 27 runs. There's only 3 on the board though, because they managed to shuttle backwards and forwards with not much communication. In the end though, 4 for no loss as we tick over, or ticking is probably not the right word, we zoom into the 20s for matches since a golden ball. Remember, we had a golden ball on, what was it? I think it was day 3 of the ECS when both Rico and I were enjoying a day off, and Vinny from the ECN bunker called that one. And the Southern Crusaders sneaked over the line on that occasion and, well, sneaked all the way into the final of the ECS yesterday evening, just falling at the final hurdle to a pretty dominant Sweekie United outfit. And of course, some of the Sweekie players who we saw there are involved in the Malta side. Big figure of Mahbub Ali, of course, is the first one that springs to mind. And the men of Malta will be facing up again in the 3rd game of the 4th game, time flies, 4th game of the day, having already notched 1 win against the guests from Estonia. Into the 2nd over we go, Tanuja with ball in hand. Yeah, in that men's opener, Estonia, they put on an 88 for 5, very much below par. They were just missing a few big partnerships towards the top end. It was Ali Masood, he top scored with 24, but otherwise not too many contributions. And in response, Malta, they lost 2 wickets, but they chased down the total in just 6.1 overs. So it was a comfortable win for them. Varun Prasad, the captain, he was dominant with the bat, scoring 56, just 20 deliveries, remained not out. He also picked up 2 wickets in the 1st innings, very much a play of the match performance from him. Estonia, they'll regroup and I'm sure come back stronger in that game, which is, again, just in a couple of hours' time following this one. That one's hit away nicely into the offside. Equally nicely met, though, in the field by Ridmi, who picks it up cleanly, throws it in. And a warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. Paul Kempin, afternoon to you. And Johnny, of course, is joining not only in the chat, but also live from the ground. And I haven't seen him recently, but I'm sure he's sheltering somewhere in the shade. That's hit firmly away to the leg side, but again, nicely met by the fielder out there in the deep. I'm assuming that's probably Sweta out there. Remember in that 1st game, she put in that outstanding stop on the boundary. It's certainly one that you'll see on social media later today, because she somehow tumbled away to her right, managed to hook the ball in between her legs, keep it the right side of the rope, and prevent what was a certain boundary. Of course, ended up being a losing cause, but showing the commitment of the players out there in the middle. But yeah, Johnny Heat, wherever you are, I hope you're enjoying it. He's probably in the shade, and I see the shade under the clubhouse is getting more and more packed because it is getting quite hot out here. I was enjoying watching the 1st half of the innings from the sun, but also equally happy to come back into the shady commentary cage. That one goes through the legs. As a misfield there by Reshma Raghavan. Frustrating one for Malta, as Sweta there has to collect the ball from beyond the rope. She put in a great stop just a few moments ago, but sees her teammate just get that one wrong, and Helen Nico, she gets her 1st boundary of the innings. As Croatia moved to 12 for no loss. And it's good to see that Anupama has come back onto the field. So she was just suffering maybe from that extended stint out there in the middle. She's back on now. And I'm sure Malta would have been keen to put her on relatively quickly because she is a bit of a star with the ball as well. Wasn't able to get her side over the line in that 1st game, but certainly one to watch throughout this series. And again, it's worth noting some of these players are playing for one of the first times, certainly on the international level. Some of them won't even have played cricket for that long at all. So when you do see them out there in the middle. Just bear in mind how courageous they're being at well, not only going out there and playing, but doing it on the international stage with the cameras there under the hot Malta sun as we take a look at the standings. And Croatia obviously sitting pretty at the top with that earlier win. Didn't quite manage to get the bonus point victory. They've certainly got a chance here. They've started solidly enough, 14 runs coming off the first 2 overs. I guess what I'm saying is that it's easy to sit behind your computer screen and criticize people out there in the middle doing their best and playing a sport they love with their friends and teammates. But I'm absolutely full of admiration for anyone who goes out there, whether it's male or female, pulling on the shirt, representing your club side or your country. So something that not many people get to do. And they're out there. This is a great start to the 3rd over from Nikita. And imagine if you were just starting your cricketing career and you had to play under the cameras with people on the internet judging you. I'm sure that wouldn't have been too easy for you, but these girls are more than equal to the challenge, and they're showing here what they can do. Nikita getting it right on the spot now. Just a bit of width on offer there, and Helen Nico doesn't need a second invitation. She flashes her bat at that one. It races away to the boundary for 4 runs. Croatia getting into their task at hand here. That run rate's under 7. So if they just pick up a boundary and a couple of singles, possibly a few extras thrown in there by Malta as well, then they'll just be steadily and slowly winning every single over, and that's all that Croatia have to do here. It was a good toss for them to win. They just wanted to copy the blueprint of that first game, knowing they could reduce Malta to a chaseable total. And it's an action replay here. This is the live footage, but Helen Nico, again, just cuts the ball away. It's a brilliant shot as Croatia go into the 20s here. Nikita, well, she's one of the Malta bowlers with a bit more pace about her. And that can be dangerous, but it means if you provide any sort of width, then it's just easy for the Croatian batters to throw their bat at it. That's exactly what happened on the last 2 occasions for Helen. Can she go 3 in a row? Final ball of the power play. She does her best, and it's going to fly past the 2 fielders, and there's a chase on here. Can one of them stop it? They do manage to throw in the dive, and Tambi is the one that stops the boundary, so it was almost 3 in a row for Helen. Oh, does it in fact go if they called this on field? I think she's all right there. I think that's a hand rather than the rope. You can see there that Susan George crosses the boundary, unless she, no, I think it's just the 1. Has been given a 1 as well. I think the umpire was just doing a few arm stretches. So at the end of the 3rd, end of the power play, Croatia 23 for no loss, chasing a target of 67 for victory. But it's been actually a decent start from Malta. They've already attempted to cut down on those wides, the 4 wides so far, but 3 of them were in the over of Tanuja, that 2nd over, so it's a good little spell from Nikita. Of course, she didn't pick up the wicket, but she did bowl just the single wide and gave away 12 runs. 2 of those were in those boundaries. So we take a look at the head-to-head, and oh, look at that. Malta, in fact, 10 runs ahead at this stage of the game, but more importantly, they did lose those 3 wickets, and I think that's really what stopped any kind of momentum in that Malta batting innings. So Nupama back on the field and back with the ball in hand, and a misfield there in the deep, which gives Helen another boundary to add to her collection. Anupama a bit frustrated with that one there as it's flashed into the covers, and Reshma Raghavan out there stumbling across to her left, isn't able to stop that runaway Grizzly. And it's out of the power play, so Malta can send fielders outside of the ring I don't think they've quite got this field right. They've got 5 fielders out, but only one of them is on the offside. She's here at long off. They've got all 4 out on the boundary on the leg side, but you can see there by that shot exactly, Helen Lico wants to play everything into the offside. So I'm not sure that completely covering the leg side is the way to go. Thank you very much to 2 circles for that glorious wide shot there. You can see everyone on the offside apart from long off is in the ring. See if it's the right field for Lydia. She does tend to go a bit more leg side, but again, she just drops that one into the leg side, is able to take the single. I think if you're Malta, okay, you want to protect that boundary, but you need someone in that leg side just stopping the very easy jogged through single, because that's all Croatia need at the moment. They've already picked up 7 off the over, or 6 off the over in fact, but pretty much 6 or 7 is all they need. You can see again though, Helen Lico, she's going to play everything into the offside. She plays it well as well. She's picked up several boundaries. So again, just maybe a little learning for the Malta side. Just how do you set your field to batters who have different skills, different areas that they like to hit the ball. And the problem for Malta here is even when the ball's not going to the rope, it's just an easy single every single time for the Croatian batters, and they managed 4 singles off the last 4 deliveries there, plus the boundary to start it off. So that Rimashan over still goes for 8. It's a not bad over for Anupama, but it's more than enough for Croatia in this run chase as they move to 31 for no loss after 4. And you can see there that golden line. Of course, it's the golden ball line, but currently Croatia aren't thinking golden balls. They're thinking 3 points, possibly even 4 points, and they're comfortably above that line for now. And you can see the damage that those early wickets did for Malta as well. 3 wickets in the first 2 overs. And as a result, that run rate just took a bit of a nosedive. They weren't able to recover as Susan George comes on for her first bowl of the game. But Croatia, the batters here, are just playing incredibly sensibly. They know that they can just hit around the singles, especially with that vast expanse on the leg side and in fact on the offside as well. None of the fielders are really stopping the one, and that's the problem. Every time Croatia get bat on ball, they know there's a single. And if Malta aren't careful here, it's pretty much going to be death by 1,000 cuts. It's exactly a run a ball needed, or just under now. And with what you expect, possibly a couple more extras in there, Croatia can just jog through and jog their way to a second victory in their second game. Can Malta pull something out of the bag here? Well, that one's gone high and not very handsome. I think it actually hits the grill of the Croatian captain on the way down. She looks unfazed by it. Let's take a look at this. It's certainly, I think actually it dips down. It's definitely a no ball. You can see the umpire's already signalling before the ball goes past the batter. I thought it might have grazed her helmet, but it's certainly a no ball. It's certainly a free hit, and Helen Lico has the chance here to swing for the boundary. Just confirming there was no bat on it. She does try to swing, gets it straight to the point fielder. But again, how many times has Helen hit the ball in that spot? And there's a massive gap between the fielder kind of riding on that fly slip region and the fielder at point. And you know Helen's going to find that gap every time. Malta just need to have a think about their field here. One's chipped up in the air. They'll land safely short of the fielders there on the ring. If just one of those fielders comes in, it suddenly poses a different question for Croatia. Not only will they not be able to just steal those singles into the offside every time, but also chances like that will suddenly become proper opportunities. As this time Helen goes leg side. She's rattling along very nicely here. 26 off 22 deliveries. The good news for Malta is that they've certainly tidied up their lines. There's only been the 4 wides so far in this innings, plus of course that no ball. The 1 misfire from Susan earlier in this innings. That's a good delivery to finish off the over from Susan. Good over actually. Went for just the 6 runs, but the 6 is all that Malta need at the moment. That run rate is just below 6. Just ticking along nicely. So at the end of the 5th halfway, Croatia 38 for no loss. As we take a look into the future, into the night, as Phil G will be on the mic over in Belgium this evening to take you through the double header between Beveren and Brussels Warriors. So while we're going along here, we've got 5 games, the last of which will be another game between these 2 sides, the Malta and Croatia women. Once we're done with that, that starts at 5:30 local time. Then you can jump on over to the night series with Phil G talking you through that action as we go back to the live action here. And of course at the same time, because 2 events is clearly not enough for the European Cricket Network, of course we're over in Czechia. At the moment, Czechia are playing Cyprus in women's T20Is. I can confirm there that Czechia, they won the toss, have elected to bat. That one's cut away, and again it's that famous shot now from Helen Leko. And I'm not sure, folks, how many more times she has to play this shot for Malta to cotton on here, because that must have been about 4 or 5 times. It's certainly gone to the boundary 3 times in that area. And they are maybe making some adjustments here. In fact, they're changing the personnel. So it looks like Tanuja is going over into that region, and they're bringing one of the fielders over to mid-off. It's Susan George that's been brought over, and finally they do put someone on that boundary. Well, there's a big horse-sized door in that barn, and that's exactly where it is bolted, because I think it's a bit too little too late from Malta. But again, it's easy for me to say. I've played cricket a long time now, and also I have the benefit of about 27 screens in front of me telling me exactly what is going on. It's more difficult when you're out there in the heat, having to make these decisions in the heat of the moment. And of course, a lot of these players still learning their craft, as there's a yes, no, maybe chance for direct hit run out here, but it's a miss from Jessica Reimer behind the stumps. As they went through for the run there, Croatia, and I don't think the run was ever really on. In the end though, they do decide yes, no, maybe. You can see Helen Leko, she went in, out, she shook it all about. In the end, they go through for a single. That gets Lydia back on strike. A bit of a lucky escape there for the Croatians. It's flashed away, chance of a catch, but it goes over the head of Ridmi all the way to the boundary. And again, 48 for no loss now. I wonder what the boundary riders on the leg side are thinking, because there's 3 of them, and at the moment they're just twiddling their thumbs, wondering if the ball is ever going to come to them, because Croatia women are hitting more or less everything into the offside. And I imagine it'd be quite frustrating as a bowler as well, because the bowlers, more so than in the first game, are actually bowling one side of the wicket. They're not giving away too many wides. They're almost doing their part of the deal by getting that ball on or outside off stump. And they just need the field, or the field placements, better said, to help them out here. And I don't think the captain, Jessica Reimer, is necessarily making the right calls here. Of course, it's something that the coaches need to speak to them about as well. When players are early in their cricketing journeys, you can't expect them to understand or appreciate the tactical nuances here. But maybe a word in the ear of Jessica after this game to just say, look, we can have a look at Helen's wagon wheel, and it'll be less of a wagon wheel and more of a straight line from the middle of the pitch to point, because that's where she wants to hit it. And the thing is, Malta are just letting her get away with that at the moment, as at the end of the over, Croatia have managed to hit the 50, so a 50 partnership between these 2 opening batters. This time it's Helen Leko who departed early on in the piece in that first game, who's done the damage here. 31 off 26, ably supported though by captain Lydia. She's on a runner ball 11. Going into the 7th over then. That one just a misfire, a rare one actually in this innings, going down the leg side as Susan George comes back on for her second over. In fact, only bowled that one no ball in her first over. Didn't give away a wide, but she started with a wide here. That's a much better delivery and safely fended by Helen Lico. You imagine now that the bonus point victory is out of grasp for Croatia women. They'd have to pick up the remaining 15 runs in the final 5 balls of this over. So unless Helen gets that big cut shot back out, there's a big appeal there, and the umpire says no. I think this was close. Let's take a look at this. Helen doesn't move much towards the ball, does she? So she's very much leg side of it. And it hits her in front of leg stump, but I think it's a good call from the umpire because the way that ball is going across, I think it's going to safely miss leg stump. Nice call there. But a good delivery from Susan George, just eyeing up that middle stump. Can she get another one coming straight? This one slightly down leg side. It's chipped up in the air. Helen wants to go, but Lydia, I think, makes the right call there by sending her back. This time, well, I could hear the call there from Captain Lydia through my commentary headset. And that's probably something that the Croatians have learnt slightly quicker than the Malta players as well, is the importance of communication out there in the middle. Well bowled. Susan George giving Helen nothing to work with, but equally Helen, she knows she doesn't have to go wild here. The bonus point pretty much signed and sealed for Malta, but it looks like at the moment it will be a consolation point, as Croatia still can comfortably go at less than a runner ball. Another appeal there, another shake of the head by the man in black. I think again that one just drifting down the leg side. That one though is a misfire down. The offside will be a no ball as it landed off the pitch. I'm just keeping an eye on the Czech Cyprus 2020 as well. I know Czech have had a tough start in the first 3 games there, but they've won the toss, decided to bat, and they've got off to a solid start so far. 33 for no loss going into the 7th over. So it's good to see them learning and developing from game to game. And I think both of the sides out there in the middle are doing so as well. And as painful as it is for Malta, you do learn a lot from defeats as well as we get to the end of the 7th, 53 for no loss. And someone else who has had to have learnt from defeat is, of course, the Estonia men's side. The good news for them is that they've got a big substitution in the form of Arslan Amjad. He comes straight into the side and grabs that captain's armband off Stefan Gooch. I think Stefan is more than happy to give it away. So Arslan Amjad comes in for Estonia. As for Malta, Navdeep Gill and Imran Amir come in for the hosts. Imran Amir, remember, he's a interesting character, involved in a few flashpoints, shall we say, during the ECS. I'll tease you with that for now. Maybe once Rico is back joining me for that game, we can talk about Imran Amir. But a couple of changes there for Malta as well, as that game will be coming up in, is that just about 45 minutes time after the conclusion of this game. You know what? I don't think this game is necessarily done yet. 13 needed in 17. Thambi has come on for her first ball. I suppose for Croatia, they know just 1 or 2 boundaries and that will seal the deal. But a few dot balls, I mean, Susan's over, that 7th only went for 3 runs. If they can just put together a few more dots, then this could get interesting. What Malta want to do is take it to the final over, force Croatia into panicking, but that's a big hit into the leg side. But it's an equally great stop again there in the outfield, and Sveta Mihalaga, she is an absolute star in the field. Remember that incredible tumbling stop in the first innings. On this occasion, she just sticks out a hand and manages to stop that ball flying over the rope. Excellent work there by the Malta number 83. And once again, met by Sveta in the outfield. Croatia don't seem to be panicking here. They're doing exactly what they need to do. Big swipe there from Captain Lydia, and they might consider going on the overthrows, as Jessica Reimer had one thought in mind, and that was stumping out her counterpart. As Lydia went for this one, went for a little bit of a walk, a slip and a tumble, as Jessica then throws it in. She's safely back home as Lydia. That one's hit down the ground, it's clubbed, it needs to be stopped, and it is by Lakita. So now into the single digits required for Croatia. It's also the end of the over. I feel a little tingle here, I must say. It's 9 runs needed in the final 2 overs. Importantly for Malta is who will they turn to bowl. Anu Palmer, she's bowled out, but she went at 10s as well. She'd be otherwise someone I'm sure they would turn to. Tanuja's got 1 over left, and Tambi's got 1 over left. They've only used 5 bowlers so far. It would be a surprise if they turn to a mystery 6th bowler here. So the pressure will be on. I assume it's Tanuja that will bowl this one. And well, that shows you what I know, because it looks like it's the girl with the golden arm, Sveta Mihalaga, who will come on to bowl the 9th. So we see a new bowler. And it's a big, big over here for Malta. An excellent start there from Sveta. She looks like she knows what she's doing. I'm surprised it's taken this long for Malta to turn to her to bowl. Certainly got a nice fluid action. Oh, commentator's curse, if ever you've heard one, as that one pops up and hits Jessica Reimer somewhere in the chest as well, and it's landed off the pitch, so it'll be a no ball. This is an important moment here for Croatia. Can Lydia, the captain, cash in on this free hit? If she does, gets it to the boundary, and that's pretty much halfway there. It's 8 runs needed. That's exactly halfway there. Good maths, Tina. She just gets it away to the leg side, but it will be stopped out there in the deep. Malta can find another couple of dot balls here, then they'll certainly take it to the final over. And we all know in the final over anything can happen. That one's just crept the wrong side of the line, and I tell you what, it's intelligent work from Helen Leacope. She knows that if she can just get those bonus runs without having to lift a finger, then she will absolutely do it. She's let that one go past. She'll have to do something about this one though. She does hit it well into the leg side. So Croatia now 5 runs away from back-to-back victories against Malta. Can Malta find a wicket from somewhere? A little bit of magic. Just need something to go their way here, just to rattle Croatia a little bit. Can Sveta find something? Has belatedly signalled a wide. I thought maybe the umpire was gonna allow that one to go through. Let's see where this one went. I think it just went the wrong side of the wide line. It started off, in fact, well inside the line, but it was a good call in the end. Well, we almost had a little umpire clothesline there. Sveta, she's keen to get the ball down the other end. What can she see here? That's a brilliant delivery, but it's well hit, well met there by Lydia. It'll just be the single. So Croatia here look like they're going to win just by playing sensible cricket. And that's all you need to do when you're chasing a lowish total. You don't need to go all guns blazing. Just need to get there in singles and a few big hits here or there. And they're going to go for a run here, and a direct hit would have been interesting. And it was only because Lydia there was backing up very well at the non-striker's end. In the end, not close to a run out. Oh, hello. Well, this one actually might be out. Let's just go back and forth a bit on that one, Elsa. Let's just see. I'm pretty sure the bat is in the air there, actually. The umpire shook his head on field. Was it? Did they maybe not appeal there? It definitely thought that Jessica, she looked to the umpire as this one's going to roll away to the offside, and there's an absolute collision on the wrong side of the boundary. I think they're both okay. Smiles and handshakes all round. Take a look at this one. Let's roll this one through. The fielding is done pretty comfortably in the field, but there's a big hug outside of the field as Ridmi throws the ball in. And that is, in fact, the end of the game. It's a bit of a strange end, folks, because I'm pretty sure that previous delivery should have been a run out, unless my eyes are deceiving me. Either the umpire was confident enough on field that he just shook his head, or the Croatian batter escaped because Malta didn't appeal. I mean, either way, it's not going to have significantly changed the result of the game, but of course it would have been a wicket. It would have been one of the set batters out. In the end, though, Croatia, after a bit of a collision on the boundary, do pick up 2 runs on that ball. So the 9th over ends with a victory for Croatia. They beat Malta women by 10 wickets. We've got Malta-Estonia coming up in about 35 minutes time. A couple of changes for Malta and a big change for Estonia as Arslan Amjad, the captain, comes in. But let's go back to the highlights and take a look how this innings unfolded for Croatia. And well, I wouldn't quite call it a procession, but certainly Helen Liko and her captain Lydia Kravaric knew exactly what they had to do, and that was hit a few boundaries here and there. And that's not the same shot 3 times, by the way. That's Helen Liko hitting 3, 4 beautiful boundaries, and it took far too long for Malta to realise that Helen is going to play that shot all day long unless they put a fielder out there. They didn't, and as a result, Helen was able to get to 36 not out. This one, I think this was out. We're going to have to maybe look at that again on the stream and play it back. It's a bit of a strange end to that one, as I was deliberating what happened there, and the next ball then went for a 2, and that was game over. So we'll continue scratching our heads about that one, but Croatia, I'm sure, won't mind one jot as they do manage to pick up their 2nd victory in just the 2nd game, beating Malta women on this occasion by 10 wickets. So going 1 better than that game 1, where they won by 9 wickets. This time they didn't even lose a single opener, and it was Helen Liko then. She scored 36. Lydia Kravaric, the captain, just played the anchor role nicely, 17 runs for her. And they knew from the offset, really, that Malta would probably give them a few extras, so they just had to go at a runner ball. That's exactly what the Croatian openers did. As for Malta, the bowlers, it was a certainly much improved performance with the ball. You can see that they've managed to cut down those extras significantly. There was 28 extras in that first game, and this one 13, so already a massive improvement on that, and only 9 wides in fact, so they'll be very happy with that bowling performance. They just need to put all of the parts together. They need to put more runs on the board, continue to bowl in the right areas, and most importantly for Malta, they need to get the fielders in the right positions. So that's Coach Tina out for match number 2, and it is in the bag as Croatia women, they stroll to a victory against Malta women by 10 wickets, but I still think Malta have a win in them. They just need to get all those things firing at the right time. And luckily for them, they've also got a final match coming up today in that match number 5, which will see them again face up against Croatia. Can they finish the day with a victory? But before that, it's back over to the men as Malta face up against Estonia. Remember, Malta won that first game pretty comfortably in the end as they won it by 8 wickets. On this occasion though, Estonia will have a boost from the return of their captain, and they'll certainly have a point to prove in that game, which is coming to you in just over half an hour's time. So I'm sure Rico will be back for that one, and I will be as well. So join us both in the commentary box for the men's action here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome back as we get ready for the second match between the men of Malta and Estonia. It'll be the last time that we see them here today, which means that this is quite an important match for Estonia. They'd love to level this series and then with 3 to play tomorrow to try and get the breakthrough and get the win overall. But it's not going to be easy, we know that, because Malta gave them an absolute thrashing in the first match. Can they bounce back? Well, before we see the action in the middle, let's see the action from the coin toss. Let's see who's doing what.
Malta, your home team, and Estonia, your away team. Malta is your call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. It is head.
We'll ball first.
Estonia won the toss and decided to ball first.
Thank you very much to Nilkesh Patel. Good to see that Ahsan Amjad has turned up. I know he was on a later flight than the rest of the team. He is here. We saw him at the coin toss, but are we going to see him perform there in the middle? The first thing that he does win the coin toss and he is going to have a field first. So we're going to see Malta having a bat first. That could be a little bit risky because we do know that Malta have a stellar lineup when it comes to the batting. We were a little bit surprised with the way that Malta went about their batting lineup. Mahbub Ali not opening. They went with Rocky Dinesh at the top of the order, which didn't quite work. But the captain, Varun Prasad, he certainly did work. He scored a fantastic knock, getting the win there for Malta and doing it inside the 7 overs as well. So not just winning the match, but taking all 4 points away from Estonia. But of course, we know they got a very strong batting lineup. I know there's a couple of changes there being made. I know that someone like Imran Amir comes into the side. It'd be interesting whether he's coming in for his bowling, probably that more than his batting. But I think that this time around, someone like maybe Mahbub Ali will come up to the top of the order. Maybe they'll go with him and Varun, have that left and right combination. Maybe we'll see a little bit of Sujajal Patel. This guy is a cracking batter. I like to see him up there. Maybe they give him a chance, and with Rocky not quite working in the first one, move Rocky down a little bit. But one man we certainly will see is Priyan Pushpajan. He's too good a batter not to feature, especially with them batting first. And with the ball, a number of options available there again, but I do like the way that Malta use the slower bowlers. I think Varun Prasad was very good there as well, and a number of other players can come into play to keep it nice and steady. With Estonia, well, things can only get better for them. There was a good performance there from Stefan Gooch with the ball. He'll be disappointed that he never really got going with the bat. Somebody who was also very disappointing in that first match was Sahil Chauhan. He's a much better player than what we saw. He went out there and he was really swinging and swinging wild. I wonder if he's been able to settle down. But somebody who will certainly make a big contribution for them is Ahsan Amjad. This guy is class if he can get going. And with Ali Masood in good form, the two of them could make the difference in this one. Going to be an exciting match, going to be an interesting one. It's the last time today that we see the men, and it's Estonia that need the victory. Let's go straight over to Chinagov for the start of the first ball.
Thanks very much, Rico. I'm certainly looking forward to this one as well. As Estonia, well, they certainly have a point to prove, don't they? They lost that first game pretty convincingly. It was an 8-wicket winning margin for the hosts, as Estonia have just put on 88 runs on the board. Malta chased it down comfortably and with that all-important bonus point as well. As we take a look at the sides, and Rico already mentioned a few big names, big changes, in particular for Estonia, with Arzan Amjad coming straight into the team, taking that captain's armband off Stefan Guc, who I'm sure is more than happy to give it up to Arzan Amjad, who we've seen captain Estonia before. As for Malta, Navdeep Gill and Imran Amir come in for the hosts. Two interesting choices. Imran Amir, of course, is someone who was involved in one or two incidents during the ECS, something Rico and I can maybe touch on during the commentary. But of course, first we'll take a look at the win predictor. Malta, unsurprisingly, comfortably ahead, 69% on the back of that victory this morning. But Estonia will certainly want to come out and put on a slightly better account of themselves. They just never really got going with the bat on that occasion. Ali Masood was the top scorer, but only he got to 24 as well. And as Rico mentioned as well, there was a few batters there who certainly will want to give a better account of themselves. Sahil Chauhan, he's got almost 1,500 runs to his name on the network, but he looked like a batter who's bang out of form, just jumping around the crease. Hit a couple of big sixes, saw flashes of what he could do, but in the end, he departed early. Stefan Guc as well, he's a class player. I'm sure he will come good for his side, and maybe now, without having the added pressure of captaining, he's a bit freer to score runs and hopefully for Estonia pick up wickets. Of course, though, it's Malta with the option here to bat first, though, and they are going to try to get some runs on the board early on. And despite Rico speculating maybe will Mahbub Ali go up the order, it seems that Malta do not want to change a winning formula, as Rocky Danish is out there. He will face the first ball, joined by the captain, the left-hander Varun Prasath, and Pranay Giwala will get the proceedings underway for Estonia. That one's nicely jagging in off the seam. Rocky, of course, he's another brilliant player in the Malta ranks, inching closer to 2,500 runs on the network. Needs 58 more for that milestone. He didn't manage quite as many this morning. He was one of the few failures in that batting lineup for Malta, but he's got himself off to a good start here, as that one's dug in short, but down the leg side from Pranay, and Rocky just pivots on that one and helps the Grizzly on its way into the bushes down at fine leg. In that first game, Rocky, he's already doubled the score on that occasion. He got 2 and he's got 4 already here before he holed out to Ali Masood off the bowling of Stefan Guc. But the man at the other end, Varun Prasath, I thought maybe Ali might open. It was Prasath, and he really impressed as that one's hit over the covers. The chase is on, but the Grizzlies going to win that one all day long. It's back-to-back boundaries for Rocky. Good start for him in this first over. And it was a good start into the series from Varun Prasath. He remained not out in that run chase. They only actually needed 6.1 overs to chase down that below par total from Estonia, but Prasath got 56 of them off just 20 deliveries. He didn't quite fire in the ECS. It didn't take him any time at all to get into his work here for his national side, and he hit big sixes as well, 7 of them on the way to that unbeaten half century. And Priyan Pushparajan, someone else that Rico mentioned in his intros, he showed us signs of what he can do. Of course, he's another one, along with Mahbub Ali, who notched up a century in the ECS just gone by. On this occasion, Priyan scored 21. He got it off just 8 deliveries, 3 big sixes on his total as well. So he's certainly someone to look out for in this Malta batting lineup. But Rocky, he's landed 3 punches here. He goes 4, 4, 6. As Pranay Giwala just not found his line at all here yet for Estonia. And Rocky, he's a diminutive figure, but that just means he can rock back and hit that one into the trees. I think the man out there, it's Sahil Chauhan. Maybe he's looking for the Grizzly in the bushes. Maybe he's looking for a bit of form himself as well, as that one gets hit into the glorious palm trees over there, which accentuate the far side of this Master cricket ground. So it's already a good start this for Malta. 1 ball left of the first over, and Rocky inching ever closer to that milestone. There's a few players here who've got thousands of runs on the network. And this one goes high up in the air though. This might be the end of his chase to 2,500. It will be, as it's a comfortable catch for the man with 99 on his back, the captain who's come into the side here for Arslan Amjad and immediately stamps his mark on the game. It's an easy catch, but he had to take it nevertheless. A few nerves, I'm sure, as that one steepled towards him, but it's all smiles for Arslan Amjad and for Estonia as they pick up a big early wicket. It's Rocky Dadish who departs. He contributed 14, but it's 14 and out as the end of the first over comes upon us. And we look at the Premier Division for the ECC, of course the men's side. And both the sides out there won't feature in the Premier Division, but I'm sure they all have aspirations in the Challenger Division. And I know someone who is looking forward to it is standing alongside me now. Rico, it's going to be a great championship, isn't it?
It certainly is, and we had a look a bit earlier at how the format will be, how it all fits into place with, of course, the Premier Division and then the Challenger Division and then the Championship group right at the end with those top three, the winners, and only the winners, by the way, of the groups will join England and Netherlands. England, of course, the reigning champions, and Netherlands, the runners-up. Then they'll come together right at the end. So, see a bit of discussion here in the middle there between Arslan, Stefan Gooch, and it looks like they're going to go with the bowler that they like to look off last time around. It's going to be Rupam Bura, who's going to be bowling the next one. Ready to go. Yeah, Rocky Dinesh. Malta has a lot of players. Played away. He's going to get enough of this. He's going to bounce away from the fielder. 4 runs. 4 carreras. And I was talking about Rocky Dinesh, but Rocky Dinesh, along with many other batters, particularly here in Malta, have scored a lot of runs. You mentioned it. Varun Prasad as well, but never scored a century on the network. Varun Prasad has scored 2 lots of 98s, a 97, but has never got the magical 100. You can see Varun just asking, is that one for the over? He has every right to ask. I suppose if it is, it's a little bit high. So going with Rupam here, and maybe they're just thinking of holding back Stefan to bowl perhaps a little bit later. But he starts in the wrong areas to the powerful left-hander. Now they are thinking about putting a fielder back. It's not a bad idea to Varun Prasad. We know he likes to play his shot off his hips in that area. The problem is that, unlike that one, most of the time when he plays it, he does clear the boundary bar a long way. So Varu has to get it right and has to be aiming to get this ball outside the off. They're still making some changes here. Now looks like they're making a move here where Parkin, who only got the 1 ball, hopefully he'll get 1 more this time. In the last match, he bowled 1, got hit for 6. He wanted another, but the game was done. Right, here comes Rupam again. It's down the leg side. It's going to be this time. That's what you expect to see when you bowl in that area to Varun Prasad. Can't bowl it there, Tina. He's too good, he's too strong, he's too powerful, and he just makes it look easy.
This is almost an action replay of so many of those shots in that first innings where he remained unbeaten on 56. You just can't bowl at his legs, and I'm sure that message would have got to the Estonian side after that first game. I guess we can just say Rupam Barao has not quite found his line here, but maybe even going around. I know we've talked about going over to the left-handed Prasad. He is going to go around here because I think for Prasad in particular, you just have to hide it outside the off stump.
Let's see how he goes with that. And yeah, better straight away. That's good comeback, and he gets, rightly so, applauded for making the change and getting it right. And Varun, though, it's not to say that he can't play in that area, but he doesn't often get as much elevation, so there's always a chance that one of those infielders may get a chance of taking the catch. Just like that. There you go, the commentator's kiss. He hits it pretty well, and Sahil Chauhan, well, now he shows signs of discomfort, but it's a very good catch. I mean, that ball was hit well by Varun. It's as simple as that. It's sometimes a simple game, as Rupam Baru does get it outside the off. Varun's hit it pretty well, but he finds the safe hands. This occasion, Sahil Chauhan doesn't make the mistake, holds on to it.
I'll just call you Mystic Rico, because that's exactly what you said was going to happen. Keep it outside the off stump. Yes, Varan Prasath, he middled it, but he middled it straight into the hands of Sahil Chauhan. And that's what you've got to do. You've got to play to the strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. And I was talking about it while you were having a bit of a break, Rico. That's what the Malta women's side didn't do very well. Helen Nico, she was just cutting everything with absolute joy, and they didn't have the field set for it. And here, Estonia, maybe they watched that women's game and took a few lessons from that, because on that occasion, yes, there was that back-to-back boundaries at the start of the over, but on that occasion, Rupam got the delivery spot on. I do quite actually like the low full toss as a delivery, especially if it's wide outside off stump. You just force the batter to try and go fishing, and he reeled in the Malta captain on that occasion. Yeah,
it's a good wicket to take. We know that Varun was in pretty destructive form in the last match, and he did hit the ball all over the place. That fine 56 not out. They've removed him, but he goes, and another big player comes out, Mahbub Ali. And he hits beautifully through the covers. 4 runs. This is how dangerous Mahbub is. They spent a long time. Arsalan was talking to the bowler about where he wanted the ball to be placed. He gets the field set, so you can see that mid-wicket and long on go back, because they know he likes to hit in that area. So they don't protect the offside, and the first thing that Mahbub does, he plays a lovely shot through the covers for 4. So that's how classy he can be on his day.
Sometimes you just have to say that was a good hit. He goes again.
Threading the needle is the big man, Mahbub. I'd like to see him actually thread a needle with those fingers, exactly, Mahbub Ali, but it's a good shot. Nicely played. It's silky smooth across the outfield, like the Microlino. A big shout out to, of course, our mobility partner, the Microlino. Meep, meep. That will do very well here in Malta, I think, because it can get a little bit busy on the roads at times. End of the over. And it's though they have, again, lost 2 wickets, they're going well on the score front, 32 for 2. And very similar to what happened in the first match. But, of course, on that occasion, Malta were chasing, and they chased well, picking up all the points. So Estonia are looking to bounce back.
All the boundaries so far have contributed to the score, so they haven't even run a single. It's been 3 dot balls, and there's been 7 boundaries and 2 wickets. So we've had it all apart from the old running, but I'm sure Mahbub Ali is not too unhappy with that situation, and he's come in, and I wouldn't say it's unusual for him to smash one through the covers for 4, but it's a beautiful shot nonetheless.
It's an uppercut, nobody there on the offside. They're going to have to change his field, because both batters are going in that area, and now you can see Arsenal has got some thinking to do here. Of course, it's still the last over the power play. You can only have 2 back. Now he's got to be thinking about pushing one back. But who do you bring up? Do you bring Stefan Gooch up into the circle? Do you bring the mid-wicket up? No change as yet, so he's probably asking the bowler just to get a little bit closer to the stumps. And 4 more, beautifully played. Just steps out to this one, does Priyan. And in the gap again, so...
You bring the mid-wicket in, surely.
Yeah, you got to think about it. You got to.
If they hoik it from outside off stump to mid-wicket, then you say, okay, at least we're making them play ugly and taking a risk by going across the line. At the moment, it's just feeding the ball outside off stump, and they continue to hit it on the offside. It surely can't be a surprise.
They brought 1 more over, but only to try and plug the gap. And, well, it kind of works. Oh, that's hit the edge of the pitch, but you can see Priyan's already put their hand up and saying, stay there.
I think it hit his bat, actually, and that's why he was saying, I'm not going to run off the deflection off my bat. A good bit of sportsmanship there from Priyan.
Yeah, there you go. It does hit the bat. Not that Mahbub was going to come back for 2, by the way.
What do you mean? Mahbub's always turning and going for the 2. It's the Malta Mahbub, I've told you, Rico. He's a changed man.
Here we go. And that is Mahbub Ali for you. It's Lala time! Inna sona shaka lagya aniva. Well, Mahbub, remember, we did see him start the day yesterday with a cracking century, which was, of course, the finals day here. And, well, if he's in that sort of form again, who knows? He could do it again, but he's such a dangerous player. What you need to do to him, is tuck him up.
Yep.
You need a bit of pace, tuck him up, straight and short at him. He does tend to hoik out, and quite often we've seen him being caught inside the circle, either at short mid-wicket or somebody close in on the offside where Arslan is at the moment. But has Giwala got the pace to do that? Gets worked out onto the leg side. A better ball, a bit fuller. And it's all about knowing your batters. And I know that, well, they worked out Varun pretty well. It took a good catch to remove him, but they got the ball eventually outside the off to him to remove him for just 10 on this occasion. But they've got to outthink, really, the two batters here. Priyan is very strong on the off. And he's pretty good going down the ground as well, as that one's going to sail over the long on area. That's 6 runs as well. Beautifully played. 6 on most boundaries. It's the end of an over, and it's an expensive one. It goes magical. 22 come off the over from Giwala. And he spelled it's going to be a little bit expensive. 1 for 36 off his 2.
I fear for Estonia here, because already early on, it just seems like they don't have too many answers to the questions that the Malta batters are posing. Both Priyan and Mahbub, 15 off just the 4 deliveries. They're so destructive, and they're destructive in their own ways. As you said, Priyan, he loves going on the offside. Mahbub, he loves crunching it over that wide long on, but he's also smoked through two through the covers. So it feels like the boundaries are coming from all 4 corners of the ground, and Estonia just need to find a bit of magic from somewhere. It looks like they're maybe going to take the pace off just a little bit as Elias Hassan comes on to bowl.
Yeah, no, it's a brave move. I honestly, I would have thought that Arslan would have gone to Stefan. Just somebody moves the ball around a little bit. We know that he's pretty good at keeping the ball outside the off, which could work, especially to Mahbub. It would have to be something maybe slightly different to Priyan, who likes it in that area. But at least if it's outside the off and it's a good length, there's always a chance of a miscue or caught behind. Spin, well, I'm not whether it, well, saying spin, maybe we're being a bit unkind really actually here to the bowler. Good start. It gets that right over the line. Elias Hassan is the bowler. So it's definitely slower. And maybe that might be enough to cause a bit of a mishit without that pace being on the ball. Look how far outside the crease Mahbub is, and that's hit pretty well, and that's going to go flat and far for 6. It almost wipes out the scorers. Well, there's Maggie. Well, Maggie, we told you before it's a dangerous game, and if you think that Gerard is going to save you, think again, because that bounces in, and well, Gerard with his personal fan, and then he gets knocked over. I'm not talking about Maggie being the fan, by the way. I'm actually talking about a fan. Yeah. And that is in the air, and it's also going to go for 6. Powerful hitting from Mahbub. Boom, boom goes Lala. And it's back to back.
Rod Stewart sang Maggie May, wake up Maggie, the Grizzlies coming towards you, something like that.
Well, Maggie, by the way, Maggie, Elsa, and also Mark, the 2 circles crew here, did an absolutely fantastic job. And Maggie, well, just maybe taking time out in this game, which you didn't expect to be almost wiped out by the Grizzly. All right, after a good start, they're on to Hassan. That's in the air, and it's going to go for 6 as well. Mahbub, he just looks like a giant wielding a toothpick when he's out there in the middle. But I tell you what, he uses that toothpick to good effect.
Yeah, that one went all the way, and you can almost hear the earth shake as he goes forward with that front leg. He just stamps it down on the leg side. He's got no intention of the old get your foot to the pitch of the ball. He just gets his foot somewhere out of the way so that that toothpick can do its job, and it's doing its job in some style. So that's 4, 6, 6, 6. 22 runs and still 1 ball left of this 4th over.
And make that another Tina. That's going to be 6 more as it's too short. So 6s galore at the moment. And Mahbub Ali, well, if those of you from Estonia, welcome by the way, didn't know about Mahbub Ali and what the fuss was about, well, this is what we call la-la time, because he likes hitting 6s for fun, and now he's doing it Calypso style, isn't he? As it's shaka, 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 and 1 more to that. Shaka time, 24 off the over. Will it be supersonic? Not quite. And we'll get another single as he'll just gently trot to the other end and take a single. 25 off the over. And just for 4 overs, Malta have raced to 79 for 2.
Probably actually a bad single for Estonia because it keeps Lala on strike. He's moves to 40 off just the 10 deliveries. It's ominous, isn't it, Rico, for Estonia, as they only managed the 88 runs in that first game, and Malta not even halfway, and they've got to 79 with still batting to come as well.
Yeah, there is batting to come. That's the thing. Well, it's an interesting one for Malta. You know, the days have gone, haven't they? Especially in this format where you would say, you know, you got 5 batters, you got an out-and-out wicket keeper who sometimes can bat a little bit, but if you can't, don't worry, because it's a skill in itself. And then you got the bowlers. It's not like that anymore. You got guys that can bat all the way down. And with this side of Malta, especially when you look at that batting lineup, I mean, even the likes of David Marks, who's probably listed at, say, number 9 or 10, can bat. They just bat all the way down. And the thing is, a lot of the times, they probably don't even get a chance to look in. Anyway, Sahil Chauhan will bowl with his cap on. He is allowed to. In the air, and 6 more. You just can't stop him, can you? You just can't stop him.
Just don't know what Estonia can do here to stop the runaway train that is Mehboob Ali. He moves just 1 hit away from a half century, and if he gets it in this ball, it will be in 12 deliveries.
Yeah, that's not the fastest, we know that. We've had it in 9, but it's pretty quick, especially when it will go down as an international one. We saw 11 ball one there by, I think, Faisal Safi in France, in Dreux. There it is, and it doesn't come any easier than that, does it? It just gets right underneath it. Sahil Chauhan himself is used to bagging 6s, but Mehboob Ali, well batted. Ball badaya, apni 50 puri kalli, and Alala brings it up in 12 balls.
Certainly are very much in La La Land at the moment, and he's just putting on an absolute spectacle here. Priyan Pushparajan, he's gone for 15 off 4 deliveries, but he's just watching at the non-striker's end. He'll get a chance here though, unless that one goes all the way for 4, but there is a fielder out there, and Elias Hassan does at least put an end to that boundary carnage.
Played away, so Lala gets a chance now to sit at the... I know exactly what he's thinking at the other end. People are going to say, Rico, stop it. He's thinking, if I'm at 50 already, it's not even the halfway point. Maybe I can get another 100 here today. Well, I wouldn't put it past him as we get closer to the halfway point here. But Malta, well, they could even bring the 100 up here at the halfway point. Hit and gone. Adios, Bolota. Hit me ball's being dished up at the moment to Mehboob Ali. Too short. And he's hardly, if you have a look at him, he's not even moving his feet. He's just standing and hitting the ball over for 6.
He doesn't need to move his feet when he's got the wrists and the hands and the absolute brute force. And, well, it's all about energy conservation, isn't it, for Mehboob Ali? And even in the field, he's just thinking, what can I do to hit more 6s?
Oh, well, how about this? It's look at Chauhan saying, yeah, but it's the wrong side of the boundary. Look at the way this is the time he does use his feet. I wonder if we can see the shot properly as well. Here's the catch, well taken, but unfortunately for Chauhan, it's the wrong side off the field. But that was a glorious shot. It was beautifully played. And it's time for us to greet you and welcome you into our commentary box. Well, we knew that the runs would start to flow eventually. I know the first one between these two was a low-scoring one. But Malta, I think, making the most of the opportunity of being put into bat on a lovely sunny day.
Absolutely. I don't think they were ruining that coin toss at all. They're loving it, and they got to that 100 mark as well with that 6, so 105 on the board. They've lost those 2 early wickets. Estonia were up and about. They thought we're well in this, but Mehboob Ali, La La Land, he had other ideas.
We've seen this, of course, in that European cricket series with Swihi United. How many times did they lose early wickets and you think, maybe... But maybe the national team sort of kind of resembles Swihi. I know that Mehboob is playing for them. They lost those 2 wickets, but they just keep powering and hitting the ball hard and over for 6. So we are going to see Parkett now have a bowl. He only got the 1 ball last time. He won't want us to remind him of it. He did go for 6, but Let's see if he can do better here. So Richard Parkin with the ball, and at least he's happy not to be bowling to Mahbub Ali to start off with.
The good thing is for Richard Parkin is that they won't all walk off after his first delivery as they did in that first game, where I think he was gunning to bowl a bit more. The game was over. Everyone started to pack their bags, and he was like, "Hey guys, where are you going? I want to carry on." But he at least has 5 more opportunities here, whatever happens. But it's not a nice time to be bowling when you've got 2 batters swinging for the rafters.
And oh, unbelievable! Absolutely unbelievable! What a catch! Well, ladies and gentlemen, it took something special to end this partnership, and Priyam Pushpajan, he doesn't push it, he hits it, but that is an outstanding catch. Oh wow, this is incredible. What a catch! It's one of the best that you'll see. That is something incredible. It is one of the greatest catches that you'll see, and Rupam Bura has really quietened the Malta supporters here with something quite exceptional.
He went full on horizontal Superman. It was going to his left side, which is probably his weaker side as well. He sticks out both hands. It's one of those where either sticks or it doesn't. And luckily for Estonia and for Rupam, boy did it stick. As Priyam Pushpajan, he probably thought, yep, lovely, another 4 runs to add to the collection. Suddenly, before he knows it, he's sitting back in those tents. Worth taking another look at this. He middles it. He absolutely middles it. And he's almost behind him when he takes that catch. Rupam Baroa, he'll be watching that for years to come, I'm sure.
What a catch. And that brings Pune out to the middle, and he's just going to work this away to the boundary. See what I mean about their batting lineup? This guy, we saw him score 3 half-centuries. He was the MVP. He took 9 wickets, and he now comes in. What a time for a batter to come into. Now, one thing we talk about batters, if you're a good batter and you go into bat when you've got plenty of runs on the board and you still got loads of time to bat, I mean, it's no better time to be out there, is there?
Absolutely not. They've just got license to thrill here. And Estonia, they're doing a bit of thrilling themselves, but they just need to get a lid on this run rate somehow.
It's in the air. Fielder coming across. Can't get there. Just can't get there. There's a big effort, really, from Ilyas Hassan. And in the end, he desperately lunges a foot at this to try and maybe volley it to Stefan Gooch. But can't get there. It's going to be 4 runs. Just a little bit over pitch there from Richard Parkin. But I think just a change of angle helps. I mean, it's something different, and it can create chances. Nicely played. This is the sort of form he's in. He's seeing the ball so well. So it's the same old story, unfortunately, for Estonia. A bit of magic gets them a wicket, but they can't slow down the scoreboard. The scoreboard keeps still racing upwards at a pretty impressive rate for Malta.
Just aren't getting their lines right. You can say even with that stunning catch as well, the ball was leg side and it was destined for the boundary if it wasn't for the brilliant catch. And you can see that Jagath Purna, Rico did mention it earlier in the ECSs as well. He has that little routine, touches the ground before every single ball, just speaking to those cricket gods.
And if there's one thing we know about Pune, and he demonstrated this, I mean, I've seen it before, but those of you who hadn't seen it, he demonstrated it yesterday. When it comes to cutting the ball, there's nobody better.
Yeah.
And he's in good form. Interesting one, that though. I know everybody has their little superstitions, and I know a lot of Indian players, before they go onto the field to play, even before the start of the match, always before you walk onto the field, they sort of touch the ground out of respect, you know, because I mean, if you're playing cricket, then you're sort of always in tune with the cricketing gods. So everybody has a different thing, but Pune, you can see he always touches the ground just before that ball comes to him. And of course, you know, it's things that players have. Did you have anything like that?
I was just racking my brains. I don't think so. There's little routines I go through, but that's just, I think, my personality. There's nothing where when I'm batting, I think if I don't do this, I'm gonna have a bad day.
Yeah. Do you count your runs?
I don't, but
No?
I like knowing my runs.
Okay.
So I would like the scoreboard here. It's always in view.
Yeah. So you're not one of those where your teammates say, don't tell her she's on 48 because you wouldn't want to know.
No, because after a while you get a gut feeling for when you're close.
Yeah.
And I'd rather know than just think, oh, maybe I'm close, maybe I'm not, or you don't find out.
Well,
and you're actually on 30.
Next time you're playing, I'll be screaming it out. Tina,
Do it.
you're on 48. I know people can hear us anyway. We're told all the time. Rico, we can always hear you. Don't worry about it. All right, Stefan Gooch. And starts with one which is dragged a little bit down the leg side. And Jagath Puna plays the shot which he's mastered pretty well over the last few days. That little shuffle across and just helps that along the way.
Did you have any superstitions when you played or when you commentate?
Not really. When I commentate, no superstitions, but I like to have little things around me, as you probably have seen. When I used to play, I tell you what I did used to do. In the good old days.
Back in the day.
Back in the days, umpires very rarely had markers. Oh, this is a wild swing, misses out on that. So really had markers. So if you went to a field or something, you'd find something to be your marker, right?
Yeah.
And it would usually be, for me, it would usually be something like a feather. You find a feather, you put it down. And if you bowl well, you took that feather, I took it with me to the next game. And if I bowl, that feather would stay with me until I had a bad day. They'd think, right, forget it. I need a new marker. So, yeah, just little things like that. And also things like trousers.
It's good to wear
trousers, because if you know, because the Red Bull days, you're always shining the ball, so your white trousers are wear and tear with the shine.
Yeah.
But if you had a good day, then even if you were playing the next day, you go home, you wash those trousers, you dry them, you wear them again until you had a bad one. Then you said, right, now I'll wear the other trousers. So quite often, I had lots of brand new trousers, and they never got worn because I'd always say, no, I'm wearing these ones because they're lucky. But not anything else, not a shirt, not an armband or anything like that. Just trousers and yeah, whatever marker I use. If I had a good day, I'll take it off the ground, take it with me, and use it again wherever I play next.
It always seems to be the batters that are the superstitious breed rather than the bowlers. It's because I guess there's more equipment involved, so you need to have a lucky pair of gloves or put your gloves or pads on in the particular order.
Yeah.
But nothing. When you said trousers, I thought some games you decided to wear trousers, other games you didn't.
Listen, now you talking about that, I'll mention this again because I don't think you were with me when I mentioned it last time. This gets played away. But today, one of the days being celebrated today, and it is a day, you can look it up if you want, World Naked Gardening Day is celebrated today. So if you are a gardener, and well, today's the day to do it naked. A lot of people do so, and the reason they do is the way that they're able to connect with the origins of gardening and also nature. So it's a gardener's relationship with Mother Nature. So enjoy your naked gardening, but I did say to the viewers, you've got to be a little bit careful, especially with things like stinging nettles.
I was going to say, and the equipment, the shears, there's a lot of electronic
All the men
tools.
just crossed their legs when you mentioned the shears, by the way. All the men just went,
There's too many sharp blades and instruments involved in gardening for my life. Even a spade, even just on your toes. No, thank you. I'll do my gardening very thoroughly clothed.
Flip-flops and shorts, yeah, that's okay. I've done that, no problem. But yeah, I think that'll do. Thank you very much. Somehow, the two fielders managed to stop this one getting past them. Mahboob's been a bit quiet lately, isn't he? They've kept him off strike, but he does, even though he's quiet, he has moved to 70. So yeah, it's World Naked Gardening Day. So your neighbours, if they are yelling at you, tell them you're allowed to do it today. You are allowed. And just be careful out there. That's all I say. Be careful.
I'm not sure it's going to hold up in a court of law. Rico told me I could do it, so I don't know what you're complaining about, neighbours. As we have no complaints about our calendar for 2025, do we? Because it's absolutely jam-packed with epic locations. Some new, some old. Some haven't been on the network for a good couple of years, but every single one is just an absolute treat. Jersey is coming up. That's already starting on Monday, actually. The Liberation Series just around the corner. Do you know why it's called the Liberation Series, Rico?
I think it's all to do with the anniversary or the date coming up of when Jersey was liberated.
There you go. VE Day, isn't it? 8th of May. I always remember that because it's my dad's birthday.
Ah.
Yeah. So there you go.
132 on the board. It's going to be a high run chase, isn't it? Just 7 overs, still 3 to go. That one from Stefan going for 14. He was just a little bit leg side-ish, wasn't he, Stefan? And I think he'll know that. He wasn't able to get that ball outside the off. Parkin comes back. And gets hit down the ground. Well watched there by Stefan. Takes a bit of a deviation as it goes to him. Single gets taken.
Just need to keep a little eye on the timer. I think they'll be okay. Also because they have been chasing the ball around a bit and scratching their heads just like they're doing now about what they can do against in-form Mehboob Ali. Just taking a little bit of time. Should be okay, but certainly something to keep an eye on. They need to bowl another 11 balls in those 7 minutes.
I suppose on a day like today, you've got to be careful on World Naked Gardening Day where you put your hose, really, don't you? Could get into trouble.
No comment.
Paul Kempin is saying, watch where you put your trowel, okay. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, superstitions from players. What about you on the chat, if you had any superstitions? What's happened here? Somebody, looks like something's happened here. What did we miss here? I know we're talking about all sorts of things, but the medic's coming out, I think Mehboob has just got a little issue with his finger, maybe.
He's been doing too much naked gardening, that's why.
I think he's got into trouble with. I think he might have picked up something when he was. Remember when he was in the field earlier and he was complaining about his finger to his captain. Say he just wants a little sticky. Well, a little. I don't know about if they've got sticky tapes that go around his fingers. But yeah, you go. Yeah, you got to join two together, says the medic. Meanwhile, the others will have a drink. We've been talking about all sorts of things. So yeah, I was going to say to the chat, if you had any superstitions when you used to play, please let us know. Or if you knew of any players that had any weird superstitions. So I just said Tina didn't have any. I sort of, not a superstition, but I used to have like little, thought I had good luck charms, but there were all sorts of ones out there that people have. And right, that's all done. It looks like Lalai's okay. He gets his, starts to put his gloves back on.
There's sometimes things that you don't notice you're doing as a player that only then get pointed out to you on, for example, the European Cricket Network, where you're suddenly on TV, things you might do as a batter which you think, oh, I didn't realise I did that. So
Yeah.
I often, after the ball's finished, I kind of rest the bat on my shoulder like I'm, you know, leaving home with my bag over my shoulder.
Yeah.
It just feels like a natural position. And at the non-striker's end, I always do the one-handed lean.
Just lean, yeah.
Which is probably those two in combination is not the most athletic of poses, but there you go.
Uh-oh, that's trouble. That's trouble from Parkin. Well, he was made to wait a little bit before he delivers his second ball. Maybe that just puts him off a little. It's a full toss that gets peppered to the boundary by Jagapuna. It's also a 7-up because it's a no ball and a free hit to follow. Oh, Estonia, the last thing they need is to be giving freebies away. Not to Puna. I suppose the only thing Puna could do is stop Mehboob Ali getting to his century, because the way he's hitting the ball, he probably wants a lot of the strike as well. Parkin. What a shot. What a shot. This guy is so talented, people. He is so talented. Watching him play is just fantastic. He oozes with quality. And I know that one of the reasons that he was the MVP, because there were a lot of players with a good shot, and Jaspal Singh yesterday was fantastic with 2 scores of 70 for Sweehi, but just Southern Crusaders would not have even got as far as the final if it weren't for him. He is just such an exceptional player, an exceptional talent, and he's got all the shots, Tina.
He absolutely does. He went 3 half centuries in that ECS, and you're exactly right. It was pretty much a one-man crusade for the batter. He goes again here. Doesn't get hold of it though. It will be fielded there on the boundary by Aditya Pal.
Well, that one, he plays at it because he likes that shot. He doesn't get the gap. Probably would have been a wide actually, but he does get Mehboob on strike. Now Mehboob, I know the way he's thinking right. With Pune hitting the ball the way he is, I probably need to get going as well. Not that he's been slow, but he's certainly thinking century. He's in the 70s. And now that's going to be 76 as he gets it on right where he wants it. One thing about Mehboob is, for a big man, he's got very, very quick hands. I mean, he has to wait for this one. It's not that he can just play the shot and get away with it. He has to wait for it and time it. And that's immaculately done. And danger signs, I see the archers are returning in the other field. Now, we've hit a few Grizzlies that way. I hope they don't take that personally.
Probably another hobby you don't want to do naked, archery.
Well, why not?
Well, I suppose
Well, what's the danger of
I think-
archery? If you're firing the arrows, you're all right.
Yeah, I suppose I'm just averse to nakedness and sharp implements, I think.
You're just worried you might prick yourself, that's all.
Exactly.
That's played away. 4 runs, Mahbub, so he keeps on going. Nicely played. Okay, where are we here now? So I'll tell you where we are. We now have gone past the 150 mark with 2 batters that are muscling the ball to the boundary. And Arsan Amjad, who about 2 hours ago got off a plane, is probably thinking, "So I came here for this?" He's looking at Stefan Gooch and saying, "Thanks, buddy, for handing me over the captaincy of this."
You said it'd be a fun time. Here we are.
Okay, work to be done by Stefan, and yeah, he gets the... Oh, I didn't like the way Steph goes down here. I didn't like the way he went down. I mean, Steph, yeah, he gets up and he's moving that shoulder away. Great commitment. He has to get the dive in to stop that ball going. You see there, that's brilliantly done, but yeah, he doesn't land very well on that side. And when he gets up, you can see he's just moving that shoulder around, making sure he doesn't do himself any injuries. I don't think any issue there with it being a boundary because he's pushed the ball away from him. Good save, but it does allow the batters to take a single. It means that Mahbub stays on strike. 12 balls to go. He's on 82.
He's certainly got his eye on that Hall of Fame, doesn't he? He's already in there 3 times from the ECS. He got that 100, he got a hat-trick, and on the back of the hat-trick he also got the 5-foot. And well, we thought that man out there who put in the dive, Stefan Gooch, his all-time figures might be in doubt. No doubt about that one.
Nah, this is one. You know when you see batters hit over cow corner or square leg, they really have to hit the ball, don't they? I mean, look at this. I mean, if he does actually try and if he gets angry and hits one, I want to know where it goes. It'll go off the island. That's where it'll go. It'll go to Gozo because he's just, I don't know, he's hitting the ball like at 30% and he's going for big sixes.
It's like he's just swatting away an irritable fly.
And this one, gone. And that's going to be the end of Mahbub. He won't get that century. Smiles on the face of Stefan Gooch. Mahbub Ali will go for 88 on this occasion. He probably does wish he did try and hit it a bit harder. It's that usual little shot of ease, but he doesn't get the elevation. And Stefan Gooch has taken a good catch straight down the ground. Nicely held. And that is the end of Mahbub Ali. Look at Mahbub there, he's watching, and in the end it says, I tell you who else was watching, those people getting into their cars, thinking, let's get out of here pretty quickly. But it's the end of a very good knock. Mahbub Ali, 88. And just look where he scored all of his runs, and you can see it's most of them, all in front of the wicket.
Yeah, it shows just what a class player he is. And on that occasion, it was just a bit of a forearm jab. Didn't quite get the elevation or the distance on it, and Stefan Gooch puts in a comfortable catch, still has to take it, especially with the power that Mahbub gets behind the ball. But take it he does, and Navdeep Gill comes in at number 6 for Malta.
And well, Navdeep who? Maybe it's Navdeep Lala Gill because he just takes over from where Lala left off. He starts with a 6.
Almost an identical shot, one that Lala would certainly be proud of. Just about see the Archers in the background there. I think they breathe a sigh of relief and come out with 2 Grizzlies. Buy one, get one free. That's probably one of Mahbub's 6s from earlier today.
Well, the umpires have got to sort this one out. I think they decided pretty quickly which one is the right one. It played out into the offside. That's a better delivery, I suppose, if you see a batter that whips you over the leg side boundary. A good response is to go a bit wider outside the off. But now, all right, where do you go to Purna? Don't forget about him. 31 off just 11 balls. And a big finish here. I mean, 192, yeah, in the 190s, maybe even the 200 if Purna gets hold of a few. Okay, goes for it. Has it got the legs? I don't think so. And it's been put down. Oh, he can't believe it. Well, Stuart Hook. Well, forget having buckets for hands. Maybe he does have a hook because he hooks this right out of his fingers. Down he goes. And then afterwards, you can see the agony of knowing that he puts down Puna. Puna getting dropped on 31.
Just doesn't quite get in the right position there, does Stuart Hook? When he has to take the catch, he's leaning up high to his left side and can't grab hold of that one on that occasion. Tough chance, though.
And then, of course, as what always happens on the European Cricket Network, if you thought it hurt because you put the catch down, it hurts even more when the next ball goes for 6. And Aditya Paul, he's over, will finish for 20. He picks up 1 wicket, but he knows he's unlucky not to get 2. And the score, 178 for 4 at the end of 9.
Salt rubbed into the wounds there for Stuart Hook and Estonia as the drop, well, at least it doesn't drop over the boundary, but the next one most certainly does. Jagath Purna here, I think he's maybe still eyeing up that half century. It'd be 3 sixes away. He's got all 6 balls of this 10th to try and get there, and it looks like it will be bowled by Elias Hassan. So he's certainly going to eye up this bowler, I think. Not too much express pace about. He'd be looking to see if he can get to that half century.
Plays that well. They're pushing hard, but it's well picked up and well thrown. And, well, still a chance maybe if it's a good throw. It is a good throw. This is going to be pretty close. The batter feels he's made it. We'll wait and see here. So the misfield, let's have a look. Nah, he's well in, and the bat does stay down. So good running, good quick running from Puna. Look at him go, he's quick. And what I like about Puna, a lot of batters for some reason never do this. He runs straight. Doesn't make that distance any longer. That's well played, that's well bowled as well actually. Bobbles away to Arslan this time. He's only going to get a single, so it's going to be Gill back on strike. Mind you, he's striking it pretty well, 13 or 3.
Yeah, it's a good point, Rico, just to run down the middle. I suppose you might get a little ticking off from the umpire, but you just say, sorry, sir, and carry on. Yeah. The main thing is you get yourself safely home.
It gets played away, and Puna, he'll get there pretty quickly again. Good running from these two, Puna. But yeah, maybe we can just have a look at Puna's running. So just have a look at Puna go here. And if you watch him backing up as well, maybe. Let's see him go. Yeah, good backing up, good running, no mistakes. That's the way to do it. And he gets there pretty quickly. So let's see how he can finish here. And that will help. That will help. That takes him into the 40s, 41. And it takes Malta pretty closer also to that 200 score. Going to need something big to do it. And that means, what? A couple of 6s. 2 6s. And here we are, 188 for 4. Puna on 41. And that could be one of them. It's an outstanding shot. And remember I said to you how good this guy is at cutting. Well, how about that? It is a wonderful shot. Well, that could be your 1x bet shot of the day. Pure class from Jagath Purna. 47 of 16. A ball to go in the innings. 194. And won't quite be the 200, but it will be 50 to Jagath Purna. He gets his 50, 51 of 17 balls, and Malta will finish on 198 for 4.
Brilliant finish there from Jagath Purna as he goes 6-6-4 to finish off the innings. The first half of the over was actually brilliantly done by Elias Hassan, restricting Malta to just a couple of singles and a 2. But Purna, we know what kind of class player he is. He's already got an MVP trophy to show for it. And now he's got a half century on the international stage, coming off just 17 deliveries. Mehboob Ali, he top scored 88 off 23. We thought he might get himself into the Hall of Fame, but really all of the Malta batters got a start, and it was Mehboob Ali and Jagath Purna who then cashed in the middle overs.
Yeah, and look, when you know you've got a stellar batting lineup, you might as well go for it for the word go. I did like the way that Rocky Dinesh went. All right, he did get out eventually, but he gave him a good start. And then Varun Prasad was out to a good catch. But if you thought that was good, you ain't seen nothing yet. As, well, I know that Richard Parkin will be buying somebody a round of drinks tonight, and you'll see why in a moment. But before then, it was everybody that was under attack, including Maggie. Look at that ball. It never touches the ground, does it? Always seeing the Grizzly up in the air because it went up a lot of times, and he went for sixes. Even when they were caught, there were six. But this is it here. What about this for a catch? One of the best that you'll see from Rupan Bura. What a great catch that was.
It's an unbelievable catch. And it was one of the few highlights actually for the Estonian side. They just kept on leaking boundaries. Mahbub Ali, oh, he's got a big middle of the bat. He's also got a big edge as that one flew away. Estonia, they kept on going in the field. But when the chances did come, they weren't always able to take them. The Archers, they were lining up their arrows and the Grizzlies were flying towards them. That was a great stop there from Stefan Gooch. Mahbub Ali, we thought he'd get to that full century, but he holes out to Steph on 88. Unfortunate for him, as it looked like he was bound to get there, but still he can be happy with his day's play so far. And that allowed Jagath Porter, the MVP from the ECS, to hit it so hard that he splits the ball in two, and then he carries on going and gets himself his half century as well off the very final ball.
Yeah, I mean, that shot, by the way, just was absolutely stupendous. That took it to 47, and then he hits a four to finish it off and gets the runs on the board. Well, I'd like to see a little bit of nature on the screens as well. Well, we are playing cricket. That's not quite a cricket, but we'll call it a cricket for now. Probably a bit of a grasshopper thing going on there. Well, it is International Naked Gardening Day, so we can talk about green things and garden kind of things as well as we have a look at that scorecard. So 88 from Mahbub Ali and 51 from Jagath Puna. But the main thing about that is the strike rate. Look at all the batters. Even though batters scored 14s, the 10s, the 16s, it's how quickly they scored them. And they're getting out, but it don't matter. They're leaving a lot of balls out there for the other batters to go out and score runs off as well. And that's very important. You can't be chewing up deliveries. And, well, Malta seem to be doing that pretty well. On the bowling front, wickets were shared out a little bit. Giwala got one, Rupan Buram, because of that great catch that was taken off him. And then he rewarded himself. Rewarded his teammate for taking a great catch himself. He takes a wicket there as well. So they did share them around a little bit as well. Parkin, he would get one as well. That was that catch from Rupam. And even Aditya Paul gets one, but he's a little bit unlucky, actually. He could have quite easily ended up with 2 wickets. But it's all about the power of Malta. They were asked about first, and they probably sort of rubbed their hands and said, yep, that'll do nicely. And on a lovely sunny afternoon here on the island of Malta, they went out there and piled on the run. So it's got to be said that if Estonia are to chase this down, it will be a record run chase on the network. 199 required to win for Estonia, who are already 1 down in this series. So big innings coming up. Join me, Rica Full and Tina Goff, when we return. Volvemos en 10 minutos, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello viewers and welcome to the European Cricket Network. We are of course on tour here in Malta. Malta is of course famous for its reputation as a diving hotspot. Malta has an incredible coastline, but you don't have to be lying on the beach to appreciate the Mediterranean unique charm. It's famous for crystal clear waters, especially make it a great diving location, frequently voted as one of the world's best diving locations. Malta is home to hundreds of reefs, caves and ancient wrecks. But if you thought that Malta's ancient wonders are lying underwater, well, you'll be wrong. Despite being so isolated, civilizations have flourished on Malta for thousands of years, and the capital city of Malta really deserves a paragraph of its own. According to UNESCO, the city is one of the most concentrated historic areas in the world. Valletta was one of the first ever planned cities in Europe, with designs being drawn out by the Order of St. John of Jerusalem in 1565. It really is a magnificent place. As we rejoin the action, the umpires have led the teams back out. Umpire Sunil and Vinay and Uma. They're the three match officials for this one. Uma, of course, the third umpire. And Nilkesh Patel are doing a brilliant job stepping in for Tyrone Peters, who's probably wandering around the island of Malta and enjoying some of the lovely sights. I know that Tyrone does like to put his walking boots on and go for a long walk. And you actually saw there the bonus point equation that they need to get to a score of 139 just to pick up a point here to Estonia. So they've got a lot of work to do. They need a good, solid partnership to start. Stefan Gooch will take the first ball. Sehul Chorn is the non-striker. And Stefan, knowing Stefan, if it's a decent enough ball, he'll be looking to push this away for a single to start. Up in the air, it won't go to hand, and, well, Sehul Chorn is acrobatically backed up by the fielder. That's brilliantly done. In the air, but you just saw that the fielder just a little bit deep to start back with there. I don't know if Priyan was a little bit slow walking in there, but there was a scream of catch it from the bowler, Sanjay Siddharthan, who certainly did bowl with some pace earlier today. And here comes Sanjay again. And that's beautifully played. Stefan Gooch, a little bit too short, and he plays a lovely hook shot. That will go all the way, 6 runs. And, well, Imran Amir, he's already complaining, saying, all these people sitting here, can't they get me the ball? No, Imran, you have to go get it. Fetch it, says Stefan Gooch. And Imran, he's probably still complaining. In the end, he's walked back without the ball. I think he has persuaded one of the spectators to get it for him. A good start there from Stefan. And, he knows he needs to put a good knock in here to get himself set. I mean, once he gets set, not only is he set for the match, but he could be set here for the next few days. Of course, more T10 action tomorrow, and then that's followed by some T20s. That's up in the air, but it will go in the gap. It's going to be 4 more. 6 and 4 all together now. Hungry for more. So Sanjay Siddharthan just a little bit too short here. Needs to get a bit fuller. And there it goes. 4 more runs, and Elsa is hungry for more. So back to the mark. It looks like they are making a change here in the field. Looks like they will put a sweeper out on the leg side, but expect this one to be hit over the top of the offside. It's the sort of player that Steph is. Hit down the ground, but straight to Priyan, who makes the stop. Yeah, better areas though, Sanjay. He's got to sometimes bowl at your field. So Chauhan, so they do stick with Chauhan as the opener now. Expect to see better from him. One thing I will say, I did get a chance to, of course, speak to some of the Estonian players, men and women. That's going to go over the offside, just as I thought you would now. I've often say with Steph, when he's using his feet and he's coming down and playing shots like this, that's when he's at his most dangerous. This is a good shot from Stefan. And that's the way he likes to play. It's the old 1-2 bang. Yeah, there's going to be 6 more. So 16 off the over already. 2 6s and a 4. Yeah, just going back to that. So when I was talking to them, and of course, look, the weather. The temperatures in Estonia have still been just about 5 degrees, cold, icy rain. So they haven't played any cricket outdoors. And they maybe have done a little bit of training indoors. So you'd expect them not to be 100% out there in the middle. Expect them to be a little bit rusty. Whereas Malta, on the other hand, because of the weather here, well, they have played plenty of cricket, of course, a lot of these players, including Varun, who makes that great stop there. He's played in that European Cricket Spring Series, so they've played a fair bit of cricket and are probably warm and ready for action. 21 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, myself and Tina, who joins me back, will be thrilled to bring you one.
Absolutely. As well, there was one in the ECS, wasn't there? And it happened to be on the day where Vinny was calling the shots from the ECN bunker. Of course, we're happy for him, but we'd be even happier for ourselves if we managed to sneak one in. It would have to be today or tomorrow. Of course, we go in the T20s then, and then I suppose we could have a super over. It's not quite the same though, is it?
No, not quite the same. Mahbub, high in the air, catching chance. If somebody can get there, he's going to get lucky. How has this not gone to hand? I can't believe it. I cannot believe this doesn't go to hand. You got fielders running in from anywhere, but nobody gets there. And I don't get this. I mean, Stefan Gooch is the first to go to Mahbub and say, unlucky fella. But yeah, I don't really know. You have a look at the field there. I think they've just run all the way around this. Steph can't believe it. And Imran Amir is in that position now. I wouldn't say that he's a spring chicken. I think to a lot of people, including myself, I'm not going to hold back. I'm very surprised he's actually playing. I don't think I know the talents that Malta have, and I'm a little bit surprised that he gets picked before some others. But obviously, there's a reason to it. Who am I to say? But he needed to get to that, I think. That's well bowled. And Mahbub Ali also seems like he too just got a little bit more in him, a little bit more effort from him when he's bowling and when he's wearing the Malta shirt.
Of course, Mahbub and Imran Amir are teammates for Sweek United. There was a couple of interesting incidents that Imran Amir was involved in. That one where he walked off on that final delivery.
Oh, great effort. Superb effort from the wicketkeeper. That's Chanjal Sudasanan. I mean, it's almost like he had a springboard to take off here. It's a great effort, but he's almost mimicking a goalkeeper saving a free kick that was going into the top corner. Unfortunately for him, he just couldn't hold on to it. I tell you what, if Dan Ores has got a shot of that, that'll be right up there, one of the shots of the day. Here comes Mahbub again. Now to Stefan. It's not a good delivery, and Steph, all he's got to do is just work this away. I think that's a slightly slower ball there from Mahbub, but it's not well directed. So I'm liking this from Estonia. Esti, they've got a lot of work to do, but as long as the boundaries keep coming, that's the first one in this over from Mahbub, then they've got every chance to at least be competitive, and more importantly, at least get a point. Because we did say that maybe losing one match and not getting any points from it may not be that big a deal, but you don't want to lose two and also not get a point.
Absolutely not. That leaves you with a mountain to climb. Of course, they do have 3 games tomorrow. They wouldn't be out of it.
That's a nice shot. It's a really good shot. So Stefan Gooch did give half a chance, which nobody could get to, but since then he keeps on going. That's a little bit of width on offer, and Gucci plays a lovely cut shot in the gap. Yeah, right out of the textbook. 4 more runs. It looks like, Ravi's got the scoreboard going. It must have been an issue with it, but he's played about with some of the wires, and the scoreboard now is working.
Need Johnny Grimmer back. He's the best on the scoreboard, isn't he?
Bring back Johnny. Slightly shorter this time, but Gucci not able to repeat the same shot. It's going to be the end of the over. Not the worst of ones there from Mahbub. A couple of boundaries there towards the end, but only the 10 coming from it. And score moves to 27. More importantly, it's without loss, but you can see what the asking is here for Team SD. They need to be going at around 21 and over from here on in, and that's really going to take some doing, and they're not going to hold back introducing Richard Marks into the attack this time. He only got the 1 over last time, and you said then, Tina, that he'll probably be saying to the skip, hey, I think I deserve 2 next time, and maybe he has impressed Varun Prasad enough to get a chance to bowl 2 overs here. He's bowling the next.
I think deservedly so. His 1 over in that first game went for just 3 runs, and he picked up a wicket. Certainly threw his name into contention, and he will at least bowl the 1 over here. Certainly enough time to bowl the second. It's a tough task, isn't it, for Estonia? They need all-out magic from here until the 10th.
Only given a 2% chance. By the way, who's Richard Marks? I don't know why that name came into our heads.
He's a singer-songwriter, isn't he?
Yes, okay. Of course, I meant David Marks.
Karl Marx? That's what you meant.
Well, that's blasted, and that's going to fire through the offside. Good hit. Sahul Chauhan gets his first boundary. This guy is class. I mean, when I spoke to him in the interval, I did say, hey, what happened to you? And he was the first to say to me, hey, Rico, it's the first time I picked up the bat after the winter, so he could be forgiven for his show earlier. But I'm sure he's keen to show his talents. He's such a good stroke player. And if anybody can match Mahbub Ali and the likes of Jagaprunat, he's one who can do it. There you go, slower delivery from Marksy. And Chauhan is not going to fall for that. He just leans back and crunches this over the stands. It's going to be another big 6. Nice shot there off the Maltese women. But yeah, just look at that. He said, you can't be bowling that at me. I mean, Richard Marks, there he is again. David Marks, of course. I don't mind that delivery, but you got to at least be straight. You got, as soon as you give width on it, then the batter sees it a lot earlier. And this time it's a shorter delivery. Well, it's been thrown by the keeper, Chanjal. I think he wanted to throw it to the fielder and end up throwing it backwards. Watch this. Uh-oh. And the batters could have run if they wanted to. I think Stefan Gooch was probably stopping himself laughing. I know he likes a good giggle. That's Stefan. Well, his word laugh the day tomorrow, but Steph had a good laugh at that. So did we. Marks again. And third is not back, so that's going to go all the way. It's going to be a Baximo. 6 more. This is more like it. This is a better over. You got to believe. If you believe, you can achieve, maybe. There's this over. There's now gone for 16 with 2 balls to go. So David Marks might have wanted to get and catch the attention of his captain after he's 1 over in the last match. But he's not doing himself any favours in this one as yet.
There's less communism there from Marks, more realism. He's come into this one now,
I like that.
16 runs coming off the first 4.
Okay, now the slow ball. He wants it himself, and he holds on to it. Well done. Hey, I tell you, that takes a little bit of guts, you know. That takes a little bit of guts. And David Marks does go back to that trusted slow ball of his, and it's not the 6th ball, it's the 5th ball, and it is straighter this time. Chauhan doesn't pick it, skies it up in the air, and he'll go for 17 of 7 balls.
Nice take there from Marks. Wasn't interested in sharing the wealth. He wanted it all for himself, and he takes a nice caught and bowled. Good comeback as well, having been hit for 3 boundaries already in the opening 4 deliveries, but he's always someone, isn't he, Rico, that chips in with wickets. Yeah. Marks, somehow, from somewhere, it's a slower ball, it's a shorter ball, he does keep on getting wickets. Yeah, he does. And also, you know, look, sometimes as a bowler, you've got to back yourself. A lot of bowlers would have thought, nah, I tried it once, I got mashed for a big 6, not going to try it again. He does try it again. And the thing is about it is I wouldn't, you know, not being unfair, I think you can pick it. He doesn't really disguise it that well. But the batter's still got to deal with it. And I think because that was straight, it was enough to get the wicket. And that's played down the ground. And not going to be a run down the ground. I mean, he plays it into the deck, into the backward point area. It's a good over in the end. So we were saying David Marks, he probably not going to catch the eye of his captain this time around. But he does by taking that wicket. And I reckon he may get another over out of it as well. 16 come from it. 10 came from the one before. 17 from the first. That means the
number of runs on the board after the power play is 43 for 1.
You can see on the head-to-head, Estonia lost just the 1 wicket in comparison to Malta's 2. It was 54 on the board, and importantly after that there was 3 magical overs from Malta, and that's why they've put themselves in a commanding position. And despite 16 runs coming off that over, still well below the rate needed. It's now above 22 as well. It's that man. If Rico was the selector for Malta, he wouldn't be on the pitch, but he's right in the middle of the pitch now as Imran Amir gets a bowl.
Yeah, look, I got nothing against the guy.
No.
You know, he's an entertainer. We've seen that. I just think that from what the cricket that we've seen, that there were other potential bowlers, but he's here to prove me wrong and prove the selectors right. Here he is, Imran Amir. Gets worked away. Should be stopped on the boundary. It does. Will they come back from 2? It's a good recovery. Good bit of fielding there, actually. Really well done. That's Surajay Patel. I want to see him have a bat at some point. I hope he does get a good crack at the whip, because I rate him as a batter. And the reason I rate Surajay Patel, if you turn your attention back to the European Cricket Series here in February, he played for Malta-Estonia. Now, Malta-Estonia had all sorts of problems. Sometimes they didn't quite manage to get 11 players. They didn't have any superstars. That's going to be 6 runs straight down the ground. Nicely hit by Ali Masood, who did bat well in the first match for Estonia. Scored 24, the highest scorer. But yeah, Surajay Patel, even though he was playing for a team with no stars, he would consistently score runs for them, and he batted so well. So it'd be nice to see him given an opportunity. And in the air, will it carry? No, just dropped short, and the fielder kind of overruns it. It'll just be a single. I think Stefan Gooch kind of knows what's coming here, and get the feeling he's having a look around and say, right, where can I work this? And well, Maggie's laying some new cables there. I get the feeling that some of the cables are being fried. Well, we almost saw Maggie getting fried as well a bit earlier. Well, Steph, maybe he's licking his lips too much, trying to get Imran Amir away. Don't you find it interesting though, Tina? Like Imran Amir, like I said, you know, I've seen him play a lot of good cricket, and he is a good cricketer. Whether, you know, he deserves his place in this team or not, we'll have to wait and see, as that one is going to be played away. It's going to be 6 runs, and the 12th man doesn't want to injure himself taking the catch. And 6 more to Gucci, who's closing on a half century himself. But I always find it interesting when players come into the side and play for the national team, but when they're playing for the club, like he's bowling here now, but I don't think he bowled for his club. I mean, they used him as a keeper a couple of times, which didn't go great, but when he didn't keep, he didn't really bowl. And well, that's pretty close actually. Stefan goes for the pull shot here and misses it, and almost goes onto the stumps. He's lucky he doesn't play on here actually as well. So this time he uses his feet to go forward, but he should have just stayed back and played the pull shot. I think he changed his mind there actually. I think he comes forward to try and hit over the top and then gets drawn into the pull shot, misses out. So Imran Amir, once again, not the worst overs. If it's not going over 20, then you're winning the battle. And at the moment, Malta, they are winning the battle. But Estonia, they've got their eyes firmly on trying to get to that 139, haven't they?
They certainly want to keep themselves in this series. But it's an interesting point you make about Imran Amir. He wouldn't be the first spinner I'd even turn to in this lineup. I'd turn to Varun Prasath, and I'd also turn to Jagath Purna. But it was Amir who got the nod. Maybe that's why, because Varun Prasath, off his very first delivery, gets hit firmly over cow corner, just drags that one. I'm not even too sure. It's maybe just in that slot. And Ali Masood says thank you very much.
Well, caught by the net there on that far side. That net is protecting all the tennis players. And can see the archers out there as well. I wonder if he can, in between balls, have a quick shot of the archery range. Maybe we'll get it in here. That will just be a single. And I'm not sure what Navdeep Gill has put in his drink, but he seems to be running past every ball. Yeah, the archers are out there. They're firing away, trying to get a few bullseyes. Stefan Gooch probably won't be hitting a 6 in that area, being that he's a left-hander, but certainly he'll be eyeing up getting one in the clubhouse. Now, Varun is making a change in the field. You can see where I think he needs one more in that area, actually. He's going to try and bowl and dart one wide off the left-hander. There we go. That one's going to be played down the ground, just single. But if that's his plan, I'd like to see, I think he could be having a backward point and a point in that area. Maybe even give himself some protection, perhaps have one of them back on the boundary. And just a single as Ali Masood, who always seems to be on the move, gets a gundy ball, and that's going to be put away. Well, Ali Masood will have the archers interested. Well, there it goes. Well, there's the archers over there. Oh, he almost hits one of their vehicles, you know. Don't upset the men with the arrows. That's not a good idea. Don't upset. Look, there they are. And, oh, that's going in there. Look at him. He's saying, oi, did you see that? Did you see what they... Oh, no. They're aiming this way. Look at those machines. Look, oh, no. Oh, no.
That man in the blue is definitely the Grizzly Warden, isn't he? He's the protector of the archery crew who are all in their red T-shirts.
They're all looking... Look at those things. Look, they're not arrows. What are those? What are that? Oh, my. She's loading up, everybody. Take cover. Duck. It's going to be a wide. Oh, don't hit him that way. Don't upset the archers.
I have a question. It's a random question. I'll come to it in a second.
Leg side, not out. Good running, though, between the wickets.
There was a question posed to me recently that I think it was when the Olympics were on. If you had unlimited funds and unlimited training time between now and the next Olympics, what sport do you think you could do best in? And that's why archery comes to mind for me.
Unlimited funds, and you could train hard for it.
So with the greatest respect, Rico, I don't think you're winning the 100 metres.
No, as that one gets played away by Stefan, and now he will get into the 40s, Stefan Gooch. Yeah, that's a very good question.
Because I think you've got to go for a sport where there's very clear goals of how you can do well. Archery, you can get it in the middle of the bullseye. Same with shooting. Anything where actually no athletic prowess is required, but it's more just repetition and training, I think.
Skateboarding. There you go.
There you go.
It is an Olympic sport now.
You've got a good centre of gravity. I mean, cricket will be at the next.
Cricket will be 2028. I'll have time to prepare for that. I'll go there as an umpire or commentator if anybody wants us. Yeah, very good one.
I'll leave it with you. Ask the chat as well. If there's one Olympic sport you would back yourself in, what would it be?
Table tennis.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You're a good,
table tennis.
I think ping-ponger?
Hand-eye coordinate. I'm not a bad ping-ponger. But if you practice more and you had those limited funds, yeah, I think that would be good. What about you? What did you come up with?
I think, I'd go with something where there's not many variables. So I think I would probably go with something like shooting. It's also good for the stress relief, I feel. Remember that guy, was it the Turkish guy at the last Olympics who just rocks up and just like an assassin mode?
Yeah, and then he had that celebration as well, didn't he?
Breakdancing? I mean, I think that was 1 and out for the Olympics. It wasn't the Olympics and it's never to return again.
Well, I could do both at the same time, skateboarding and breakdancing.
You'd be breaking something.
two in one. Okay, all right. A good little moment in this match with Puna coming on to try and slow things down here. But Stefan Gooch, he's seen a bit of Puna already. Let's see how he deals with it. Let's move to 40 of 16.
Sri makes a nice comment in the chat saying Varun actually uses himself a bit more as a captain. Often captains tend to underuse themselves as bowlers, but on this occasion Varun is backing himself, given that he does have spin bowling options. He's got Jagath Purna, he's obviously got Priyan Pushparajan as well as bowling options, spin bowling options.
Okay, can he get there? And will. It's a very good catch actually taken here by Varun, because, I mean, he looked a little bit like, I mean, we've all seen the movie Bambi, when Bambi first gets up. His legs and hands were all over the place as he's running forward here. Had a lot of ground to make up, but he gets himself in a good enough position, and just at the last moment gets a good stable base on his footing, and then he's a tall man, he reaches forward, holds on to it, and Stefan will be disappointed that he doesn't quite push on to get a half century. He's going to fall for 40 of 17 balls, and it will be Jagath Purna who combines with the man we were talking about, Varun Prasad, the captain, to remove Stefan Gooch.
Stefan just didn't quite get a hold of that one. He got underneath it well enough. The elevation was there. just didn't quite have the distance on it. But he was, of course, pretty much up against mission impossible here with that run rate over 25 for the victory. And well, at the bottom of your screens, that's probably a more realistic total for Estonia. Still a tough task though. 59 needed off 28 to secure that point.
Ever seen Arslan Amjad bat?
I haven't.
Okay.
I feel like I'm in for a treat.
Okay. If he gets going, then you could be in for a treat. Again, though, he's probably in the same category. Yes, a lot of the other Estonia players hasn't played too much cricket, so I was talking to one or two of the players, and they did say that this T10, though it is important to them, they're going to use this day and tomorrow very much as getting themselves in and getting themselves ready. Well, sun, sea and sand, well, you have plenty of that here in Malta, but now you have a little bit of sexy cricket as Ali Masood goes funky, and it's the old reverse Malachi. What a lovely shot this is. Well, is that the 1xBet shot of the day?
What a shot that is as he comes in. Well, you said, Rico, he might be a bit rusty. There's absolutely no rust on those joints. In fact, it was Masood, though, wasn't it, that got the runs. Arslan Amjad, he got himself safely to the non-striker's end, but maybe he'll be taking inspiration. And Ali Masood, does he go again?
Well, this time he goes for the big shot, and the two fielders, they didn't deal with this right. I think one of them, probably Mehboob, needed to be the man who's stopping this one. Navdeep Gill, well, yeah, look, this one, I think one of those two should have stopped that ball going over the boundary if you're not taking the catch. And the other thing is, when you've got two players so close to each other, the team catches on, where one leaps and pushes it to the other guy, but they didn't get that right. And then Masood, well, this time he doesn't get it right. He could be in trouble here. And acrobatic fielding and throw from Puna. I think he throws this with his left hand. That would have been quite exceptional. Let's have a look at this. He gets it, and yeah, throwing with the left hand. You can see he was never really going to get a good throw in there. But well done, good over. Takes a wicket. Only goes for 13. And Estonia 92 for 2 after the 6 overs. So that 139, that should be on.
It certainly should, especially with Ali Masood out there, 32 off 11. Decent knock there from Stefan Gooch at the top of the order for Estonia as well. 40 off 17 before he fell in that over. Jagath Purna doing the damage, and a nice catch in the outfield by Varun Prasath. Arslan Amjad, though, the captain, the newly christened captain of Estonia after Stefan Gooch took the responsibilities this morning. He's got a chance here to bat himself into a bit of form. As you said, Estonia certainly eyeing up those T20s as the big games that they want to win.
Okay, it's Arslan now. He just does a little bit of stretching. Battle of the two captains. That one, ooh, well. Normally I'm saying, I think that's okay. I actually thought that one was a wide, but the umpire says that's okay on this occasion. Miscue. Does anybody get there? Varun should, and it's going to be victory to the captain of Malta. Varun Prasath will get the wicket of Arslan Amjad. It's a disappointing end for him, but maybe he, like the other Estonian players, will need a match or two under his belt before he gets going. Just doesn't get this right, tries to muscle a shot over the boundary, but just ends up getting the wrong part of the bat, and it's a good, easy, comfortable caught and bowled there from Varun.
Yeah, it was nicely taken by Varun, who, well, he's keeping himself on here as the captain, seeing his opportunity to obviously open the batting, but also bowling as well. I suppose that's the beauty of being captain. You can make those decisions, but Malta do have an absolute wealth of options, don't they? Sanjay Mehboob opened up on this occasion. Could be that they don't even come back for their second, as Malta could play around with their bowlers here, see who can get themselves into form.
Just a little bit too wide, and Stuart Hook, he's another guy a bit like Sehil Chauhan. He didn't have the best of outings in the first match, but we know he also is a very talented player. Just having to change his guard here now as Varun wants to change his angle and go back over the wicket. Yeah, it's not a good delivery. It's an easy shot to play there for Stuart Hook. And you always like those to get off the mark, don't you? He's going to be a little bit nervy after the first match, but that's just a Gundy ball short to wide outside the leg stump and an easy put away to the boundary. Varun be disappointed with that delivery. He's got to be thinking, I mean, Malta themselves got to be wanting to take all the points here. So Varun changing his angle around. Now we'll go back around the wicket. Gets played out. Will just be a single. Masood's still there though, and you feel that if he stays there, then they're definitely picking this point up.
Yeah, I think so. Probably Estonia don't back quite as deep as Malta do. So they want Masood here to score the majority of the 40 left, and there's 6 of them. So that comes clean off the middle of the bat and doesn't quite say hello to the archers. Luckily that tennis court is not occupied at the moment, otherwise they would have had a different type of ball coming to say hello on court. But it's a nice hit there from Ali Masood, and it's exactly 94 runs needed for the win now. But closer, much closer is that bonus point, just 30 odd runs away. Something that's also getting ever closer in just about half an hour's time, so not long at all. The Malta women and Croatia women take to the field for the 3rd and final time today, as Croatia, well, they've already got an opportunity to seal the series. 3-0 would be an unassailable lead.
Yeah, big match coming up here. A couple of changes there. Malta got Silda Joy coming in to the side and Silvana Bandeva. And unchanged though, Croatia, for this one. So let's just see if Malta can at least get a win here and then make tomorrow a little bit more exciting. Taking on the single here. This is good from Stuart Hook. He's realising that Ali Masood is he's in good form. He's showing the same sort of form he showed in the first innings. Got a bit better and a bit deeper this time with his knock. A lot rests on his shoulders here, so Mahbub just making a little subtle change to the sweeper on that extra cover boundary. Going for that Yorker length delivery. Just when he bowls that, let's see Mahbub just holding his hamstring a little bit. He's looking around. I thought he was looking around to find his captain there and maybe say, I don't think he can do this. He is struggling, but again, I had my thoughts on this in the last match. If you want him fit for the whole of this series, oh, that's Gandhi. That is Gandhi. What did I see? I saw that shot played. I mean, it's gone all the way. It's got to be a no ball here. I thought I saw something come off the bat. What do we see here? I thought something came off here. Something looked like it flew off from the other angle. It's definitely a no ball. And I thought maybe if we can see it from the other, I really looked like something came off there. Anyway, that's 7 up, and that's a free hit. Let's bowl. Yeah, Mahbub just isn't right here. I was a bit surprised that he was asked to bowl a second over in the last match. He didn't have to. Just look at him walking here. I mean, he's got a smile on his face, but that does not look like a man who's right. I reckon he's cramping up. Yes, the number of cricket he's played, over the last few days is showing.
He's leaning hard, isn't he? Leaning tower of Mahbub, and it's a strange decision to make him bowl here. There's so many other options.
Yeah, why not go to Priyan and let Priyan bowl 2 overs? That don't make sense, because Priyan also, I mean, look at that. There's definitely a hamstring problem here. Now, I think, yeah, look. I wonder if you can see the ball that was hit for full size. I am sure something flew off the bat. I don't know if we can find that ball again. I'm really putting Elsa to the test. But I'm pretty sure when we looked at it from the bowler's end, something did look like it flew off the bat. Anyway, that's a good delivery. Really well bowled. Mahbub, you can see, normally he's trying to bowl with a bit of fire. He's hitting the deck hard. He's trying to get that extra bounce, short or length. But he's just all he's trying to do is a couple of steps and bowl the Yorker in. All right, it's effective, because at the moment, apart from that 7 up, it's only been the 10 off the over. Maybe you see a couple of steps and just pitching the ball up. This one should just be a single. And it will be just a single. So the over completed, 116 for 3. And of course, the win out of the equation. But a point is still on the cards, needing 23 of 12 balls to secure a point. So they've got to go just less than than 12. Yeah, Mahbub is not right. You can see Mahbub saying, hey, can I go in there, and somebody else go on the boundary. He's limping, and I just don't think that Varun Prasad now, a captain should know or be aware if he's got players that are not 100%. I mean, first of all, would you want to play players 100% when you've got other players in your squad? You're the home team, so you've got plenty to pick from. So they could have rested him a day, maybe.
I think you could have definitely rested him in this innings. Even just not let him bowl that second over. You could see he was not right. And he's been standing out there for a while after doing some work with the bat, of course. He's going to be tightening up. And the last thing he needs is then to have to steam into bowl as well.
That, I think, is out. And it's going to be Ali Masood who goes now. You know me, I don't like to be too kind to players, but I say it the way I see it and the way I think it. If you're Ali Masood, you don't get out like this. He's the man, the set better. He's on 41. Stuart Hook's been playing the perfect role at the other end, giving him the strike to ensure that they get a point. You don't get out like this. It's not a good shot. It's not a good look. And Jagath Bruna has done it again. Just have a look at the movement he gets here. I know it's not the best of shots, but if we see it one more time, just have a look at the movement he gets away. And that's enough to get the ball away from Masood. Have a look at this again. Just watch the movement. That's enough. It's really well bowled.
It's enough movement. It's subtle. I think the key thing as well, it already starts probably on about 5th stump. And the shot that Ali Masood is trying to play is probably more fitting for a ball that's on leg stump. He's really reaching for that one. Doesn't get anywhere near it. And Chanjal does good work behind the stumps.
Let's play. Look at Mahbub. He doesn't move from that position. And he's not in a good way, is Mahbub. And be interesting to see what happens tomorrow with him. They've got 3 to play tomorrow. He's not moving freely at all. Right, this is Rupam Burra, who's come in and got off the mark. And to strike over to Stewart, who plays a nice shot, but he's not going to find the boundary. Not an easy one for the keeper to have to field.
You still need to try and get this point to Estonia. It's now getting tougher and tougher with the new batter there, but 21 needed off 9. A couple of boundaries and it will look different, and that's exactly what they're going for, but Rupan on that occasion doesn't get a hold of it, just be the single.
Who would you go to bowl the last? Would you just go to Priyan? They haven't seen him yet, and Priyan doesn't. He bowls very similar, as we know, to Jagath Bruna. He'll bowl that full Yorker length delivery. It's very difficult to get away.
I think I'd go Sanjay, possibly David. Go to a bit of pace again. But, I mean, the spin is working here. That one just slightly straying the wrong side of the line, but they've worked the spin well. Varun Prasad, he got him 2 overs. Jagath Purna, he'll have 2 overs as well. And they've still got Priyan Pushparajan, hasn't had a ball yet, so they could go 6 or 8 overs of spin if they wanted to.
Oh, up in the air. It's going to be a long chase. Can they stop the boundary? They will. Team fielding, nicely done. And, well, doesn't hit them straight away. I wonder if he did hit him straight away, if that could have been out. It's a good bit of work there done actually there again by Malta. I like the way the field has dealt with this. Let's just have a look at this here. If he gets them straight away, nah, it looks like he's in. Yeah, the bat is along the ground, so 2 valuable runs. Very important last ball of the over coming off here. 17 off 7. Get a boundary, you help your cause. Otherwise, you're looking to get, what, the 17 or the 16 off the last. So look at Jagath Bruna here. He's just quite happily, he's like a little kid, quite happily in his own little world, playing around with that. Oh, he's dropped it now, look, just because he knows we're talking about him. All right, Stuart Hook might as well go for it, I think. And there's that movement away. It's clever bowling. End of the over, nicely bowled. Now, they say let's run, but I think the over's already been called. And see, he takes the bails off here. If they run straight away, then that's fine, but he's rolled the ball away. The umpire's then called over. Then you can see the non-strikers say, come on, let's run. But I think it's too late. Right, 122 for 4. They're needing to get 17 off this last over to pick up a point. And if they don't get that point, I think Estonia will be very disappointed with 1 or 2 plays that have happened here. And even though Ali Masood batted very well for 41, he's going to have to take a bit of the blame there for getting out the way he did and when he did.
Yeah, absolutely. He could have seen his team home to at least a point. It's going to be tough now, I think, in this final over. 17 runs needed. They have turned back to David Marks. I'm sure we'll see that slower ball at some point.
And, well, that's going to be 4 of them. Yeah, I know you were saying David Marks or even go with pace. I just think, from what I saw the last 2 overs, even from that one that Mahbub bowled, he didn't bowl quick, he just tried to dart the ball in, and that seemed to do the trip. So David Marks, I think a little bit of pace, a little bit short that time. I wonder if he goes, what do you reckon? I think slow ball here. Slower ball. He's been hit for a boundary. He'll come back, try with the slower ball. So that helps you. 13 or 5 to get a point here, Estonia.
There you go.
Nicely played. All along the deck. Will they push the fielder? You would try, but it's a good... Oh, almost bounces over. Chanjal, single. 12 or 4. You can hear the Estonian bench shouting the instructions out to the batters. They know what they've got to do. All right, Stuart Hook. Now would be a great time to unleash a boundary. Oh, he tries. Goes for his trusted cut shot. Misses out on it. Dot ball.
Costly dot ball and a precious one for Malta. Because now you need either 2 big 6s or 3 4s. That's the equation for Estonia to get that bonus point. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel of not picking up a single point from this opening day.
Go slow, up in the air, and will bounce in between 2 fielders. Well, not quite in between. It's Imran Amir runs past it, but Varun Prasad, the captain, is there to keep it just to the 1. So, you know what they need here now? It's got to be, well, the only way to do this is 2 6s to get that point. A 4 and a 6 won't be enough. 11 required of 2 for a point. Got to go for a 6. It won't go for 6, but it's a wide. So now, I mean, I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go into the mind of a bowler. Why'd you bowl that? He just needs to put a good, decent delivery in. He doesn't. And now a 4 and a 6 would be enough. David Marks goes for that slow ball again when he didn't really have to. And this time he gets the ideal ball. Slot ball. It's only a single. So it looks like Malta, the win was never in doubt really from after the 2 overs were done, but looks like they're going to take all the points here, and Estonia will be bitterly disappointed to not just be going back to base for them without a win, but they're going back without a point to show for. This one will go to the boundary. There's going to be 4 runs as Navdeep Gill. His issues in the field just continue. The amount of times he ran past the ball and never stopped one. And this one gets through him as well. It will be 4 runs there, but it's only going to mean that they finish on 134 needed, 139 for a point. So Malta take all the points, and I suppose we have to say that the Maltese men, they will be eating octopus tonight.
Absolutely you will, and they've done what the Maltese women have not been able to do, which is pick up a win, and pick up a win as well with the double bonus points. So 8-0. We will see Malta women in action in just about 20 minutes time, as they will try to avoid a 3-0 washout in this first day of 2 days of ECI action. But before we get to that, we'll have plenty of time to talk through those squads. There's 2 changes for Malta. Let's go to the highlights, and it was always going to be a tough task for Estonia with that run rate pretty much on 20, and it always just kept on rising, as did Chanjal Sudasadan behind the gloves there, as that would have been a tremendous take. That was a comfortable catch for David Marks. That marked the end of Sahil Chauhan, who hasn't had the best day, but by his own admission, he's still trying to bat himself into form. Stefan Gooch, he shone brightly, but then he was caught out as well. That was a tumbling catch. And then we got a bit magical as Ali Masood came to the party. We thought while he was in, he might have a chance to at least rescue that point, but it was a bit of an ugly swipe that dismissed him. That was first Arhan Amjad, the captain, who just come into the game. He needs a bit of time to warm up. And there was that swipe that pretty much marked the end of the run chase for Estonia.
Yeah, it did, and yeah, you can see he was bitterly disappointed with himself. I think, look, he's played enough cricket, Ali Masood, to know that once you're in that situation, that you've got to bat all the way through, at least secure the point for your team before you get yourself out. He wasn't able to do that, and as soon as he was out, it was always going to be a struggle. And somebody else who has struggled out there, and I'm sure we'll see better from him as well, was Stuart Hook. Does finish with 21, not out, 1-6 and 2 4s, but he does take 13 balls to do that. A strike rate which is under the 200 mark, which you're always looking to be above 200. So there's that scorecard. Stefan Gooch once again leading from the front, but some of those other hard hitters not quite coming to the party. Ali Masood, 2 good knocks from him. He certainly has shown that he's a classy player, but when it mattered, he wasn't able to get those extra runs required before he got out to secure at least a point for Estonia. And when you're chasing a big score like this one, 199 for victory, if you can walk away with a point, that you take away some satisfaction from not just the match but from the day. But they're not going to take too much away from this day at the moment, are they?
No, they absolutely won't. And even that consolation point on both of those occasions was a step too far for Estonia. I suppose the good news for them is that they've just played the 2 games today. They can put this off, put a line underneath it and say, okay, well, this wasn't our best day at the office, but they've still got 3 chances to come back strong tomorrow, and of course going into the T20Is as well. But it's Malta who will finish the day 8-0 to the good, as they've really impressed. I think particularly with the bat, we knew that they've had some Centurions, they've had some batters in the last few days bat themselves into a bit of form, and boy did they prove that in this match too. This one then is in the bag, and the men can go back to the hotel and think about what they can maybe improve on tomorrow for Estonia. And for Malta, well, they just want to continue where they left off in that game today. But of course, we're not quite finished here in Malta, as the sun is still out, and while the sun shines, we want to play cricket. So join us in just about 15 minutes time, quick turnaround, as we will come back for the final game of the day. And it's an important one as well. This time it's Malta that are up against it. They need to win this game to keep themselves in this series with Croatia women. Meanwhile, Croatia, they've got a chance to put this series to bed on day 1, taking a 3-0 unassailable lead. So it's all still to play for on the European Cricket Network. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Full for that game starting in about 15 minutes.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
A warm welcome back to the Marsa Sports Ground, where incredibly we're already on the final game of the day on this day one of the ECIs here in Malta. Of course, we've had the men in action and the women as well. It's the women who will be rounding off this day as Malta and Croatia do battle for the third time today. And if you've been following us through the day, of course, you know that it's gone the way of the guests so far, with Croatia winning the first game by 9 wickets, the second game by 10 wickets. They'll surely want to go 3-3 to finish off their day's work. We do still have 2 games between the 2 women's sides tomorrow. As for the hosts, it hasn't quite gone their way so far, but they have this final opportunity now to get a win on the board and, of course, keep this series alive. It's a 5-game series, so it could be that Croatia already take an unassailable lead going into day 2 tomorrow. Before we talk about the teams, let's go into the middle for that all-important coin toss.
Malta is a home team and Croatia is a away team. Is your call, Croatia?
Head.
Head is a call and it is a head.
Okay, we are bowling.
Croatia women won the toss and decide to bowl first.
So there you have it. Croatia win the toss and they have a bowl. And why would they change a winning formula? They've chased twice already today and they've won twice. On that second occasion in game 2, it was Helen, the opener, along with Lydia, the captain, who really did the damage. I was really impressed with Helen Liko, actually. She plays this beautiful cut shot and just kept on playing it, kept on playing it. Malta didn't really cotton on early enough and set the field correctly, and Helen just really cashed in, and she carried her bat through that game and saw her side over the line. And Captain Lydia as well, she called correctly just then, and she's been calling the right shots in the middle as well. She is yet to lose her wicket today, and I'm sure she'll want to finish strong for her side. As for Malta, they've had one star player really so far. That's been Anupama. She scored both sets of top scores in both of the games so far, and she picks up the wickets. But there's also been a few really good fielding efforts by the Maltese side, so they'll definitely want to finish on a high. They certainly want to get this win and see if they can take this tournament into day 2 tomorrow. Someone else who wants to finish this day on a high is Rico Fall up in the commentary box. And Rico, the news from the middle is that Croatia have won the toss and they will have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tina. And yeah, this is a big one, isn't it, for the Maltese women? The Maltese men, well, they've been unstoppable here today in their 2 matches. The women, well, they just need to go up a gear, don't they? I think Croatia have just had the upper hand over them, but can they finish well? I think they do need to. We do want to really see the teams come back here tomorrow for something to play for in the 2 matches that will come from them tomorrow, and Malta need to win this one to make that happen. A couple of changes for them as Sila Joy coming into the side and Silvana Bandeva also, but Croatia unchanged. And yeah, Tina was absolutely right. A very good batting partnership there from Helen and Lydia. Those 2 really just controlled the way that went about that innings. But you heard from Tina during the match, and I have to agree with her, that one thing that Malta can do is they can learn from those first 2 matches, particularly in the way that they set the field. It can make it more complicated and more difficult for Croatia to pick up those easy runs. And if they were able to do that, who knows? Even though it was a low score they were defending, they could have taken it all the way to the wire. It was only achieved with 6 balls to go. And no surprises here. We've seen this the other way around a few times. But the Croatian women, 63% to 37% favourites to win this one. And on a day where back in 2002, in 3 days, Pakistan recorded their 5th biggest victory in Test cricket against New Zealand in Lahore, thanks to 2 outstanding performances, a triple century from Inzamam Al-Haq, and a career best 6 for 11 by Shoaib Akhtar. Inzamam gave only 1 chance in his innings. His first 100 came in at 191 balls, the second in 132, and the third was a run a ball. It was a fantastic knock from him, and he was only the second man to do it after Hanif Mohammed, who made 300 for Pakistan. And that was a day that I know all Pakistan supporters will remember on this day back in 2002. As we look like we get ready for the action, just one of the 30-yard circle just needs to be sorted out by one of the ground staff. And I think once he's finished, then official timekeeper Rado will give the umpires the nod to get this match started. It will be once again Helen to bowl the first, and bowling to Jessica, who will be hoping that she'll do a little bit better this time around. I will say in that last match that though Jessica did go early, I did like the way that the other batters rallied round. It was just towards the end of the innings, the last 3 or 4 overs, that the runs dried up for them. So let's see if they can go at a similar pace. That's one to be left alone as Helen just goes just a little bit too wide of this one. You can just see just before she bowled, she just fell away a little bit to the left. She just needed to hold her shape. And she comes again. And this time much better. Well bowled, and that's the sort of deliveries that have got her wickets. When she keeps it full and straight, she seems to beat a lot of the batters with the flight. So played away carefully this time by Jessica. That was the one that got her last time, wasn't it? All right, to the left-hander. This is Slida Joy, who goes to play this away on the leg side, but that's always pitching outside the leg. And Joy at the top of the order. I like that move, left and right combination. It can work well. To see that Ines Magdanovic is the wicket-keeper, and I know that she's definitely played some softball in the time. I remember Ines there in Croatia when we were there a couple of years ago playing for the very first time. And Helen walks back to a mark. See if she can get another good one in here to Jessica. And she can. That's well bowled. Jessica always seems to be just a little bit slow on these for me, Jessica. I think one thing, maybe she's put off by the keeper Ines standing right up, but she could do with just getting another step into those deliveries. She tends to, you see there, she lets the ball come to her and just kind of leans the bat to it. She's sort of, she's reaching for him rather than stepping into the ball. So I'd like to see her, when she sees the ball in that area, maybe just get a bit of a step across to it. Well, that one she'll just leave her alone as that goes way down the leg side. Bless you! You probably heard those sneezes there from Tina. Not just one. And why have one? We have a saying in Spain, no hay dos en tres. Yeah, why have just the one or the two? Go for the whole hog. And maybe a little bit of pollen starting to sneak into our commentary box. And welcome back to everybody as well. And I know John Heasham is having a wonderful time here. He's got a prime position. He sat down and watching the cricket. He certainly enjoyed that last match. He said he enjoyed the innings of Mahbub Lala and Jagannath Puna. Another wide this time from Helen. Hello to Paul Kempin and everybody else that's in the chat. It's another one of those wafts from Jessica. Again, I suppose the same, not just the Croatian women, but the women from Malta probably haven't had too much cricket at the moment. So it's all about work in progress. And well, I'm glad on this occasion that Ines is not standing too close, because you can see this one could have wiped her out. Have a look at this. Oh, look at that. If the wicketkeeper is standing up, you need more than a helmet to protect yourself from that swing. That's such a good delivery. Always gets that little bit of movement away. I think it's a combination of being beaten by the flight, and then when the ball is pitching, it just nips away from you. So despite a couple of wides in there, and most of the runs actually coming off the wides, there was, I think in the end, 6 wides in that over from Helen, but that helps the score to 8. So 8 without loss. This is, of course, what's going to be happening there tomorrow in Czechia. Remember, today we're having match number 3 and 4, and the 4th has been completed with Cyprus dominating once again. Czechia women better from them this time. They got to 81 for 9. Did bat out the 20 overs. That's a really good achievement from them. But the women from Cyprus just needing 10 overs to get the win. So the last match coming up tomorrow there. Of course, Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sandhu calling the matches there. And it's myself and Tina calling them here at the Marsa International Cricket Ground. And Tina does join me back for the start of the second over.
Got the sneezes out of the way. I thought it was I sneaked them in off air, but they were so violent that clearly they made the airwaves. I always sneeze in 3s. It's always, there's sometimes a pause between the second and the third, but more often than not, it's a hat trick for me. Certainly a hat trick is something that the bowlers out there in the middle would not say no to, as Pavla, she's been impressive all day with bat and ball, is into the attack here for Croatia, just gets that one a bit wrong. It was an improved performance from Malta, certainly with the ball in hand in that second game. They very much reduced the extras that they bowled, more than half them in the end. They just weren't bowling to their fields. And that's certainly something that they'll learn as they go through this series. In fact, for both sides as well. You often think cricket, well, it's just about throwing the ball straight and hitting the ball, but there's so many nuances to it, field placements, especially for these captains, neither of whom will have enormous amounts of experience. It's something they'll continue to learn, as that one's hit nicely into the offside. There's a bit of a tumble there in the field, but the ball is thrown back in. A bit of fancy footwork as Slida there comes into the team and shows off her skills.
They're so brave in the field, aren't they, Croatia? Yep. They just attack everything. They're just like, you know, they're always on the prowl. They're always attacking. They go to the ball, not let the ball come to them, and that's been, I think, one of the strengths we've seen from them. Here's a question for you. I know, obviously, there was a time that you were sort of at this level, and they came to a point where, you know, from playing just the one match, you played multiple matches in a day. How tiring and testing is this going to be for particularly the bowlers playing in their third match here? I mean, there's going to be some sore joints and muscles there from the bowlers.
Absolutely, and neither of these sides, with all the love in the world, they're not the youngest of sides, so most of the players in their late 20s and beyond. It's certainly tough on the body and the mind, because let's not forget they were out there at what, 9:15 this morning?
Yeah.
And they're still out there at 5:30. They'll be out there for another hour at least. Of course, the men have played in the meantime. Sometimes when people aren't familiar with this format, they say, oh, it's only 10 overs, you barely lift a finger. But when you're playing 3 games a day, that's 60 overs. And of course, you don't really get the chance to switch off, because after every game, you've got the next game coming up. And that does take a toll on you mentally and physically. As that's straightened up, there's a half appeal there. I think it's probably a better call than the appeal warrants. Take a look at this one. I think probably just drifting down leg side, or she hits it, does she?
I think she gets
a bit of glove on it. Yeah. Otherwise, I think it might have been actually not a bad shout, but a good call there from the umpire at the end of the second. Then Malta 12 for no loss, a nice start for them.
Yeah, that's the way it's looking on the standing so far. I suppose the Maltese women can take a bit of pride in the fact that they have taken a point in each one of those matches, so they haven't been beaten comprehensively. But one thing they need to do, and we saw that in that last ball there, is if the singles are there, take them. I mean, at the moment, they're gladly taking the extras from wides, which helps their cause, of course. But you've got to also, when the opportunity presents itself to take buys or take those singles, you've got to try and take them, even though Croatia do set quite a a aggressive field.
Yeah, the aggressive field is certainly something that Malta can learn from as well, as they've got those two fielders closer in, both on the off and the leg side, just trying to stop any single by dropping the ball into that area. Lydia, the captain, she's brought herself on here, just struggling a bit. The double teapot comes out. She's not entirely impressed with her first 3 deliveries, bowling with the cap on as well. Don't blame her though, as the sun is setting here in Malta. You can see the length of the shadows being cast. There's one thing we need to talk about, Rico, though, and that is the kits. Croatia, I'm loving it.
Yeah. I have to say that all the Croatian kits that I've seen when it comes to the national teams, I do like. I think the combination of that blue combined with the red and white squares, yeah, I like it. I love it. And Malta, I think the black and the red, yeah, pretty good. And that's pretty good as well. Full straight. No celebrations at all here from Lydia. It's almost like she's discussing with herself that she hasn't been able to get a one straight up because there was the 3 whites to start off with. But that don't matter. When you get it right and you get it right up there, you're going to get wickets. And this is another one. And watch this loop in. That's quite an incredible loop. Can we see this again from behind the bowler's arm? That doesn't do it justice. Look where this ball starts from. I mean, that's Jessica going for 2 of 8 deliveries. But just have a look at where this ball started from, Tina. This is an exceptional bit of swing. Watch this. Look where that is and look where it comes. That's a boomerang.
It's late swing as well, isn't it? As it just drifts in, almost sneaking up on the batter, and it's a brilliant wicket. Despite the lack of celebration there from Lydia, I think you're right, Rico. Just a bit annoyed with herself that it's taken her 3 balls to get into her stride, but she's warmed up now. Dot, wicket, dot to start the over after those 3 misfires.
What do you think the reason is as the star batter, you would have to say, Nupama Ramishan comes in at number 3? Why is she not opening? Why is she not taking the first ball? Do you think it's just that mind thing? I'm a number 3. I don't like to face the new ball. Maybe some nerves. Because, you know, when you have a look at what's been happening here today, you feel that she has to open and face as many balls as she can.
She has to. She's remained unbeaten so far. 42 first game, 31 in the second. And in both of those games then, well, the first one she was more than half of the score. In the second game, just under half. Clearly shows how important she is to this side. It's always one of those matters of feeling, isn't it, when she thinks, okay, well, maybe I'll just see it from the outside, see how the openers get on, and then I'll go in. But if I were her coach, I'd be saying, got to open. You've got to get as many balls as possible. It's only 60 in this T10 format, and if she's the one scoring the majority of the runs, you give her every single opportunity to get stuck in.
And what I like also from her, I know she hasn't always got it right, but when she's out there, she does get them moving. She does get them to take those singles. And all right, there's a couple of times that last match where she was guilty of causing a couple of run-outs, but you know, sometimes that does happen along the way, but they do need to be reminded that they've got to run and run hard. 18 then is the power play score. They have lost, of course, 1 wicket. 6 coming off that over. I know we talked a little bit earlier, and it was sparked, of course, by seeing the Jagath Puna when he was batting, and he has that little thing where, you know, out of respect to the cricketing gods, we believe, he touches the pitch before he faces every ball. And we talked about superstitions. That leads me on to, because it is the last match of the day, so there's got to be some random questions in there. That's been hit well, but once again, how well they attack the ball. They're not just standing there. We've seen this so many times, even from the men playing, where the fielder just stand on the boundary, wait for the ball to come to them. But they attack. They actually charge that ball, get the body behind it. I mean, this team has been practicing this, and they've learnt it, and now they're putting it into good practice. I'm liking their fielding from Croatia. We've said that before. And after this ball, I'll go on to what I was going to say. That gets worked away, and they'll get another single. So just starting to get those singles going and getting that scoreboard clicking. But we've talked about dreams. We know a lot about your dreams. It's when you're commentating, and I think that's been, whether you've liked it or not, been recorded, you're doing it as well. But are there any, what's the kind of nightmare that you have? No ball, doesn't go on the pitch. what's the nightmare you have to do with cricket? I.e., is there something that always happens in your dream? Mine is, to give you an example, mine always is I turn up at the ground, I'm late, so the match has started.
Oh dear.
And of course, I've always been an opening bowler, so I'm late. So I'm trying to get my shoes on. That's going to be a wider thing, but the no ball will stay in play. So I want to get my shoes on quickly so I can get onto the field and bowl as soon as I can. But for some reason, I just can't get my shoes on. I'm putting them on, I can't do the laces, and then the lace breaks, and everybody's looking at me saying, Rika, hurry up, we're waiting for you. And the umpire said, right, you've got to wait another over. So I'm letting my team down, and it just goes on and on and on. I just can't get my shoes on. So that's mine. Do you have anything like that where it's a kind of a nightmare and, you know, to do with cricket?
I think I have general ones that involve not being able to run away from something. The commentary related one I've started to have now is that I'm commentating on a game, obviously out loud as well, and I don't know what the score is because I don't have my laptop open. So I've actually found myself in real life trying to find my laptop in the room wherever it is and open up my laptop to try and see what the score is, all the while talking, trying to blag my way through this commentary, which is not unusual for me, and trying to find what the score is. I'm like, oh, what team is playing? What am I even talking about? Yeah. So I think I've transitioned from cricket playing nightmares to cricket commentating nightmares.
Ones. Okay.
None of those nightmares have become a reality yet. I've usually had my equipment in full functioning order. The laptops are out. The notes are here. So for now, it's working. But
it can happen though. Now in the earlier days, when of course before we had the Starlink setup, which is absolutely wonderful. But in the earlier days, we used to, oh wow, that's hurt. It's right on the ankle, and oh, well, the pain almost became the gain for Croatia. But that's got to hurt. I mean, this was hit pretty well, and look, she puts out a foot. Ouch, and she does a little wobble, and then she says, I'm not allowed to show pain, I'm on camera. Fair play to the bowler here, to Dora. But yeah, I know the appeal, go on, appeal. And was there appeal? Oh, the umpire is saying over. I want to see this again.
This was the little finger appeal that we've seen previously from Dora. Is probably just about going down offside.
Ooh, close one, maybe just missing. But yeah, there was a time, I remember it happened to me in Italy once. It was a really close match, and the internet that we were using at the time, everything went down. The match carried on. We had nothing. I didn't know what the score was, and it was literally shouting across to the scorers, them doing sign language, and people running bits of notes of paper over to me telling what the score is. And in the end, we still sort of kind of got it wrong because we were saying, that's it, match done, one. When in fact, it was a golden ball. Of course, the scores were tied, so it can still happen. And that was really frustrating because you never really knew what the score was. Was it a win? Was it a loss? Was it a draw? In the end, it ended up being a tied match. So, and of course, the players didn't know.
Right.
Because we couldn't keep the score going. So the teams went off. Everybody shook hands, applauded each other, thinking that it was won by a particular side, only to have to come back on and play a golden ball. So it doesn't happen that often now, though. Yeah. That's a nice looking shot. But they do cover the boundaries really well, Croatia. So it's almost like they've done their homework. They've looked at mountains of stats and said, right, if boundaries are going to be scored, it'll be here, there, and there. And they've just got batters there, fielders there, and they're not getting those boundaries. And the fielders they've got in those positions are doing their job pretty well.
I think they've seen enough of Anupama here as well to know where she likes to hit it. They're absolutely not giving her any free runs. And, well, we spoke about it earlier, didn't we, that that's probably something Malta will have to learn from. For example, the opener of Helen Nico, she loves to cut it. I'm sure we'll see one or two cuts if she opens the batting for Croatia. And it must have been at least 3 balls that flew through that point region before Malta managed to close off that area. But even then, it wasn't enough. They still had those 3 fielders out the whole time on the leg side. And I think possibly in the whole game, we had 4 or 5 balls actually go into the leg side. And the trouble was as well, they didn't have anyone short on the leg like Croatia do here, just stopping that single, which meant when they were chasing pretty much a runner ball, Croatia, they were just being given singles here, there and everywhere. There'll be probably a single here. It might actually be 2 if they turn and go, but there's a boundary sweeper out there. And that stops any illusions they have of getting the second run. So we'll be at the halfway stage, 33-1, as you join us for one of the last times in the commentary cage, which is beautiful temperature right about now. I know it's getting hot out there in the middle. I know Johnny, he's now basking in the sunshine, but we've had some great cricket out there and more to come tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we have more to come tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow it's slightly the other way around in terms of it will be the men that will play 3 matches and the women will play 2. But the men of Estonia, well, we know what they've got to do tomorrow. They've got to win all 3 matches. And I think it's very important here that Malta don't find themselves in the same position. They would really love to get a win here before, of course, they go back and come here tomorrow, at least with hope of, well, trying to cause a little bit of an upset themselves and come back from this 2 down. That's nicely played again, but just struggling to find the middle of the bat here at the moment. Glorious day, though, folks, here in Malta. And you are right, it is slightly cooler in our commentary position, but we're not saying that too loud because I think some of the other people, like our scorers, might want to get in here. Oh, dear. Well, it's... oh, it almost ended up, could still end up being a disaster. It won't be. They're going to manage to get a single out of that as, well, Silda Joy gets a nasty full toss. I think we're going to see it here again. And he plays the shot at it and decides we will run, but she's a little bit indecisive, and when she does finally get going, and there was probably the direct hit probably could have seen her out, but she does make it home, and that means it's not a bad result because Unupama now has the chance to put away the free hit. And there it is again, it's just far too high.
Here is the free hit, and she hits it firmly down the ground. It might be the first boundary of the innings. It absolutely will be, as it's a lovely strike from Anupama. She's been the star with the bat for Malta so far. Taken a while here to get going, but she does get her first boundary to take her to 13, a runnable 13. It's interesting that Croatia, they're sharing around the bowling here. They're into the 6th over, and it's the 6th bowler that they've used. So it's Seema here who's come on to bowl. It's good from them using different options. Of course, they have 2 more games tomorrow. It's been a long day, as we spoke about. Just seeing if other bowlers can find a bit of rhythm.
I think they might be just checking the fielders here, just making sure they haven't got too many out. I think they're all right at the moment. I think the fielder behind square does seem to be inside the circle. That might be the one thing that they're just checking with the umpires. Right, Seema, I like it the way she charges in. Look at this. It gives it everything, but it's just all about working on the control, though. But I don't mind it. I like it. And you know me, there's nothing better than seeing somebody trying to master the art of fast bowling. And Seema certainly is full of energy. And Buzz trying to get it right. That's better. It's been hit pretty well as well. Great save again. The fielding is just superb, and I think that's the captain, is that Lydia, who once again makes a crucial stop. This has been hit pretty well out of the middle of the bat this time. But there you go, look, one-handed save, brilliant.
Bodies on the line for Croatian. Actually, the fielding has been 100% commitment from both sides, hasn't it? We saw Sweta on the boundary for Malta putting in some unbelievable stops in their fielding innings. Seema again just gets that one wrong. It will be a free hit, and you can't fault the commitment of the players there. And Seema, as you said, Rico, I like the fact she's charging in. She's got her shades on as well, so she's winning the style awards. Just needs to straighten up a little bit. That previous delivery before the no ball was right on the money. She straightened up on this time. It's a free hit though coming up. It will be hit round the corner by Silda Joy. Just the one though, as they have, as has been the case almost the whole inning so far, they've got the person in the right spot in the field, and that will just be a single halfway through the 6th. Anupama back on strike here. And she's a bit caught in between, isn't she? She knows she needs to be out there in the middle. She's the key batter. Also knows, though, she needs to get runs, because if Malta have any chance of getting some points on the board and getting a win, most importantly, on the board, then Anupama will have to hit a few shots. She's going to have to score the majority of the runs, you reckon? But Silda, she's come into the team, straight into the top of the batting order. She's sticking around as well, 8 off 15. Could have left that one alone, probably would have been a wide, but why leave it alone if you can hit it? But it's a great piece of foot fielding there by Mia on the boundary. A chance of a run out as well, as less of a run out, more of a run over there from Seema as Slida comes careering her way, just making sure she's okay. I think she might have had a bit of a glancing blow there as the number 8 for Malta came tearing through.
What about this top? I mean, how about that? And, well, yeah, women do play football as well, you know, and pretty well. The lady sat next to me will tell you that. And, well, she's all right. And you're right, she almost gets trampled over, loses the shades. And the first thing she does when she gets up is put the shades back on and said, right, I'm ready. And she comes again. Now she's angry. And that's going to be down leg side. Kind of leaves that one alone. I will say, though, here, I know that Anu Palmer is leaving these Lankers are wide, but she's capable of getting back onto those and getting a boundary. I think that's probably the change that she needs to make here. She can hit those. There's no fielder there. The closest fielder is next to the umpire. Play those away and get your boundary. And it's going to be another wide. One thing about, I mean, talking about Seema here, she runs up pretty well. She's not one of those bowlers that comes straight to a standstill, actually. She does that little jump before she bowls. The only thing is with her, a lot of the time it's her releasing point. She tends to release a little bit too early. That's why the ball goes a bit higher. But if she gets it right, you can see there, she does then use some of that pace and put it into the ball. So I like what she's doing, again, with time. That's what it's all about. And also, fair play to Croatia. I think this is them, and I think their captain Lydia here saying, look, we're 2-0 up, so it is the opportunity, and I'm going to take the opportunity to get other players to get involved in the contest as well.
This is the exact moment to try these players out. Croatia in a solid position in this bilateral series. That's a better delivery. Half appeal there. Is it an appeal? It's maybe a little conversation with the umpire who, in any case, says no thank you, and that is the end of the 6th over, 46 for 1 on Malta. And it was an over that showed a bit of promise there from Seema. It's good that she didn't slow down, because you often see that with fast bowlers, that when they start going wrong, they try to slow it down. They try to just place the ball on the pitch. But Seema, she kept on steaming in, and that's what you want to see, because when she gets it right, she can be a dangerous bowler. Interesting to see if she gets given a second over by her captain, Lydia.
I would like to see it, and I think we saw plenty to suggest that, you know, that if she gets another over in, maybe she has kind of got a rhythm here now, and she could make it count. And we'll have to wait and see. As looks like Mia, well, she's definitely going to get a second over. Her first one only went for 6.
They have used 6 different bowlers in the first 6. Mia will be the first one then to return. Pavla as well, she just went for the 4 in her over. She's been one of the star performers for Croatia throughout this opening day. Just Malta, this has been a trademark of them the whole day. They're not to be rushed, are they? Croatia are very much hustle and let's run around and high energy. Malta, well, much like I feel the taxi drivers on the island, they do things on their own time.
Their way. You know, I always laugh at that now, because, of course, when I moved to Spain, and Spain was like that, I will say that, it's everybody used to say, you're Spain, mañana, because that used to be the thing with Spain. Yeah, we'll get it done, mañana. And, you know, whether it was somebody coming to pick you up, whether it was you had an appointment with somebody, you turn up, they're not there. Yeah, mañana. Somebody coming to do a bit of DIY in your place. Yeah, mañana. But, you know, over the years, they become, this one, the spin. Gets away from the fielder. They're taking on the arm now. And probably will just get there. I like that. You've only lost the 1 wicket. Now's the time to just say, you know what? Even on those sort of 50-50 ones, let's take on the arm. Let's try and make 2. And they do it pretty comfortably there, despite a good throw from the fielder. But over the years, Spain has got a lot better. And it's maybe some other countries that are the mañana. And Malta is definitely like that. But I think a lot of people would say that most islands are a bit like that, a bit laid back and a bit relaxed.
Yeah, they certainly have the island mentality. Mañana Malta, as we can call it now. That one's on the pitch there from Mia's flashed into the air. It's good to see Malta's running has become a bit more positive as well. In that second game, the first innings where they posted their lowest total so far, it was 65. It was just a bit of tentative running in the middle, miscommunication, which led to a couple of mix-ups in the middle. But here, the two out there, Sildajoy and Upama Ramashan, seem to be more or less employing the tactic that if we hit it, we can run. And as long as both of the batters have that in their minds, more often than not, especially with the lack of pace on the ball, they will get home.
Yeah, agreed. And the wide, so wants to come trying around the wicket. I don't mind this at all from Mia. She's tried a few from over the wicket to Sildajoy. Couldn't get it right. Says, okay, we'll try around the wicket. And just not getting it right. Just needs to get that. I often say it's like just getting that little swivel on that front foot to get the body to swing round a little. I think she could do with just having one more step in her. She's kind of, you see there, that's better. Well bowled. Oh, it goes through the legs. It's a little nutmeg, which allows the batter to rotate. So that's what you're talking about. They're doing what they weren't doing earlier on. They're seeing the opportunity for a single, and whereas before this one they would have said no and not run. Now they're saying, yeah, look, let's go. There's an opportunity, we're going to take it. And it means getting Ramsan on strike. Can she get one away? No, she can, and this one probably will go to the boundary despite a wonderful effort. There was always going to be a dive here because that's the way Croatia do it. They are not going to give you runs away without some hassle. And that's Pavla actually, who slides and dives to try and make the stop. But on this occasion, the Grizzly does get away from her.
That was a nice hit, wasn't it? Through the covers. You can see again, we've been seeing it all week, how quick the outfield is. Even late in the day, it doesn't get any slower. And that one just crunched through the covers. I think that was possibly even the first boundary of the innings here for Malta, coming in the 7th over. Certainly they've been consistent with their scoring, haven't they? 65 in the first game, 80 on 65 in the last game, 80 in the first, and they're on course to get something similar. 59 for 1 at the end of the 7th, and we'll have something similar coming up tomorrow as well as we turn the tables. So the men, who just had a pretty laid-back Saturday with the two games as the women did the hard yards, well, the women, they can have a slight lie-in on tomorrow on Sunday as they come back for their final 2 games. This is why this game is so important as well. Malta need the win to keep the series alive. As for the men, Estonia, they need a bit of a miracle tomorrow. Need to win all 3 games to make sure that Malta don't keep that glorious ECI trophy here on the island. Chance of run out here, and Helen, I think, realised a little too late there, the bowler, that actually Silda was struggling a bit to get in here. Hits it straight to the fielder, the throw comes in, and Helen almost throws it at the stumps as a bit of an afterthought. And I think she's just about slid the bat in. I'd say the bat was grounded there. Oh, it's a tough one. It's a frame by frame one. It was given not out by the standing umpire. You'll have to call a no ball on this occasion. We had a few tight run-outs in the previous game as well. The umpires, they're backing themselves on the field as well. We do have the technology, but if they see it, they're going to call it.
Right, free hit coming up, and Ramashan will want to hit it hard. She does hit it hard, and will they come back with 2 here, I wonder? Not this time, I don't think. One thing they've done pretty well here, Malta, let's see if they can maintain it. The last 2 overs, they have gone for 13, and if they continue that trend, then they will maybe get past that 80 score as well. At the moment, around 87. Let's see if they can do that. Can they post a better score than what they did in their earlier match? I think it was 88, wasn't it, which they put on the board. Can they get more than that this time? And that was 80, wasn't it? Yeah, 80.
88 was Estonia, the men. So it was a low-scoring game for both sides. It hasn't been a big scoring couple of weeks here in Malta, of course, until Mahbub Ali had something to say about it in that game too. For the men, as Malta then posted 198 for 4. We haven't seen the 200 breached here in this ECS. I think the highest we got there was also a game that Mahbub Ali was involved in. That was 175 on that occasion to take them through into qualifier number 2. And Mahbub Ali, he's looking in a bit of form. Estonia will certainly have to come up with answers to how they keep the likes of him and Jagas Porna, of course, and Varun Prasath at bay. Malta just have an enormous amount of power in their batting lineup, do the men. And the women here just want to emulate that kind of power as they go into the latter stages of this batting innings. Just one ball left of the 8th. Anu Palmer is still out there as that one's hit hard, and it's stopped well by the fielder out there.
What a great effort that is. That looked like it was going to go to the boundary. I was certain it was. I mean, if that was held, well, that probably would have been one of the best catches that we've seen in women's cricket in general. That was absolutely crunch. The catch not taken there, but that's Tia, who made a super stop, and well, the run of big overs comes to an end. That one only just goes for the 7, and 66 then with 12 balls to go. Let's see if they can get a good push on here. And Pavla, not going to make it any easier for them. When she gets a line right, is a very difficult bowler to get away. Bowled the second over, and though there were a couple of wides in there, only 4 runs came from it. And she gets a wicket here. Really well bowled. She really has been so impressive today as Pavla gets it full, gets it straight, and a good innings from Silda Joy comes to an end as well. She makes 12. I think she must have got a bit of an inside edge on this, because you'll see it here. Yeah, just drags it onto her own stump. She's a bit unlucky. You can see she's saying, "Oh bother," as she walks off, but takes part in a very good, healthy partnership with Anupama as Likita Yadav comes in at number 4.
It was well deserved from Pavla as well, as her first over just went for the 4. Picks up a wicket with the very first ball of her second. It was a bit unlucky for Silda Joy. She picked that ball up, just managed to feather an edge onto her own stumps. And Pavla, a bit of Terminator vibes about her as well, a smiling Terminator, because she doesn't celebrate much. She just gets down to her work. That's another nice delivery, and this is a catch. Is it a catch? I think it is. It's on the full. 2 in 2 as Likita Yadav just chips that one back to Pavla. And the Terminator, well, it's part 2 here as she takes a brilliant caught and bowled to dismiss Likita, and that's the second wicket to fall in just as many balls. Great movement there from the Croatian bowler. It's always difficult to get out of your stride and the ball is flying your way, and she does it perfectly there, does Pavla.
Oh, brilliant. Brilliant reflexes. Never easy to take a caught and bowled, but reacts quickly, takes the catch. Will we see another hat-trick? We did see some, and we saw one yesterday, of course, finals day here. It was Gulfraz Masi. Can Pavla do it here? Hat-trick ball.
It's a good delivery, and there's a big swing there from Swita. Doesn't manage to get anything on it. Pavla here certainly putting her name in the hat for player of the day. She's done it with the bat, she's doing it with the ball here, and it's the second time today actually she's picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls. She only deals in braces, does Pavla. Swita managed to get that one through into the leg side. Anupama, again, she's still there and she's still unbeaten, so she could in fact finish the day unbeaten. She got 42 in that first game, 31 in the second. She's on 22 here. She probably hasn't had as much of the strike as she would have liked. She always faces about half of the balls for the Malta side. So that one, it shows exactly why she wants a bit of the strike. It's crunched away, but there is a fielder out there. And again, Croatia getting their field placement spot on.
Yeah, field placement's good, but I do think at this stage of the match that Unupama, as soon as he hits that, she's got to sprint hard and get the non-striker Sweater to run hard as well. She's got to be saying, we want 2 here. You've got to take on the arm of the fielders. Yeah, that's well struck. Oh, yeah. Well, Sweater says, leave it to me. And in an area where we saw her give us a highlight when she was in the field, well, she sends the ball in that department. It's a bit of a full toss, but on this occasion, it does go through the field because it was struck with some force. It's going to be 4 valuable runs coming at the closing end of the innings. 72 for 3 with an over to go. They're looking to do better than the 80 they made earlier in the day.
A nice hit there from Sweater, just pivots on it, and well, no one would have stopped that in the field apart from maybe Sweater herself, who's an excellent fielder, tumbling around earlier in the day. So I'm sure we'll see her out there in just a few moments' time, but still an over to play here, and the captain has taken on the responsibility to bowl the final over. So look for 2 here, surely they've got to go. They do get the 2. That gets 2 more on the board, and importantly as well, gets Anupama Ramashan back on strike, although Sweater, of course, has shown us that she's no slouch with the bat. Croatia, absolutely no slouches in the field as well. That's a good tumble away there from the fielder to prevent any more damage to the scoreboard. 5 balls left, 74, so 6 to match the total from that first game. And it's well left from Anupama. She's probably the one from Malta that's got the most cricketing experience in terms of knowing what to leave, what to go after. Sometimes she goes after the ball if she thinks that she can hit it away for 4, but on that occasion makes the right decision to just watch it go past the leg side. Lydia will have to re-bowl that one. And well, she could have stepped inside that one, Anupama, and had another wide. Instead she tries to hit it into her favoured side, only manages to deflect it off her shoe, and it'll be a wicket for the Croatian captain as it comes off the boot of Anupama and on to off stump. An unfortunate dismissal, the second time actually that Malta have played on to their own stumps, but a wicket nonetheless for Lydia. And finally Anupama, late in the day, she does get dismissed in the final over of the final innings for Malta, but it's been a tremendous effort from her. She has to depart for 25 off 28.
Yeah, and well, new batter is Stella, who plays that pretty well. Well, will they go here? They're going to take it on. Stella up against it, but we'll make it. Good running, well done. As that gets past Lydia. Didn't think it was going to get past her. So they do run now. They do get Sweta now back on strike. Now she's already shown she's capable of a good hit. 3 balls to go, 76. Looking to get past the 80. And that will help. Good leave. Doesn't want to go chasing those, so 1 more onto the board. And, yeah, well batted there to Anupama. First time she gets out in the day, but of course she's learning all the time. I think a running and calling between the wickets in this match was much better.
So much better delivery there from Lydia, who's picked up her 2nd wicket in this over. It's been a good return for the Croatian captain with both bat and ball, but she'll certainly not think the job is done until she gets her side over the line with the bat, which would of course be the 3-0 lead. That's again 2 good back-to-back deliveries. Sweater just swiping across the line here. She'd be better advised actually playing this straight. There's long on and long off out, but they're both very wide, so if she can just get the ball past the bowler, she'd certainly get 1 run, might even be able to get a 4, but clearly favours that leg side region as the final ball comes up here. And she does try to go to that leg side again. They're running, and the captain Lydia needs to stop the peeling and start collecting the ball. She does so. Malta run through for just the single, so they do fall short of that 80 they scored in the first game. They finish on it 78 for 4. It's going to be another interesting run chase here for Croatia. The most important thing for Malta is that they bowl straight and they get their fields right. If they can do that, then they force Croatia to get the runs off the bat and really challenge the opening partners for Croatia.
Yeah, and you know, I mean, it may not happen or may not have happened today, but if I was Malta going into the field, before you go out to the field, I would just show them a couple of shots off the field placing that Croatia have deployed today, and just say, look, just go with that. That works. And if they can take that out of the day, I think when we see them, maybe in this innings or when we see them again tomorrow, then they'll be much better and much stronger in the field. Well, that could have been nasty. It was almost a run out or a run over, more like, in the middle. But luckily, the bowler was okay and did come back pretty strong in the end. I think it was Seamer at the time. That was well struck. It was almost well caught as well. Plenty of power in the shot, and then there was the wicket. And that was the end of a good innings, it has to be said, by Silda Joy. They put a good partnership together, but there was no partnership after that because there was a first bowler, unfortunately, for the next batter, Lakita. But there was that boundary, and an important one to give them a chance to get past the 80 that they put on earlier in the day. But in the end, some good bowling from, once again, the captain Lydia and Pavla. Both of them taking 2 wickets just meant that Malta would once again fall short of putting a personal best on for the day. They finished on 78 for 4. And the top contributor, once again, Anupama Ramishan. And there were some good partnerships in there between her and Silda Joy. And also, I like some of the hitting there from Swetha. She did get away one good boundary. But Tina, once again, some very good performances with the ball.
Certainly a good performance with the ball, especially for Pavla and Lydia. They both pick up 2 wickets apiece. And again, it's Anupama, the shining light for Malta, who top scores for the 3rd game running. On this time, she does get dismissed late in the piece. But Pavla and Lydia, they picked up 2 wickets apiece. I like the bowling of Helen as well early up. She gets some lovely dip on the ball, and it was good to see that they turned to a 6th bowler as well in the form of Seema. Didn't quite get the lines right, but she was steaming in with some intent, and that's what we like to see here on the European Cricket Network. So we're almost at the end of the day, but there's still one big run chase to come, and that's for the Croatia women. They need 79 runs to not only win this game, but seal the series. Already on day 1, they've got 2 games left tomorrow, but this could be the 3-0 lead for Croatia. Malta, though, they'll have a thing or two to say about that. Rico and I will have a thing or two to say about the run chase as we come back here in just about 5 minutes' time. So make sure you join us for that, for the culmination of day 1 of this ECI-W.
Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand. Let's Let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back to the final innings of what's been an outstanding day here at the Master Sports Ground in Malta. As you see there, Rico, he's just making his way back to join me, enjoying the sun. Oh, don't begrudge him that one bit. And it's Malta who are enjoying a bit of success in that batting innings, getting 78 runs on the board, just too short of what they achieved this morning in that game number one. Of course, it wasn't enough on that occasion. And if Croatia want to sign, seal and deliver this series on day one before even having to go into the two games tomorrow, then they will have to chase down this total if they want to do it, even with a bonus point to put the cherry on top of the icing, on top of the cake. They'll do it in 7 overs or less. As for Malta, they need to make sure, first and foremost, that Croatia don't get to that target of 79. But if they do restrict them not only to less than 79, but also less than 54, they will win the game and they will be the ones to win it with a bonus point. Of course, in the men's games, it's Malta that have twice won against Estonia with the bonus point. Can the women emulate that success and keep this series alive? It looks like the familiar opening pairing for Croatia, and with the ball in hand is Lakita Yadav, who has opened the first two games for Malta, in fact, a slight change at the top of the Croatian batting lineup, and I like this change. Lydia, she's opened on both occasions. She's actually been at the non-strikers end. She's been batter number 2, and usually batter number 1's Helen Liko. But they've changed it up, have Croatian. It's a good change in that Pavla Senjug comes in, and she's someone who attacks from the very start. So I like this attacking intent for Croatia women. I like that first ball. Oh, and that's a tough call. As Lakita, oh, she gets some gentle away swing. And I thought from my position that this was very much over that wide line. I think it certainly caught a bit of that line. A tough call there. But she will have to start this over again. This time, no doubt about it being a wide, and it's hit away. There is a fielder out there, and it's the familiar figure of Sweeta Mehalaga, who is an outstanding boundary fielder. Saw her tumbling away on several occasions in the first 2 games. Also, seemingly loves that part of the ground because that's where she hit her boundary as she came in late in the piece for Malta. That one certainly will be a wide from Lakita. For Malta as well, it'll be interesting to see how many lessons they've learned from those opening 2 games. Certainly with the ball and in the field, they just need to tailor their fields a bit more to the batters they're facing. So Pavla, she quite likes to hit it through the covers, likes to hit it straight. That's exactly what she does there. It's on the leg side. And they want to run. Pavla gets sent back. I think in the end they could have gone for a run as it was misfielded there by Anupama Ramashan. And Malta just didn't get that right early enough in that game number 2 in particular, where Helen Liko, who's not opening the batting on this occasion, is clearly someone who loves to play through that point region. And she hit successive boundaries through there. And it took Malta a bit too long to realise that different batters, they play the ball in different locations. By the time they put a fielder there, well, the damage had already been done, really, as Croatia. It took them 9 overs, but they did win that second game by 10 wickets after winning this morning's game by 9 wickets. Malta will come out here with a point to prove, and Nikita, she's bowling well here, as well as Sweeta out there on the leg side boundary. They do have a fielder out at that point region, which again is an interesting one because clearly they've noticed that Croatia scored a lot of runs through point. But if they just noticed a little harder, they would realise it was mostly Helen Liko that was scoring those runs through there. And Pavla, if you remember back from the first game, she was scoring more runs into the covers, straight through mid-on and mid-off, and not through point. On this occasion, she's going to score runs behind the wicket-keeper as that one gets flashed away. Tambi's there, but she doesn't manage to haul that one in. So that's the first boundary of this run chase for Croatia. Comes off the bat of Pavla, the newly promoted batter. Not quite where she wants to hit it. As I said, she likes to hit it straight. On that occasion, it goes straight backwards. So at the end of the first, Croatia 7 for no loss. They need to go from this point at exactly 8 runs per over. It's been 22 matches since a golden ball. This would at least reset that timer, and it feels like the kind of score that could be very much GB territory, and there's absolutely no way I can call a potential golden ball alone. So I've called Rico back in from the sun, as you've seen striding across the pitch there and enjoying a bit of the late evening sun here in Malta.
Yeah, it's beautiful actually over there. I just thought I'd go and try and make up and make friends with the archers over there and just say, look, no hard feelings, you know, and offer to buy them a drink or two because we don't want to upset them. Yeah, look, the golden ball would be good here, and if it doesn't happen, well, Phil G will be smiling because he wouldn't mind getting one in the night series there. Of course, we're going to see Beveron taking on the Brussels Warriors. 2 matches that are being played there tonight. And back to back. That's a nice looking shot now. Clean pick up and throw. Well, does well. Like that. Gets it picked up. A bit of an underarm release. But good batting. Good running. Still don't see those close fielders in there, Tina. Especially there on the offside. They're just not putting the pressure on. And that's played away. That's good pick up. Now this could be a chance. And well, if that's a direct hit, I think that could be out, you know. I think this is more than close. I think no panicking there for Pavla at the moment, but she might get a marching orders. Here's a little underarm throw. As long as those stumps are not broken. Oh, how close is that? Is the bat down or not?
It's so difficult to tell, isn't it? Because the shadows being cast by the sun don't help matters. Certainly up on that one. And the ball's not quite dislodged the bails yet, so go forward 1 frame from that one.
I think you'll probably find that you'll have to go perhaps with the umpire's call. The umpires is watching pretty closely, but I think it's too close to call. I think you're going to have to say not out there.
It was a great effort though, wasn't it? As the ball was bowled in there by Silda Joy. And it went straight onto the stumps. It was a great effort, throwing basically a single stump. But equally, you could see every sinew was being strained there from Pavla to get in, and she put in a good bat slide, didn't she? It was the bat slide that saved her, and that's a big hit away, and it's straight into the hands of the star fielder for the day, Switter. They're going to have to check the no ball because it was on the full. Malta are already celebrating.
Oh, you know what? I think it's a no ball, but let's see.
She's out the crease.
She's a long way out of the crease, but
It's dipping.
Oh, I think this is going to be a magical moment. Let's just wait. I mean, they're told to wait. It's given out now, and look, they already have done the celebration. Then, what a catch, Tina! What a catch! Look at her reaction. Can we just see her reaction again, Elsa? Look, she can't believe it. Watch the reaction. There's a catch. Look at this. Oh yeah, yeah. That's what we're talking about. That's an exceptional catch. I mean, that was blasted by Lydia. And Lydia can't believe it. Well, you saw 2 very different reactions, Tina, there. One from Lydia and one from the catcher, Sweater. What a fielder.
She is an unbelievable fielder. I'm glad on this occasion we've bigged her up and we've mentioned her, and she has delivered. As I think it was a good call because she was out of her crease and it was dipping, and all she managed to do was absolutely nail it, did the Croatian captain. But Sweater, if there's anyone on the field that's equal to that, it's absolutely her. She takes the catch.
That is going to make the highlights and the social media, because it was crunch. And let's also remind you all, she took that at the most difficult time of day when the sun is right in your eyes. She's got the cap and she's got the shades, and she takes an outstanding catch.
She's been threatening it all day, hasn't she, Rico? She's put in some tumbling dives. She's thrown the ball in hard, and she's been rewarded late in the piece with certainly something that will be on the highlights, and she'll be rocking and rolling that, I'm sure, on the YouTube stream this evening as well. And it's a great moment as well for Susan George. The bowler picks up her first wicket. She's been plugging away all day as well. She's got a few wickets on the network. That's actually her 5th wicket. But it's a good wicket and even better time. That one's hit hard into the covers. Good fielding there, though, by Stella, who stops what would have been otherwise a boundary. And now the Croatian captain out for the first time today. Lydia has carried her bat so far throughout the innings, as has, in fact, Anu Pama. So both of those do fall in the final game. But that brings Helen Liko out, who we've otherwise seen opening the batting. So she's no stranger to the Master sports field out there, but she's got a task on her hands now, as the balls, they keep on inching down. Croatia still needs 66 runs. That's the end of the second, 13 for 1, and we can see as the standings show us why this game is so vitally important. It's a 5-game series, so if Croatia were to win this game, they would take an unassailable 3-0 lead into tomorrow's action. But of course, if Malta win this one, it throws the tournament wide open. So, of course, we're completely neutral in the commentary cage. But from a neutral's perspective, you want this tournament to stay alive, don't you?
Yeah, of course you do. You definitely do. And look at the backing up here from Pavla. Now, it's worth mentioning that Pavla, remember, she was player of the match in the very first match, match number 1, where not only did she take 2 for 9, her best bowling figures, but also her best batting figures, 22, not out for 13. So she's probably keen to get on strike. Look at her running here. She definitely wants to get on strike. And I tell you what, if you want to take a leaf out of how to back up, this is the way to do it. Look at it. She doesn't just run. She waits for the ball to be bowled, and then she goes. This angle will show it again pretty good as well, but we'll maybe go back to that some part. Well, just watch. There she goes. And she's already halfway there, waits to get the nod from the striker. The striker, whose call it is, says no. And she says, all right then, I'll run back.
I think this is absolutely Malta's game to lose from here, because the balls are ticking down, 47 of them left, as Croatia chasing against this run chase now. And I think if Malta can keep the extras down, it's certainly for the taking, and that would be a great win for them to round off day one. Croatia, they almost got invited to win that second game by the field placements, which were defensive to say the least, and by the extras that were bowled by Malta. So the field placements, while not perfect, certainly they've got that fielder out at backward point, which almost by coincidence now, because of that wicket, Heleliko is in, and it is the fielder that you want out for her. But if they get their field placements right and they keep those extras down, suddenly Croatia are the ones that have to create some opportunities with the bat.
And a bit of hesitance here, but I think they will get in as Jess makes sure that one doesn't get past her. You can see also Jess there behind the stumps using all of her experience to trying to outfox our officials here, appealing every time that ball is kind of just about a wide to try and throw them off. They're trying everything here, Malta. And that one, it's off the bat. Off the bat, but I can understand why you're asking the question, Lakita. But this is so far a really good over. Just the 4 runs from it so far. Can she finish it well? And also, I suppose the key here at the moment for them as well, I mean, not that Pavla is starting to hit any boundaries or anything, but she's the batter who could. If you keep her off strike and just keep joining up the dots, then you definitely get a good chance. That's well struck. And, well, will they go for 2 here? They decide not to. So it's, once again, a brave bit of fielding. This time is Tanuja, who puts her body behind it and keeps it to just a single. So Pavla will go back on strike, but only the 5 runs coming off that over.
And it was interesting that Malta went straight back to Lakita Yadav to bowl her second over. They clearly see her as one of the frontline bowlers. And she went for just 12 of her 2 overs as we look at the head-to-heads in the power play. And look at that, 18 for 1 versus 18 for 1. Malta women did have those 2 bigger overs in the 6th and the 7th, 13 apiece on that occasion. So that's really what Croatia need to target. Whether it's swinging the bat, some of those wide deliveries, especially Helen Leko through that point region, or it's targeting maybe one of the weaker bowlers who they think maybe there'll be a few free hits, a few no balls. In any case, Croatia just need to make sure they keep themselves in this game for as long as possible. As Silda Joy, well, she was a good entry with the bat. Obviously, she came into this side in this third game, and she's been given the chance with the ball here. Roshan makes the good point in the chat as well that Anupama Ramachand's overs will be key. She can still bowl too. Lakita Yadav has bowled out. Susan George, she picked up that wicket. It's interesting that she hasn't been asked to bowl her second over, but Silda Joy, well, she's got a bit of joy on that first delivery as the left arm bowler just loops that one up and bounces just to the right of off stump.
Silda Joy has put a good effort in with the bat as well, and at the moment she's doing okay here. I think the umpire must have just had a word with Silda there, and that's why you can see now that when she does bowl, she's making sure she's almost like goes in reverse straight away. But I like that. Look, it's all about being aware, and maybe, you know, sometimes bowlers have never probably been told that by an umpire, and that's what happens. You see, when you're in indoor nets, you don't necessarily have anybody standing there. You're just bowling, you get used to it, and then you get out there, and the umpire says, like, here she is now again. You see, so I think you'll see another quiet word from the umpire. Uma will say, yeah, you're just back in front of me again. Make sure. I mean, she's only little. Probably Uma can see right over her. Look at the difference between the size of the umpire and the bowler, but. She'd probably say, you can see over me, that's all right. But yeah, she does need to make sure she goes away. And
well, he can definitely look over her shoulder, can't he? And just about gave him enough room to lean his head over there. But certainly it's one of these things that you don't get told until you're out in the middle, and
Yeah.
especially with those experienced umpires, they're going to tell her straight away. There's something, even when they play club games or play friendly games, probably if they do have umpires, they're not going to start telling them off straight away. I'm sure it was said in the nicest terms there, but it, of course, is important. And well, she's forgotten on that occasion, but the umpire sees enough of the ball to make sure that he throws his arms up for the wide. But look, on this replay, Silda is so concerned about where the ball is landing that you almost can't see her anymore. She's completely masked by the umpire. She is there, we promise. She's not going into some kind of black hole. There again, she stays the right side. The ball stays the right side of the wide line. But Croatia managed to run through a single. Still, though, despite the wide that was bowled there by Silda, it's been a good over. Just the 4 runs coming off it with the 1 delivery left. And this run rate keeps on going up for Croatia. They don't want it much further north of 10. That's a hit into the leg side, but Malta, they've certainly had a word about the field placements, haven't they? They've got Sweater definitely in the right position, and maybe they've just not bowled quite so wide at Helen Nico, which means that she can't lean into that favoured cut shot, which means at the end of the 4th, 22 for 1, and you can see Croatia, they threatened to get up to that golden line after the first over, but since then, it's been a few tight overs from Malta. The last 2 just going for 10 runs.
Yeah, I'm liking this. Is that I think you can see the urgency for Malta. They know it's a big match. I think they also realise that maybe for the first time that they are in front. That's a good start now. If you get some more deliveries like this from, this is of course Anupa who comes on to bowl, and we know how good she is. It's Anupama Ramesan. She's going to be difficult to get away as well. That's well bowled again. It's kind of cleverly played. Oh no. Oh dear, didn't need that. Didn't need that really. And that's Silvana. Just ends up going down too early. He just needed to stay on her feet. And you can see the despair on her face as that one gets away. But it's okay. It's only 1. I mean, you can still win the over here by keeping it nice and tight. But yeah, I think Malta, they're for the first time feeling that they are in front. The field has been set pretty well. And they all seem to be walking in. They're not too stationary on the feet. I like that also from Jess. Just says, look, unlucky, don't worry about it. You'll get it next time. That's the way you got to be.
It was a much needed boundary, wasn't it, for Croatia, as the runs have just dried up a little. And if they can just get a few more boundaries, they'll certainly keep themselves in contention here. The reason why they're a bit behind the rate as well is that Malta have tidied up their extras, haven't they? 7 wide so far, given that they gave away 28 extras in that first game out of the 81 that Croatia scored in chasing down that target. If they can keep it to below 20, they're certainly on the hunt here, and you can see how aggressively there Helen is backing up. She knows the urgency here, the fact that they can't keep dotting up. They just need to get 1s, Rico, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. Helen needs to make sure, though, she stays firmly where she is before the ball's bowled. She was so eager to get down the other end, but she is very much watching and keeping her bat in as that one's hit nicely away into the covers. But it's good hands there from Tanuja to make sure it will just be the 1. And at this stage, Malta are happy just giving away the singles, and she gets a round of applause from the bowler as well, Anupama Ramesan. It would have been a shot that she was proud of, but she was equally proud that her teammate there was able to cut off the Grizzly.
Yeah, Tanuja actually has made 2 good stops now out there, both of which were really well struck. And on both occasions, rather than concede 4, she's kept it just to 2 singles. And, you know, even with that 4 runs, they still win that over, needing to go at 9s, only getting the, I think they only get the 7 in the over there in the end. So, and no extras in there at all. That's the other thing. If you do go for a boundary, but you still bowl an over where you don't bowl any extras, that makes a huge difference. So that rate staying at about just under the 10 here at the moment. This is what's happening tonight, as we said, in Belgium, as Phil G and the gang will be taking you through the night shift on the European Cricket Network. Beveren taking on the Brussels Warriors. And Beveren with that 3-0. Now Beveren will take top spot away from the 12 Stars today. 12 Stars have played more matches than them. And if they go well, they'll go at the top of the standing. So it's a big night for them. And the Brussels Warriors,
The vegan army.
The vegan army, yeah. Myself and Tina had visions of Brussels sprouts wearing the armoured gear. And then, of course, we've got the Brussels Kings as well. And talking about Kings, well, what a royal moment that is. And come on, give us a dance and a twirl as a wonderful catch is taken. And Malta, well, maybe their fortunes are about to change. Well, Silda Joy is the bowler, and she brings a little bit of joy to the Maltese hearts as this catch gets taken. Well, Silda Joy, that's a really good catch. I like the way, look at that. Yeah, that's the way we do it. Really well caught, wonderfully done, and that's Thambi. And joy for Malta, as that's the big win of Pavla, will go for 11 of 19.
Joy for Malta, and thumbs up for Thambi as she manages to hold on to that one. Pavla, she was already on her way. She was so concerned with getting down to the other end, didn't realise that actually she could take herself off the pitch as Croatia lose their second wicket. It brings Ines to the field, who I don't believe we've seen yet. In fact, of course, because Croatia won that first game by 9 wickets and that second game by 10, we've only seen 3 batters out there, and that is Helen, Lydia and Pavla. So Ines, what are you made of? It was a nice first hit away into the leg side. Brings Helen on strike. Helen, you imagine, would be the key here. She's 11 off 10. We know that she can score runs. 36 of them she scored in that game, number 2. But that run rate, Rico, for the first time, it's ticked over 10 now.
Now it's all about keeping it tidy now for Malta. Keeping it tidy, keeping cool, keeping calm. Can they do it here? And tidy means, of course, extras. And at the moment, there's been a massive improvement. It's Silda Joy. In she comes again. And that's well bowled. It's well met as well by the batter. A long chase in here. Can they get a foot on this? And who's there to save the day? Well, when you need somebody to save a boundary, who are you going to call? Swetha. That's who you're going to call. And Swetha sees the danger, gets there, makes the stop.
It doesn't have quite the same ring to it as Ghostbusters, but I loved it nonetheless, and I've been loving her fielding. And she won't be able to get on the end of that one, though. Sweta has just about come from the other end of the boundary, and she's like, what are you guys doing? I was just getting in position. By the time she's got there, Helen, we usually see her crunching it through point. This time, it's deep square leg, and it turns into actually a good over for Croatia, despite that wicket to fall. 9 runs coming off it. And at the end of the 6th, Croatia 39 for 2.
Yeah, they don't get the 10 though. That's the thing. If you don't get the 10, hey Tina, how many matches since the golden ball was it?
22. Something like that.
Okay. I tell you what, the way this is going, this is gonna. You just get the feeling there could be a frantic finish here. I mean, look, at the moment it needs to go at 10s. Even if they lose track a little bit or pick up a little bit, if you go into the last with anything from 12 to 8 required, we are going to have such a finish here. Right, here we go. Ramishan, they're gone full and straight, and that's the end of Ines. Megdanovic will have to go for 2. It's good bowling, and look at the Maltese. Look at the smiles on those faces. Well, we've seen the red, white, and blue of Croatia doing a dance in the middle when things are going their way, but now it's the black, red and white from the Maltese that are starting to party in a must-win match for them.
Teasing ball there from the Maltese superstar, that is Anupama Ramashan. And I think it was Roshan in the chat earlier said her overs will be key, and that's what they are proving to be. She went for just 6 in that first over and has come roaring back with a wicket off the very first ball of her second over. It's the first ball of the 7th. And Croatia here are really up against it. They're looking almost needing 2 runs per ball. 40 needed off 23 and 3 wickets down as well. So we're getting into the untested batters as Dora Pavlic comes out. There's an appeal there. I'm not quite sure what it's for because it came off the bat and pretty much nothing else. And she was very much down the leg side, but we'll take a look. Yeah. Yes.
As long as it's not runs, if it's dot balls or singles, at the moment. Malta won't mind. Just have a look at the field here. Look at the offside field. Oh no, why? Oh, why? I was just about to say to you, Tina, look, finally, he got somebody who's in, stopping the single, and what happens? The bowler, Nupama, says, no, go back. I suppose at this point, you probably think you don't mind that so much because singles don't lose in a match, do they?
They don't, and maybe that's what they were appealing for as well. They were just cheering for the dot ball because they know a dot ball here is like gold dust to win them the game and, importantly, keep this series alive, which is what the neutrals were hoping for going into Super Sunday tomorrow. That's a lovely delivery there from Anupama. Just gets a little bit of movement off the pitch. That one just comes in a touch, and it's well kept there. Jessica Reimer, who we haven't noticed her much in this innings, and that's the best thing you can always say for a wicket keeper. This one goes up in the air. We might notice her here as she runs towards it, but it drops in between the two batters, and it's actually the on-rushing Helen there who makes sure it's not a catch and boots it towards backward point. Absolutely not intentional here. She was just keen to get to the other end, and well, the ball reached the other end before she did, but she got safely home, gets herself on strike as well. But this has been a great over from Anupama Ramashan. Just the one wicket coming off it and the one run. And that's exactly what Malta need, and it will remain with just the one wicket and the one run from the 7th over. It's a brilliant over from Anupama and a brilliant spell as she finishes 1 for 8 off her 2 overs, of course, to accompany the runs she scored in the first innings, 25 of them. And it's looking increasingly likely, Rico, that those 2 matches the women will play tomorrow will still be in a live tournament. If Malta can get the win here, Croatia, well, they'll still need just the one win, but it certainly will liven things up tomorrow. And of course, Estonia, they're going to have to come with a bit of life as well, as they went home this evening with 0 points on the board. So they'll have to win all 3 games to make sure that that beautiful ECI trophy doesn't stay on the island of Malta as we go into the 8th over. Tambi's coming on for her first bowl, and it's a big call to bring her on, but of course she is the 5th bowler for Malta, and whereas Croatia, they experimented with that 6th bowler, I think Malta probably going to keep it to 5 here. And the thing is, if they do keep it to 5, Tambi will have to bowl 2 of these final 3 overs. That one's a good delivery though, as it's chipped into the leg side. Should just be the single, but tumbling dive there. Doesn't manage to get it. It could have run a second there, but just stopped with the 1.
Yeah, I think that was still the joy. Dos, one more. Come on, where's the 3rd? Oh, only 2! You said there's always 3 sneezes.
I'll text you later if it comes.
Hey, I gotta say, I mean, you know, I said at the beginning of match 1, when we saw it, as that one is played away, but only a single. And I said, as the players play more, they'll get better, the teams will get better. You'll notice that difference. Have a look at the extras. Yep. I think we're just gone to double figures, or is it on about 9 at the moment?
9.
9.
Yeah.
So that's what we're seeing, and look at the difference it makes all of a sudden, especially to Malta. They're much more competitive. And once you get those earlier wickets, and they're making Croatia work hard here. And I think you said it a few overs ago, it's definitely Malta's to lose from here.
Absolutely, and they've done themselves absolute justice here with the ball in hand. They showed glimpses of it in that first game and the second game as well, but they just let themselves down a bit with the fielding, or at least the field placements and the extras. But they've managed to knit it all together on this occasion. Someone's hit firmly away, but there's Sweeter out there who does the fielding. And I mean, 9 extras going into the 8th over, that's something you would absolutely not blink at in any form of T10 cricket. We've seen so many extras in so many games, male and female, international ECSs, and it's great that Malta have been able to make this game competitive, and more than competitive, they should take home the win because they've shown us what they can do with the ball, and they haven't let extras almost ruin their innings for them. And it's been a good over from Tambi, and of course a bit of a curse there from the commentators as that time it's less about it's a bit about the length and the line on that occasion. It's been called a no ball, so this will be a free hit, and you imagine Dora has to find some way of finding the rope on this ball. Can she do it? Still 2 balls left of the 8th, but they need to find something. Well, she goes after this one. If you go after a ball that would have been a wide or possibly even a no ball and it's a free hit, it has to go to the boundary. She doesn't manage it on that occasion. They do come through for 1, but a bit of a missed opportunity there.
Yeah, it's still called, I think, because of the height.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because it was on the way down, but they called it early, the umpires. Just got to finish this over. And oh, still will stay a free hit. Don't worry about it. Look, you can see that Tambi, the best thing that she can do here and what her teammates can do here for her, say, hey, don't worry. Just don't worry about it. Everything's cool. Don't worry. Just go back to what we've been doing in training. Go back to the way you started your over. And you finish the over. Even if it takes a ball or 2 more, we're still well ahead here. Don't worry about it. Don't panic. That could be a no ball, actually. I think it may have bounced twice before it goes past the crease here. Let's have a look at this. That's the second bounce. So, okay, she's trying. Look, at least that one's straighter. So she's just trying to adjust the line.
She just needs to get out of this over now. Tambi, 2 balls left of it. You'd imagine Susan George will bowl the 9th. That is a better delivery. And it's cut away in familiar fashion by Helen Lico. Does it have the legs on it? The chase is on, and it's good fielding. Good pick up and throw as well.
Oh, could be a run out.
And we're going to have to, well, we don't even go upstairs.
I think it's given on the field of play.
I think the umpire's given that, and I'm not sure the message has got through to the batter yet, as it's Dora Pavlich. It's a great pick up and throw there from Lakita Yadav, one of the opening bowlers. Launches it in.
Arm.
And here you can see,
well,
the umpire certainly seemed to put his finger up, didn't he, Rico? But
looked like he gave that out, you know.
Maybe he was scratching his nose or swatting away a fly.
You can see, I mean, oh, I don't know. You can see it looks like the arm's up there is giving out, but it's not out. I mean, maybe the umpire was, you know what it could have been? Could be the umpire saying, sun's in my eyes, I don't know. It really could be. We have seen look at the umpire going back here now, and see this ball first. That gets played away. They're taking this on. An easy throw here could be the difference. They're going to get a single. They're going to win that over, you know. Ooh, this is getting tense. They'll get the 12, will they, off the over? I think they will get 12 off the over. You can see the equation there, 27 in 12 deliveries. But yeah, I mean, remember when we've seen in the European Cricket Series, a lot of the umpires for this match, instead of standing at square, have stood at point.
Yep.
And I've got to admit, I know that Sunil is an ICC umpire. Umpires he's clearly can't see there because of the sun. So I don't know why they're not standing at the other side.
And that's maybe why we couldn't see his hand in shot on that occasion, because he was covering his eyes to see the ball. And you're right, sometimes in those latter stages of the final game in the ECSs, we were craving to see where the umpires were. Had he gone home already? But he was very much on the other side of the pitch in the shade. I don't think this one's quite over yet, Rico.
They're not going to bottle this at the last moment,
Susan George is coming on for the big over number 9. She only went for 6 in that first over, did also pick up the wicket. But the big question is, who will bowl the 10th? Assuming it's going to go to the 10th either way. Susan, she needs to put in a tidy over here. And then do you throw the ball to Tambi? She gave away 12 in that first over. Or do you throw the ball to someone who hasn't bowled yet? They've only used the 5 bowlers. They need to run hard here, Croatia. They're going to come back for 2. No. Well, they know that Sweeter is a good fielder, but I think you can go for 2 on the arm there from deep out there on the mid-wicket boundary. And Croatia, well, maybe they've just run out of steam a bit, because they were running those first runs so hard in that second game. That's what really put the pressure on Malta. On this occasion, they will have to run hard, and a direct hit would be out, and it's just a fumble there from the bowler, Susan George.
Yeah, I think calmness. I mean, Jess, she's very vocal behind the stumps, the captain. She's got to realise here that the singles won't win the matches, but overthrows will help. Just try to keep it simple. So like here, just easy now. So get there, just gently roll it back. That's better. No need to chuck the ball in. Keep it simple. Malta, if they can keep it simple, play the smart cricket here, they could get the win they're desperately after.
They certainly want to keep Croatia above needing 20 runs in that final over. That really takes the pressure off a little bit off the bowler who's going to bowl the 10th. whether it's Tambi or someone else. You don't want them chasing something like 15 in the final over, because then a 4 or 5 wides or whatever it might be, and suddenly it's fingernail biting time. But Susan George, after getting that first ball wrong, has come back strongly. It's been 4 singles, but that's not enough for Croatia. They need a release shot here. That one, again, it's just going to be run through for a single. Croatia at least hustling through the singles. They're keeping themselves in touch here, but it looks like it will be probably around the 20 needed off that final over, unless Helen here can find something on the final delivery. Well, no, it will be 20 needed for the win, as Susan George just goes down the leg side. And she'll have to reball that one.
Here we go.
So it's 20 needed, 7 balls left. Can Susan get out of this over? She bowls it well, and it's been hit into the leg side. Should just be the one, as Silda Joy is there. And she does the sensible thing, just overarm bowls it back to the keeper, to the bowler, sorry. And Susan George, just a couple of wides in there, but she did what she had to do. A great spell from her as well. She picked up that early wicket of the captain, Lydia, the first time Lydia has been dismissed. And she goes for just 14 off her 2 overs. But the big question is, who's going to bowl this all-important final over? It can still go wrong. 19 runs needed for the win. Do you go to Tambi?
Look at the discussion. I know we got that. Let's remove that for a moment. There is a meeting. Jess is there talking a lot. Because whoever has to bowl this next over, not only you have to rely on them bowling good over, but they have to be able to handle pressure. And that's the big thing. And they've had a think, they've had a talk, they don't want to introduce anybody new. They're going to go back to Thambi. Now, she went for 12 off her last one. So this is pressure. Got to handle pressure here.
Got to start well as well, Tambi. Just get the first one on the pitch. That will release any nerves. Oh, it's on the pitch, but it's well watched by Helen Lecco as that one goes down the leg side. And Tambi, you can see the agony on her face. She's feeling the nerves. A 12 over again. That would be more than enough for Malta. But a boundary here, or a 5 or 7 up, can suddenly change things again. But that's a better delivery. She'll have to go after that one, Helen. She gets a hold of it, but it's just going to be the single. Malta, they're more than happy to just calmly throw the ball in. The calm presence of Jessica, the captain and wicketkeeper, just talking her bowler through this one. Tambi, she's got 1 on the pitch. A 1 is more than enough for Malta to take home the win.
Right.
Let's do it again here.
Let's see. So far, it's okay. And she comes again. And that looks okay as well. And, all right, gets away from her. They will take this on. And, well, look at the running. And this is where you can see Dora. Dora had to run and weave in and out of all the Malta fielders that were backing up here. Well, if we can see that, we've probably not got time to, because it looks like Tambi is ready to come back again. But only a single. Singles don't hurt you.
Yeah, it was Dora the Explorer on that occasion, and that one's hit away, but there's a fielder out there. Will she stop it? No, she won't. She runs past it to Susan George after putting in such a good 9th over. That time, just a bit too over-enthusiastic to get to the ball, and she sees at the last moment that it's going to spin past her, throws out her right hand, isn't able to spot it. And suddenly now 12 needed, so they still need boundaries. They need something.
Yeah, still need boundaries every ball.
And that's exactly what I think
don't do
Tambi's
that.
being told.
Don't do that at this point in the game. I mean, it just, I mean, if she gets her hand to it, goes, well, you don't need to replace a fielder for that. Come on. I saw the Malta guys do it, the Malta women do it as well. Don't need to do that. That doesn't show confidence in your players. And that's been hit well. And, all right, gets down, makes the block, saves the boundary. And that stop there could be enough for Malta.
Well, I suppose they'll feel vindicated at putting Lakita Yadav there to stop the boundary.
But wouldn't it have been so much better if Susan was there and she made the stop? You know,
I agree.
And there's no reason why she wouldn't have done.
Yeah, everyone makes mistakes, and if your mistake is immediately punished, I think it's a tough learning curve. But the stop was made by Lakita, and now Croatia, they need 6s or they need wides. Well, maybe if she stepped inside of that one, it would have been a wide, but she goes after it, does Dora. So Tambi looks like she will hold her nerve here. 10 runs needed, and you can see that the Malta side, they've obviously got quite a big squad because they are the local team. They are primed in front of their dugout. They're ready to celebrate as Tambi just needs to finish it off, just needs to get it on the pitch. It's 10 runs needed and it is on the pitch. It's a legal delivery. It's swiped away to the leg side. Fittingly, it will be Sweta who does the fielding. She's undoubtedly fielder of the day. That brilliant dive and a brilliant catch. And it is Malta who keep this series alive as they beat Croatia in this pivotal third game. They pick up their first win. And it's good to see the good spirits between the two sides as well, as they know they've had a great contest today. And belatedly, I don't know if there's a bit of a time delay between the middle of the pitch and the dugouts, but I think Malta, the girls have realised that they're allowed on the pitch. It's game over. And well, just as Croatia celebrated early in the day, Malta, they've got their time in the setting Malta sun as they take this win by 8 runs.
Yeah, it's their turn to party and they should enjoy it. Well done. And I think for those of you that were with us for the very first match that the women played in, and this one, I think all of our locals and regulars, all of those that know cricket, will say well done to Malta, because they did exactly what myself and Tina, and I think most of you were thinking. You know, you can't judge them by the first match. They were going to get better. They were rusty. They'll get better. The same way that the Croatian women got better as well. Well, Malta came back. They learnt. They applied. And they put in a really good performance there, top performance from Malta, and they keep this series alive. 16 extras in the end, 13 wides, 3 no balls, so big improvement there as well. But also in the field, they learned from the field, they set the field right, they did attack a little bit more, and then when they didn't have to, when it was boundaries that were needed, they did push back. So really good win for Malta. So 2-1 to Croatia with 2 to play tomorrow. And that's a quick look at the schedule. Let's go now, of course, to the highlights. And the key thing here for Malta was they picked up the early wickets that they needed.
They absolutely did. And we knew that the lower middle order of Croatia has been tested, and they were tested there as it was a brilliant catch from Sweta Mihalaga to dismiss the captain, Lydia, for the first time on this day one. And when we got to the middle order of Croatia, there was some resistance from Helen Nico, who of course was the opener in the previous 2 games. But otherwise, they just weren't able to match the run rate of Malta. And importantly, Malta, they just targeted the stumps, didn't they? In the end, just the 16 extras, which is pretty much par for what we see across the European Cricket Network. And despite a little wobble there in the final over, Malta do get the win. All smiles, and why not? Because this series is well and truly alive. Yeah, well and truly alive. Well done. Hey, have we ever given a player the match for a fielding performance? I think we should. We should change the trend, because for me, I think Sweta, she's my player of the match, because don't forget the catch. It was off the captain Lydia, who has been sensational with the bat. And that changes everything. It was such a good catch as well. And not only that, but she was great with the ground fielding in that part of the field. What a good performance that is. I mean, Croatia, look, they played brilliantly in the first 2 games. But one thing that they probably knew as well, that the Maltese women would catch on pretty quickly and maybe beat them at their own game. And I think on this occasion, this match, they probably did. I think they did, and I'm really happy actually for the Malta women. I think over the course of the 3 games, they've had parts of it where they've looked like a really strong team, and I'm glad that they've put it all together in this final game. I'm glad for us because it makes tomorrow exciting, and I'm happy for them as well. And for Anupama Ramashan, who's been a bit of a one-woman crusade with the bat, and she also nailed it with the ball. 1 for 8 of her 2 overs, so she's certainly a start. And I'm really now looking forward to those 2 mouth-watering games tomorrow as you join us for the final time in the commentary cage. And of course, it's all still to play for on the men's side as well. Hasn't been the best of days for Estonia. They only had the 2 games today, so there is still 3 games for them tomorrow, but they're going to have to come out firing, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Look, this is what we're going to see tomorrow. So we will start with the men tomorrow. They've got those 3 matches. And the only thing that I'll say to our viewers is that remember what Swiss United had to do to win
that spring series. They had to win 3 matches on the road. They weren't going to be easy, and they did it. And that's basically what Estonia have to do tomorrow. I'm sure that they've gone back already, of course, gone back early. They will be talking tactics. I know that the likes of Arslan Amjad, their captain, who probably only just flew in and went straight into that match, he's going to be much better tomorrow. I think we're going to see better from somebody like Sehor Chauhan. Stefan Gooch was good here today. I think his batting will pick up as well. So I think they will be better tomorrow. And maybe Malta also. Don't forget Malta, because they are the home team. They've got a big squad in there. There's no way that they would want to just stick to the same team. So I think they will make some changes as well. So that might give a few more opportunities there to Estonia, particularly maybe in that first match. I'm expecting to see that. And then with the women, well, if Malta can pick up that first win tomorrow, then we go into a decider. That would be absolutely fantastic.
I think that's what the neutrals are hoping for, aren't they? We want to go into that final game with everything still on the line. And to be fair to both sides, they're playing every game as if everything is on the line. They're tumbling around, they're throwing themselves about, and you've seen throughout the day how the bowling has progressed, the batting has progressed, and they've already had some learnings about how to play against different batters, how to bowl against different batters as well.
Yeah.
And let's not forget, a lot of these players are very early on in their cricket career. So some of the comments that you see in the chat, just remember that what were you doing when you were, just in your early cricket career, and what are you doing right now? Because these players are out there, they're putting it all out there, they're playing with bravery, they're playing with courage, and they're having a great time. So, I'm all for it.
Yeah, and not only that, they're entertaining us. What an entertaining match that was, and 3 matches from them were entertaining. In fact, all the cricket here was entertaining. What I liked about today, Tina, was obviously when we look at the men's cricket, it's players that we know, players that we expect to see them perform at a certain level. Sometimes they underperform. Maybe Estonia did that here today, the men. But we know what to expect from them. And most of the time, like Mahbub did here, like Pune did as well, that we get to see the greatness that there is there from them. And with the women, we don't know what to expect. They're, as you said, they're new players. And seeing them grow and develop, and just to see them grow in just the 3 matches and the 3 performances that we've seen today, that's absolutely marvellous. And that brings a lot of joy to an old man. It really does. So well done to both the teams, the women's teams that we saw here, Croatia and Malta, play some great cricket, improving all the time. And I know that they're getting a lot of support from our viewers around the world as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know the ECN family are welcoming Malta and Croatia and knowing that they're going to put on another big show tomorrow. But we're being told to move our body, so we're going to move on out of here. And I'm sure Malta and Croatia and Estonia, they're going to be moving their bodies tomorrow. And of course, Phil G over in Belgium as well. So the fun never stops here. Make sure you join me and Rico back here in the morning for the final day of ECIs. In the meantime, enjoy the action from Belgium. And from both of us, it's have a good evening.
Have a good evening. Hasta mañana, mi familia.
my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. body back.